I'm the best that you got. Gotta look into your eyes, got me feeling kinda hot. We could be a team, baby, I could be your mascot. Get my name and number on the back of my crop top. Waiting for you way too long. No one feels right and kinda wrong. Got me on repeat, I'm your favorite song. You and me together, yeah, we belong. Now, what's your bag for it? If you want it, claim it. Get on top and tame it. But I'll keep on waiting. If you want me like that, then you gotta say it. You should know I'm patient. Nothing, I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love.
everyone. How are we doing tonight on this lovely evening where apparently half the country is like freezing, or was, and that totally went over my radar. Under my radar? You know what I mean. Because I live in Florida, where it actually doesn't get that cold. I don't know if anybody knew that until they watched this stream. So I was not really interested in going over the State of the Union because it feels kind of like, oh, let's review a Kim Jong-un speech. You know, like, I don't know what they're like. I could rigorously fact check it. Like, the people watching don't already know that this man is lying out of his ass. But then I saw like clips from it. In particular, two moments. The moments where Marco Rubio looked like he was just gazing into the abyss, while Trump was like, I ended like 10 wars. And then Trump glazing Mamdani. And so I was like, okay, maybe it's worth watching some highlights. And then what really got me in the mood is that the PBD boys obviously had to give their post-game analysis today. And I really want to watch that. And I can't really watch like Spanberger's response or the PBD boys, like, and everything that they had to say, obviously, unless I watch some of it. So CBS, our favorite state media outlet, has compiled like a highlights thing that I think we can look at. The Who boys? Oh my God. The PBD boys. Patrick, Bet David podcast. Valuetainment. The part of the value entertainment movement. And if you don't know who they are, you're in for a treat, because they're basically they're basically like the Socrates of our time. They're basically the smartest men on the internet. They're basically the funniest men on the internet. It was a snooze fest, yeah, but it's like history or something. Have you seen the Working Families Party's response? I saw, I think Summer Lee, and I think she was part of that, said that she wants to impeach Bondi, or like bring forth articles of impeachment for Bondi. And I'm like, okay, based, I like this. State of the Union or no State of the Union, I like the sound of that. So let's look at that little Marco clip, shall we? Let's see. Here. Yeah, this is Marco Rubio stares into the void as Trump brags that he has ended 8 wars and saved 35 million people. Do you know that?
Country has never been stronger. My first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand, Pakistan and India would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo.
Thank God. Trump, the savior of the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Our hero, our boy. And anything for the Prime Minister. Okay, let's see. Like the whole thing is like 2 hours. And like I will watch it, I'm sure, at like 3x speed later. But first let's do this. So they compiled 38 minutes of this. And a massive disclaimer, I cannot listen to this man at 1x speed, but do not be fooled and think that his verbal agility is better than it actually is. It's going to be at 1.15 speed, so he's going to sound a little bit more together. But yeah.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud.
Jesus. Okay, they gave him the good adrenochrome. I'm going to turn it down just a little bit because his mic is peaking and it actually sounds like he's like grabbing the mic and like going insane. He's not even that energized.
Gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
I don't know. It might also just be like the sound quality on this. You don't see my donor page because it's pinned in the description of my YouTube stream if you're watching it there, or in my Twitch chat, which Grant Withers, you watch my stream many, many times. I know that you know that. Why are you asking this? It's pinned where it's always pinned. And yes, I'm very, very grateful to everybody who watches me and donates, clearly. my God, show him this man talking, not people being happy or whatever.
Go ahead.
This was like, am I crazy or did they just do like 90 seconds to like almost 2 minutes of applause? He barely said anything. USA. My God, so embarrassing for those hockey players to show up, genuinely. Apparently, one of them already didn't like the comment that he made about women's hockey or something like that and spoke out against it, but you still went there. You're still partying with Kash Patel.
That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic
Okay, but they still went.
Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House.
And apparently they won't be doing that because they have a prior engagement or whatever.
They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I'd never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuyck.
I watched this game with Justilk, and oh man, oh Lord, it was a low-scoring game. I swear that the final score was like 2-1. And apparently that's not like out of the ordinary for hockey, but it's not like they blazed any trails here or anything like that. There were just like 6 different times where Canada just like kept fucking just eating shit, not able to score. And it was really that carried them to the victory. But this is not me trying to diminish it or anything like that. It is obviously impressive to secure a gold medal at the Olympics, especially against Canada. But still, it had so much more to do with the fact, I think, that like Canada just kind of fumbled it.
Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off. Do you practice that, or was that a little lucky?
Grant Withers, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really, really appreciate that. Even Kami is winning bigly. Many people are saying this. I left my Ushanka in the other room.
He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given, and which has been given to
Presidential Medal of Freedom?
To many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12. It's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Repeating himself, normal. Getting a Medal of Freedom for getting an Olympic gold, man. That's like, yeah, let's give somebody a blowjob for getting a blowjob.
Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule.
And we know this, of course, because Pam Bondi already alerted us when she was not supposed to be doing that during a congressional hearing. Oh, and they literally show Pam Bondi immediately.
S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years.
I want to remember all these celebs once Trump is gone. That sounds ominous, but I think I know what you mean.
Were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars.
Okay, what do you want to bet that they're going to pan immediately to the few Supreme Court justices that bothered to show up to this?
They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth.
I don't mean any harm, LOL, just like these narrow-minded pricks who support idiocy. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to be a stain on their legacy, as it should be. If your first instinct is to like party with this fascist admin and collaborate with them after you've won an Olympic gold medal, like that's something that should not be forgotten.
And the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling.
Very unfortunate.
But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that...
And he doesn't even care about them being struck down as unconstitutional because it's still possible for him to pass these tariffs. The thing is that he would have to do it through Congress, which it's even possible for him to do that, even with how unpopular they are. The thing that he's actually upset is that the Supreme Court has said you can't just do things unilaterally.
I, as president, have to make a new deal. Could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one?
Why would he bring this up? This was really stupid to bring up. This is something that he handled disastrously. This is something that Kristi Noem lied about. The fact that she had failed to renew contracts because once she came in, this had to do with like Doge or whatever. It started to have to be that like any contract or any funding, like discretionary funding that was over $1 million or something like that, she had to personally sign off on. So FEMA funds got tied up, and then there were other contracts that FEMA had with first responders, aid workers, call centers that are supposed to help people as like help hotlines in the event of these natural disasters. And she either forgot or refused to and delayed signing that. And then they were completely understaffed. This was the first time that there was a major like weather event like this in Texas where they didn't want to mobilize on the ground first responders that go door to door to make sure that everybody's okay when there's like flooding and stuff like that. I don't even know what they were thinking putting this in.
As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety.
I have to assume it got thrown in there because these are some of the only people that they could get to show up.
People watched Scott.
Because that tends to be a big thing with all of these State of the Unions, like panning to the audience for like, you know, with anecdotes of people that their admin has helped out.
Distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain
Like they couldn't get the families or like the kids there probably, and so they get that Coast Guard guy.
was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you.
This is just like a medal ceremony. Jesus, so much of this speech is just like padded out with nonsense is what it seems. Like recognition of successful like individual anecdotes that like pull on people's heartstrings or give the appearance of like a competent admin. He spends, it just seems like it's, and he repeats himself so much. I wouldn't be surprised if like when you trim out the fat of everybody who's clapping all of this, like all the anecdotes and just addressing the substantive points that he made and the claims that he made about his admin's progress, that it's actually very, very short.
To make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
Am I crazy, or did Vance just... I thought Vance literally announced that they're cutting that for Minnesotans. Yeah. Literally, as he says that, we'll never cut that. Vance says Minnesota's Medicaid funds halted as part of Trump's war on fraud. Vice President makes announcement with Dr. Oz, who says other states will be next after Minnesota. Shameless.
Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up.
Yeah, the stock market is definitely relevant to a conversation about pensions, retirements, and old people.
Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000.
Okay, whoever like wrote this at least got him to stop saying that the Social Security funds would be like tax-free or something like that. Hold on. Trump, is it Social Security? No taxes, lie. Yeah, no tax on Social Security. If I put like, there's a Daily Beast article on this. This wasn't even true. Obviously. Oh wait, I should keep it on this. Archive's like not working for whatever reason. Or maybe this will just not have a paywall. Yeah, Trump fact-checked by own aide moments after bogus claim. President claimed he eliminated taxes on Social Security, but his own staffer said that's not accurate. They don't even say it that explicitly. You kind of have to be listening to hear it. But And of course, I can't read it. It's paywalled or whatever. But yeah, he said in the big, beautiful bill, there's no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, which isn't true. But whoever wrote this one at least decided to leave that one out because it's just fucking glaring lie.
And disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year as we ensure that all Americans can profit.
None of this matters. The idiots will keep following him. What's the point of fact check anymore? There's no point. There's no point in it. There is no facts, only truth. But I still can't. It's mostly for my own entertainment. It's definitely not because I think I'm educating anybody. And again, most people who I assume are watching this stream know that this man is lying every other fucking word. But it's just a matter of having to see, like, you know, how many, what is it that PolitiFact calls it? How many Pinocchios it gets, just to see, like, how much he can keep getting away with it. It's from, like, really, truly my own personal amusement. I have to just see it.
Profit from a rising stock market. Let's also ensure.
Like, I stand by what I said. This would be, it's like as futile as trying to fact check, like, a speech by Putin or Kim Jong-un. There's no point.
That members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information.
Pants on fires, I thought. Who does Pinocchios then? Someone does Pinocchios. Candace Owens is my new queen. I refuse to acknowledge. Dude, why? Why is Elizabeth Warren clapping? Okay. You know, I shouldn't even be surprised. Snake emojis in chat, obviously. Candace Owens is my new queen. I refuse to acknowledge slander. She is a knower. I am very excited to get to Bride of Chucky, aka Bride of Charlie. What is this over, Iran?
Profit from using insider information. Up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information.
I really don't know how I feel about this. Like, he's not going to do it. I mean, you can do, like, the pearl clutching later and the like, you know, fake, forced, wide-eyed naivete of, like, what? But he said he's going to do the thing. He said he's going to do the thing that we all know he's not going to fucking do. Someone needs to hold this man to account. I guess you could do that, but if I were her, I would just be shouting liar. There's no point in even, like, clapping for this when he's not going to do it. You're giving the impression that he's going to do it. He's not going to fucking do it.
They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay. I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle.
Elizabeth Warren looks like if she claps too hard, she'll break. She's not that frail, please.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens.
What is this Simon Says shit? Why is it? It's literally just turned. What do you want to bet that, like, this is him riffing and it's turned into, like, let's see if I can get them to, like, stand up and clap for me and do things.
Not illegal aliens.
He's gonna, like, after this, if by the end of this he doesn't see, like, okay, I'm gonna say something and then you guys are gonna do the wave, I will be disappointed. Senior citizens workout routine? Yeah, for real. This is like Catholic Church. Please stand, please sit, please kneel. I mean, it kind of is like Mass if you've ever been to that. They're going to do the Niceness Creed after this. Mark Kelly looking annoyed. They didn't show Slotkin. Biden bussy or Trump nussy? I don't know. Gay son or thought daughter? You answer that first, then I'll answer that one.
Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
No, until Jared Moskowitz, otherwise he'll vote to censure these people for being so disrespectful.
And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. The cheating is rampant in our...
You know, the thing that's already illegal, the thing that's already not something that you can do. Yeah.
Elections. It's rampant. It's very simple.
The fuck was that thing? It's Scott. I can't think of his name. Creepy motherfucker. I can't think of his name.
All voters must show
Rick Scott?
voter ID.
Is it Rick Scott? Do I know things? Yeah, it's Rick Scott. The Scott Keeper. He is like, yeah, I've always thought he was off-putting.
All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%.
Almost 2 hours of the most dull State of the Union crap. We're not doing 2 hours of this. This is 38 minutes and it's already slightly sped up. I just want to be able to see the reactions.
And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy.
Communist.
Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID.
It's so funny how he can't help but glaze Mamdani.
And a social security card.
And you know that they stay texting, man.
Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens.
This SAVE Act, apparently, like, one of the provisions is that you're going to need to, like, secure a birth certificate or a marriage certificate and have an additional form of ID. Only certain types of ID will be valid and accepted at the polls or to register to vote, and your name has to match the name that's on your birth certificate or something like that, which is obviously spells problems for women or anybody who has changed their name at any point in their life. That's obviously going to disproportionately impact like trans people. And then the types of ID that they don't want to make eligible are going to disproportionately impact lower income voters or black voters.
The reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things. You almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated, and their policy is so
It's so funny how like the hecklers or people that are like shouting back are like you can barely hear them, and yet he feels the need to like up the volume into his mic that is like blasting through the airwaves.
That the only way they can get elected is to cheat, and we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, Josh. One of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country.
Terrorist monster from Afghanistan.
And all because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged, shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital.
Wait, this guy was actually let in under Trump. This person was actually, if they're referring to when that person who like in the National Guard was killed, that was a refugee that was allowed political asylum or something like that here because they provided intelligence to the United States during the Afghanistan or Iraq War.
And we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Evelyn.
Like either he came under Biden, but his stay was extended under Trump, but Trump had like a major hand. Trump's admin had like a major hand in him remaining in this country.
Your daughter was a true American patriot.
They worked for them as a translator. Yeah, it was something like that.
And she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like her.
That's what it was. Got here under Biden, but Trump made him legally here.
So sorry. Thank you very much.
So sorry.
A great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night, and she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir. He's going to be okay.
Okay, this is what it is. What we know about the vetting and immigration process of National Guard shooting suspect Ramanullah Lockenwall, that guy. The shooting of 2 National Guard soldiers in Washington, D.C. last week has sparked a national debate about U.S. immigration policy and whether the federal government missed any red flags about the alleged attacker, identified by authorities as 29-year-old Afghan national this man right here, okay? The Trump admin has cited the attack, which killed one of the soldiers, to further expand its government-wide immigration crackdown. The admin has halted all visa and immigration processing for Afghan nationals, ordered a review of green card cases for immigrants from 19 countries, and frozen all asylum claim decisions. Lockenwall's exact motives remain unclear. Over the weekend, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem suggested he could have, quote, radicalized after coming to the U.S. Emails obtained by CBS News also indicate that Lockenwall's mental health deteriorated in recent years and that he became isolated and detached from his family. Trump admin officials have blamed the Biden admin for allowing him to enter the U.S. in 2021, while critics of President Trump have faulted the government for approving his asylum case earlier this year. And this is also stupid. Like, if the criticism is you let him in or whatever, when in reality, it's like there was literally no reason to think that this man was going to go on a killing spree if there was nothing in his past to indicate it. Even the fact that he became, like, his mental health deteriorated or whatever. Like, do you know how many people in this country struggle with mental health issues and never kill anybody or hurt anybody, like assault anybody? There was like probably no way of catching this. But a review of Lochinwall's immigration case, based on conversations with U.S. officials and other official sources, shows there were several opportunities for federal authorities under both admins to vet Lochinwall and identify any potentially concerning info. This statement is a nothing statement. There were several opportunities for the that is like always true. But those opportunities, how common are they? Okay, like what triggers them? What things need to be in place for these checks to be made? This is what we know about the immigrant. Like, just because there exists some sort of legal mechanism or something that you can pull or trigger to have vetted this person more thoroughly, is that efficient? Is that necessary? Is that something that's actually reasonable to do? Like, there is no reason to think that the people who are coming to this country should be like assumed murderers until proven otherwise. This is what we know about the immigration process. Lochinwall underwent to enter the U.S. and to try to remain here permanently. He was entered into the U.S. in September 2021 as part of Operation Allies Welcome, the Biden admin's efforts to resettle tens of thousands of Afghan evacuees airlifted from Kabul following the chaotic American military withdrawal and Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. I roll my eyes not because it wasn't chaotic or whatever, but just because this was the time that like Biden's approval rating really dropped, even though he was doing the right thing, and it just frustrates me. It's one of those things, like it was always going to be disastrous. He could have renegotiated the deal that Trump did, but that would have risked more U.S. military personnel deaths. Like, there was no winning with this. U.S. officials familiar with this case told CBS News that Lochinwall was granted humanitarian parole. Government stats show parole was offered to more than 77,000 evacuees so they could live and work in the country legally for 2-year increments. Parole was designed to be a stopgap measure while the evacuees applied for permanent forms of legal status, such as asylum or special immigrant visas for those who assisted the American war effort. They were supposed to undergo an initial round of vetting at military bases in Italy, Germany, Qatar, Spain, and the United Arab Emirates. Before being allowed to enter the U.S., those who raised security concerns were sent to Kosovo. After arriving in the U.S., many evacuees were housed in American military bases in several states before settling in communities throughout the country. At the time, Republican lawmakers in Congress raised concerns about the vetting process undertaken by the Biden admin during the Afghan resettlement effort. A 2022 report by the Department of Homeland Security Office of Inspector General said the screening process encountered several obstacles and that some federal officials, quote, did not always have critical data to properly vet the evacuees. A useless statement unless you know why. Is it because it was underfunded? Is it because these people, they lost track of these people? Is it because they didn't want to provide it and they were non-compliant? Like, absent that, it's not clear that that's a failure of the federal government, or if people are trying to work within a system that is just massively understaffed and underfunded, doesn't have the resources to be as robust as it needs to be. So he applied for asylum with the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services in December 2024, arguing he would face persecution if returned to Afghanistan, according to U.S. officials who requested anonymity to discuss internal government info. His application would have been another opportunity for the U.S. government to vet his case. USCIS generally requires asylum applicants to show up to in-person interviews at one of its offices across the country. Like, you don't know, even if he had become socially isolated, when you undergo these asylum interviews, typically you don't, I mean, legal counsel comes with you sometimes, but I don't know that it's commonplace for anybody else to attend. And somebody being socially isolated, like, I mean, unless they're demonstrating, he was like tweaking and demonstrating like antisocial behaviors. Yet another thing that could have gone unchecked through no fault, like, of anyone. A DHS official told CBS News the USCIS asylum vetting process generally involves a collection of biometrics, they get like their fingerprints, a review of social media activity, FBI background checks, and other screenings. The process also includes an inquiry into whether the applicant can prove he or she would face persecution if deported because of one of 5 factors: their race, nationality, religion, political opinion, or membership in a particular social group. So, prioritizing Afghan claims, doing the faster, blah, blah, blah. He's granted asylum in April 2025, granting him and any derivative immediate relatives asylee status, U.S. officials told CBS. Of course, that will be left out of this State of the Union.
A conversation that I had with
Chico, I am. Thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime. I really, really appreciate it. And you guys, speaking of ad break, 2.5 minutes. If you do not want to have to encounter these annoying ass ads that Twitch forces me to run and subject you guys to, you can subscribe to me or hope that you are gifted a sub in chat by another generous user.
That night, with the son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over, everybody is praying. She said, "Sir, he will be okay." The doctors didn't understand what she was saying. And after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melanie? She turned out to be right.
Why is my guy wearing a hat? I mean, I'm judgmental as fuck, and I'm looking at this and I'm like, why? Yeah, like, show up to this. Why bother combing your hair, you know? Who needs it?
Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death. And
God's help.
we're talking about the edge of death. On his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much.
Wax figurine-looking motherfucker over here. Only because he's had surgery on his head. I was barely listening when Trump was talking, so probably. I guess he doesn't want to show off his zipper.
So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President
Yet
George
another
Washington
award.
himself. It's called the Purple Heart.
Cerebral Palsy Biker 7571, thank you so much for the $10 super sticker of a guy jumping excitedly. Really, really appreciate that, and I hope you enjoy your super sticker. I am always curious about the people that opt to do these super stickers over messages, if you guys really enjoy that or what. I love you, but I can't sit through this trash again. I'm guessing there were people, like, I don't know, how many of you guys actually watched this all the way through yesterday, or like live?
In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very good. They couldn't believe, they all watched, they saw what happened. This is a different fighting force than we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby. As we did that, my baby, it's becoming so important.
Baby? Space Force? I've lost the plot.
And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash
that president was literally Maduro's vice president.
Extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and
He just randomly shouts things, Enrique. Like, it is so, it's like dementia. This is just dementia tendencies.
Hundreds of political prisoners.
Like randomly getting agitated, randomly like lashing out, saying loud things. Like you think that when he's saying quiet piggy, that's not like the old people gear is just turning in his fucking head, trying to keep him like focused on what's in front of him and his like brain not being able to like keep up with what he thinks he ought to be doing or whatever. It's just that. It's like synapses and neurons firing and failing.
Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you.
Or this is the commie that brainwashed Pisco, that true chat. Who's that? Oh, my orbiter, right.
Person. Enrique, please come down.
This is just an award ceremony.
Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro.
I just want to join the orbit. You have to collab with me enough to the point that Matt of Majority Report notices and declares you as such.
Really great heroes.
That was Pisco's fate, so.
It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter. A big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook, carrying, as you can imagine, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most
Is Pisco still our boy? Can't be what you never were.
important.
That's
part
his
of
thing,
flying
not
a
mine.
helicopter. To deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine gun stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Erik's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and land.
What a sentence. It's unbelievable what happened to his legs.
And people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife, Amy, Erik, and Amy, come on in.
More people into the theater. This is the most shameless and embarrassing thing that is about to happen. For the Hugo Boss suit this pilot wears to the valorization of him being a dipshit pilot and most likely did not get shot and most likely landed it badly, and that is worth no enemy fire. You can bet 90% of aircraft stories in the U.S. military are flat out lies. Only fact, if that is your the way that you're approaching this, you should read a novel called The Spitting Image, and then you will really, really know the extent to which a lot of this stuff is like cultural myth making. If you haven't already. How there's like literally like 0 instances of like Vietnam veterans being like spit on, and like there are very, very few of them being called like baby killer and stuff. That's like totally cultural mythos.
So we have a surprise for Erik and Amy. In recognition of Erik's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General...
Also, like, given the way that they deposed Maduro and how there were very, very few, I don't think there were any U.S. military personnel casualties whatsoever. There is absolutely no way that they did that without coordination from people on the ground in Venezuela that were giving intelligence and are double agents, because how is it possible that in the night you're doing these sorts of operations and everybody is like coming out unscathed?
Jonathan Braga.
Unless somebody has an answer to that question, I'm more than happy to drop it if somebody can provide me evidence that that was not the case.
To present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Why doesn't he get his own ceremony? It just gets pinned on in front of everybody here at the State of the Union. Not that I personally have a stake or give a fuck if this guy gets this thing or not, but I do think it's strange to just give it to him here.
Navy fighter pilot Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered... This
dude is like clearly wheeled out here and has like no idea where he was or what is going on until this person like reminded him, probably his like daughter or granddaughter or something.
And outgunned Royce.
Look at Melania, our first lady, looking stunning as always.
The takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition.
In YouTube chat, Cerebral Palsy Biker 7571, thank you so much for the $5. Now you have a real message. Why I send a super sticker is I'm at work. Okay, but explain why you can send this one, this super chat. You had time to write that out, but the other one you just hit a like. This, I'm not complaining about the super sticker. I enjoy the super sticker. I just wonder if anybody else really appreciates it. Thank you, though.
He deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present
Let
Captain
this man sit, Jesus Christ. Why are they going to make him stand?
Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor.
And Matt, NLT, thank you so much for subbing at Tier 2. You've been subscribed for 7 months. I really, really appreciate it. So there's a biographer for Melania. I can't remember if it's an official or unofficial, but Melania, she has like this theory that Melania wears these more sort of like industrial, utilitarian, like smart outfits, like the pantsuits and these almost like tuxedo looking outfits when she's annoyed with Trump, because apparently Trump does not like when women, in particular his wife, are not dressed up in more like feminine attire. And so if you see her wearing these outfits, it's literally just to piss Trump off. And I barely noticed Barron. Isn't it crazy to think how like Trump is probably closer in age to this guy than he is to Melania, who's like 24 years his junior? And yet he is the leader of the free world. Like, I mean, I guess that this is, again, CBS News, run by everyone's favorite, Barry Weiss. This was what they thought was prudent to include in the highlights from Trump's State of the Union. It's like all of the medals that they gave out to people randomly throughout this. I really, really expected that. And like, I don't know if that's because to the extent that Trump had like things of substance to say and like claims that he made bragging about shit, they actually don't want you really seeing that because, again, CBS is in the fucking can for this admin. Or if it's a function of they know that this is the stuff that people want to see. I just never would have expected it was so much just theater. It's just them giving awards out to people. Warren clapped for bombing Iran. I saw her clapping for him saying that there's going to be like regulation on insider trading for congressional reps, which they're not going to do. My nails are cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Royce, and thank
if I can
you,
get my
Eric.
thing to concentrate, can I get it? No. Okay. Let's see. But this was like the thing that I was happy to see after the fact. This is Mike Johnson giving his reaction to the State of the Union, ripping Dems for their antics, aka, you know, that crazy thing where members of the opposing party are obviously not going to be fucking happy about what they just heard. Yeah, so groundbreaking and new.
All 4 years, not just 2, to fix the mess. And that's what we need. If we lost the midterms, heaven forbid, if we lost the majority in the House, it would be the end of the Trump presidency in a real effect. So we've got to keep this going, and I think we're excited to put our candidates on the field to explain all this to the people.
Stunning admission. Love to hear it. If we lost the midterms, heaven forbid, if we lost the majority in the House, it would be the end of the Trump presidency in a real effect. Here's the thing, that wouldn't be true because Trump has accomplished a lot through executive orders and just, you know, law breaking and ignoring the courts. So that's actually not true. But as far as being able to pass real lasting legislation and things that can't just be undone by the next president as soon as they get into office and do an executive order reversing old executive orders, it will be actually hard for them to, irreparably damage this country via laws. So at the very least, that makes me happy to see this guy sweating. And Lauren Boebert? No. I did not want to just Google search the letter V. Oh, this was her response. This was not about the State of the Union. This is her response to, her response to that Tony Gonzalez thing or whatever. So I wanted to see this, like, what is this claim of, like, the 8 wars that he ended? What is this based off of? Criticism of NATO, blah, blah. Energy. And this was them fact-checking, like, a press conference that he gave, not State of the Union, but he reiterated these things as well. Oh, wait, no. I guess it's not in this. He did not settle 8 wars. And like, say I saved 25 million people or whatever. He said, you have to understand I settled 8 wars. This stat, which Trump frequently cites as one of his accomplishments, is highly exaggerated. Although he has helped mediate relations among many nations, his impact isn't as clear-cut as he makes it seem. The conflicts Trump counts among those that he has solved are between Israel and Hamas, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, India and Pakistan, Serbia and Kosovo, Rwanda and Congo, Armenia and Azerbaijan, and Cambodia and Thailand. There is far more work that remains before any declaration of an end to a war in Gaza, and although Trump is credited, it's a genocide, not a war, but whatever. Trump is credited with ending the 12-day war between Israel and Iran. This can be, the war that they started. This can be seen as a temporary respite from an ongoing Cold War. Fresh fighting broke out last month between Cambodia and Thailand and between Congolese forces and Rwanda-backed rebels. The leaders of Armenia and Azerbaijan signed a deal aimed at ending a decades-long conflict at the White House in August, but the leaders have yet to sign a peace treaty and parliaments have yet to ratify it. After the April killing of tourists in Indian-controlled Kashmir pushed India and Pakistan closer to war than they have been in years, a ceasefire was reached. Trump claimed that happened. Do y'all remember that? That was like 2 seconds last year. Trump claimed that the U.S. brokered the ceasefire, and Pakistan thanked him while India denied his claims. Apparently, also Modi, came to the White House or, met Trump or Vance or something like that. Friction between Egypt and Ethiopia over the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam is best described as heightened tensions and not war. There has been no threat of war between Serbia and Kosovo during Trump's second term, nor has he made any significant contributions to improving relations in his first year back in the White House. So that's how he, cobbles together the idea that I ended 8 wars or whatever. So what's the media's response to this? This is The Hill. 5 takeaways from President Trump's State of the Union address. President Trump delivered the first official State of the Union address of his second term on Tuesday. The speech came with the president beset by low approval ratings, especially on the economy, but seeking to rally his party ahead of November's midterms. Trump also gave his address, which clocked in at just short of an hour and 50 minutes, during a time of rising tension with Iran. The president has dispatched 2 aircraft carrier groups to the region. Here are major takeaways. Iran plan remains murky. The single most substantive policy question hanging over the address was whether Trump would make his plans for Iran clearer. He didn't, or at least not by much. Quote, we are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon, Trump said. My preference is to... Wait, what? The whole thing was you don't want them enriching uranium, but they've already agreed to this under the JCPOA. This is a thing that they have promised and abided by, but whatever. Trump said, my preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy, but one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. I thought you completely destroyed their nuclear facilities and that they have zero capacity to do this. So why the need to get them to say this thing, even though they're not capable of it? Remember, Donnie? Remember the whole thing, the whole 12-day war, where you said, again, they were completely obliterated? That was literally the language that he used. Obviously a fucking lie. Coming back, it's not even coming back to bite him in the ass because nobody even cares that he fucking lied about it in the first place, and nobody will hold him to account to this. And apparently you'll have Democrats like Chuck Schumer saying, give us a reason. Then I'll sign on to it. There are a number of complexities to this ahead of talks between Iran and the U.S. that are set to take place in Geneva on Thursday. First, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian. Let's try this. Pezeshkian? Okay. That guy? Told the United Nations General Assembly last September, Iran has never sought and will never seek to build a nuclear bomb. Hey, look, you said the words. Second, elsewhere in this speech, Trump suggested, as he has before, that Iran's capability when it comes to long-range weapons, regardless of their nuclear or non-nuclear nature, is its own hurdle. He also condemned Iran's killing of protesters around the turn of the year. The bottom line is it remains unclear exactly what Trump is proposing as a solution to a hazily defined problem, or whether he envisions the regime in Tehran staying in power or not. Seeking a midterms message, the early part of the speech, when the viewing figures for the live TV audiences are typically at their height, focused mostly on the economy. Some of Trump's claims were valid, such as the stock market being at or near record highs, which, again, what the fuck does that matter to the average individual person who doesn't fucking have any stake in the stock market or anything like that? And some were not. He did not, as he claimed, inherit a nation with inflation at record levels by any standard measure. Annualized inflation in January 2025, when he began his second term, was at 3.3%. In the latest figures for this January, it is at 2.4%. Trump's approval ratings are particularly parlous when it comes to public perceptions of rising prices, too. In a recent Washington Post/ABC/Ipsos poll, 65% of adults disapproved of his handling of inflation, while only 32% approved, probably his base. On Tuesday night, he returned to a version of an attack he had made previously, contending that Democrats had, quote, suddenly used the word affordability, a word they just used it. Somebody gave it to them. Yeah, Mamdani. Yeah, Trump invented the word groceries, and somebody else invented the word affordability, but Democrats stole it from them. Trump argued it was Democrats who were, in fact, to blame for those prices. He also slammed the opposition party. Okay, like, if Dems are to blame for it, and it's that simple to move the inflation button up and down, what are you doing about it? Why aren't you? You're the head of state. You have the Supreme Court. You have majorities in the Senate and the House. Why don't you lower those inflation rates then, if that's how it works? He also slammed the opposition party for voting against last year's tax cut and spending bill, saying, quote, they wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. It's a very vague statement, technically true. The people that this would have impacted would be wealthy people. So, I mean, not false on those grounds. A confrontation on immigration. The most dramatic moments of the address came, I keep saying address, sorry, this is a speech, address, not address, came perhaps predictably on the topic of immigration. At one point, Trump said his audience should stand up and show your support if they agreed with the statement that, quote, the first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Democrats overwhelmingly remained seated, which, because this is a stupid fucking thing to say, because the rights that are under attack, inevitably impact everybody, including Americans. So even if you believe in this, it includes protecting quote unquote illegals or whatever. Democrats overwhelmingly remained seated, which is hardly a surprise given their fervent opposition to the aggressive enforcement actions taken by ICE and other agencies under the auspices of DHS. Those actions led to the shooting to death of 2 U.S. citizens in Minnesota in January, Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Still, Trump glared at the Democrats and said, you should be ashamed of yourselves not standing up. There was also a shouting match revolving around Representative Ilhan Omar, whom we love, Democrat from Minnesota, who shouted that Trump had quote-unquote killed Americans. When Trump accused the quote-unquote Somali community, of which Omar is a member, of having pillaged billions of taxpayer dollars, Omar could be heard shouting that he was a liar. Supreme Court draws only a bit of ire. Trump had already taken aim at the High Court in the immediate wake of the justices striking down many of his key tariffs last week. The president had taken particular umbrage at 3 conservative justices who ruled against his wishes, including 2 whom he appointed during his first term, Neil Gorsuch and Amy Coney Barrett. Last week, Trump said the decision was, quote, an embarrassment to their families. That seemed to raise the stakes for an epic confrontation on Tuesday night when 4 justices, John Roberts, Elena Kagan, Brett Kavanaugh, and Barrett, were in attendance. Trump called the ruling unfortunate and disappointing, but he never let loose completely against the court. And Alito is definitely going to be retiring. There's key signs that Alito is going to be retiring. 1, his next book release is set to occur in around October of this year, I think. And why would you release that at a very, very busy time, especially like around midterms and stuff like that? 2, he just celebrated at the end of January 20 years on the bench. That's like a nice even number to cap out a career. And the third one, there's a third one. I can't remember what it is because I got this from Strict Scrutiny and I agreed with their little like hints or whatever. But yeah, we'll get to something that's related because Eileen Cannon clearly wants that seat. And this other guy, James Ho, who's like always remained consistent on birthright citizenship, but has like recently changed it because he's trying to get on the fucking Supreme Court, clearly. But yeah, Alito's probably like on his way out. Trump called the ruling unfortunate and disappointing. Oh, wait, read about that. Politically, both parties got what they wanted. What? In the modern age, State of the Union addresses simply don't matter as much as they once did. Not so long ago, the annual speech was still seen as a rare opportunity for an American president to speak to the public unfiltered. These days, Trump often does that several times a day on social media. Still, the speech does offer a massive TV audience. Republicans are likely to be broadly satisfied with the contrast Trump drew on hot-button issues like immigration and trans rights. I mean, probably not wrong, but like it doesn't fucking matter. And by the again, trans rights don't matter to these people in the sense that again, obviously they're not fucking concerned about it, but the idea that this is anywhere near a priority issue for them is just so mentally ill, so fucking mentally ill. It impacts so few people. And by the fact that he avoided sparking the kind of colossal controversy that might have drowned everyone else out. Democrats plainly don't believe he did anything to change a political landscape in which they fancy their chances of taking control of the House at a minimum in November. Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger, delivering her party's response, framed her argument around 3 questions. 1, is the president working to make your life more affordable for you and your family? Is the president working to keep Americans safe, both at home and abroad? And is the president working for you? She asked rhetorically. And I do want to take a look at that. Let's see.
We are gathered here in the chambers of the House of Burgesses. Let's
see. I'm not going to speed this up because she's actually young, so.
1705, the people of the Virginia colony gathered here to take on the extraordinary task of governing themselves. Before there was a Declaration of Independence, a Constitution, or a Bill of Rights, there were people in this room. The people who served here ultimately dreamed of what a new nation, unlike anything the world had ever seen, could be. The United States was founded on the idea that ordinary people could reject the unacceptable excesses of poor leadership, band together to demand better of their government, and create a nation that would be an example for the world. And this year, as we celebrate 250 years since America declared our independence from tyranny, I can think of no better place to speak to you as we reflect on the current state of our union. Tonight, as we watched our nation's lawmakers gather for a joint session of Congress, we did not hear the truth from our president. So let's speak plainly and honestly. And let me ask you, the American people watching at home, 3 questions. Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family?
The word that they just discovered.
Is the president working to keep Americans safe both at home and abroad? Is the president working?
Are they using the premise of Alito retiring potentially to motivate MAGA voters to come out for the midterms? Nope. I've heard not much. I've heard from both MAGA and Democrats on this, even though he's clearly signaling that he is going to be retiring very soon. And with the majorities that they have, he probably should do it before they lose them at the midterms, because you can bet at least one of them is going to flip.
For you. As I campaigned for governor last year, I traveled to every corner of Virginia, and I heard the same pressing concern everywhere. Costs are too high in housing, healthcare, energy, and childcare. And I know these same conversations are being had all across this country. Because since this president took office last year, his reckless trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each in tariff costs. Small businesses have suffered, farmers have suffered, some losing entire markets. Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago, the damage to us, the American people, has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him. They're making your life harder. They're making your life more expensive. They're even making it more difficult to see a doctor. Rural health clinics in Virginia and across the country are all...
The way she frames it when she says they're even making it more difficult to see a doctor, like they haven't, that hasn't been the Republican project, like for the last, I don't know how many decades.
Already
closing... She makes it sound like it's like a new attack.
...their doors thanks to the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, championed by the president and Republicans in Congress. And tonight, the president celebrated this law, the the one threatening rural hospitals, stripping healthcare from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy and housing, all while cutting food programs for hungry kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable. And it's not just me. Democrats across the country are laser focused on affordability in our nation's capital and in state capitals and communities across America. In the most innovative and exceptional nation in the history of the world, Americans deserve to know that their leaders are focused on addressing the problems that keep them up at night. Problems that dictate where you live, whether you can afford to start a business or whether you have to skip a prescription in order to buy groceries. So I'll ask again, is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? We all know the answer is no. I grew up in a house of service. My mother was a nurse and my father was a career law enforcement officer. I began my career by following in my father's footsteps as a federal agent working money laundering and narcotics cases. I worked side by side with local and state police to keep...
Half listening to this, it sounded like she said, I went into the drug trade.
...our community safe and to uphold and enforce...
Before this, I was doing drug trafficking, as my father had, and his father before him.
...the law. Law enforcement officers across the country know that it is a unique responsibility to do the serious work of investigating crimes, comforting victims, and making arrests. It's about building trust, and that requires an abiding sense of duty and commitment to community. And yet, our president has sent poorly trained federal agents into our cities, where they have arrested and detained American citizens and people who aspire to be Americans. And they have done it without a warrant. They have ripped nursing mothers away from their babies. They have sent children, a little boy in a blue bunny hat, children to far-off detention centers.
This is a snooze fest.
They have killed American citizens.
This is so boring.
Streets.
Holy shit.
And they have done it all with their faces masked from accountability. Every minute spent sowing fear is a minute not spent investigating murders, crimes against children, or the criminals.
She won with high margins in her state. And she's a good speaker. It's not that she's not a good speaker, but the actual words that she's saying are just so, it's clearly just a very, very middle of the road approach. You would never think that there's encroaching fascism and authoritarianism if you only had this speech to go off of. Jesus Christ.
Defrauding seniors of their life savings. Our president told us tonight that we are safer because these agents arrest mothers and detain children. Think about that. Our
future presidential candidate, Spanberger? I don't know, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised if one day she throws her hat in the ring.
Broken immigration system is something to be fixed, not an excuse for unaccountable agents to terrorize our communities. After working in law enforcement, I continued my career of service as a CIA officer, working undercover to protect the United States and our allies from global threats.
This speech was designed to trigger me. This speech was made in a lab to make me tweak.
Terrorism,
oh my God.
And the aggression of adversarial nations around the globe.
At a time when trust in institutions at an all-time low, people are upset that they've been disrupted and dismantled, sure, but they weren't that happy or so hot about these institutions in the first place. You're going to brag about the fact that you were fucking fed. Yeah, good job.
But as the president spoke of his perceived successes tonight, he continues to cede economic power and technological strength to Russia, bow down to China, bow down to a Russian dictator, and make plans for war with Iran. Here's the truth. Over the last year, through DOJ, mass firings, and the appointment of deeply unserious people to our nation's...
Like, there's like so many opportunities. It's really, really small things. But when she says like mass firings, like, why don't they load it with illegal mass firings? It's not something that the president can do or the executive can do. They can just at will mass fire people without actually waiting for the periods that are required to eliminate personnel from these agencies, or without there being an opportunity for these individuals to have a sort of internal review or whatever. I remember this coming up like at the start of his second term.
Most serious positions. Our president has endangered the long and storied history of the United States of America.
Look at her brooch. She's a supporter of the rebel, Candace Everdeen. Yeah.
America being a
yeah,
force
Spanberger
for
represents
good.
what district would this be?
So I'll ask again. Is the president working to keep Americans safe, both at home and abroad? We all know the answer is no. In his speech tonight,
horrific layoffs that were not reviewed or approved. You don't have to be pedantically honest. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, say it's illegal and like make the media explain, do a fact check saying, it's not technically illegal. Like, yes, it fucking was.
the president did what he always does. He lied.
Well, lefty should have done. I'm pretty sure she just said, this is not like exactly lefty, but it's a more progressive policy. Didn't she just sign a $15 minimum wage into her state?
Scapegoated and he distracted. And he offered no real solutions to our nation's pressing challenges, so many of which he is actively making worse.
Not just making worse, that he has caused these. He's not exacerbating like wounds that existed before. He has created them.
He tries to divide us. He tries to enrage us, to pit us against one another, neighbor against neighbor. And sometimes he succeeds.
I think it's also strange that like, and now I'm just being nitpicky, but there's like the substance of this or whatever, like I don't like really disagree too much with any of the brass tacks or whatever. It's just like, it's not landing hard enough to me. And when you're talking about this stuff, she almost says it with a smile. And there are moments in this speech that you could say it with a smile, but the stuff that she's talking about, it almost sounds just like she's like amused almost, or like it comes off like, I don't know, like it's not that serious when it is that serious and more.
And so you have to ask, who benefits from his rhetoric, his policies, his actions, the short list of laws he's pushed through this Republican Congress? Somebody must be benefiting. He's enriching himself, his family, his friends. The scale of the corruption is unprecedented. There's the cover-up of the Epstein files, the crypto scams, cozying up
like
to...
Again, 8 minutes in and we're barely mentioning the Epstein file. She should have come out and said this pedophile is a violation of the law.
Foreign princes for airplanes.
Again, make the media say he's not a pedophile.
And billionaires for ballrooms, putting his name and face on buildings all over our nation's capital. This is not what our founders...
Which, according to NPR, every single day it becomes easier and easier to like raise that charge against our president and it not actually be false or without merit.
Envisioned not by a long shot. So I'll ask again, is the president working for you?
The speech is so West Wing coded, she sounds like Sigourney Weaver in a 90s political romantic comedy.
We all
unfortunately
know the answer is no. But here's the special thing about America. On our 250th anniversary, we know better than any nation what is possible when ordinary citizens, like those who once dreamed right here in this room, reject the unacceptable and demand more of their government. We see it in the determination of students organizing school walkouts all across the country.
It even feels weak sauce for center-left scumbags like me. The thing that's really off-putting about this is that when they usually have people that they intend to kind of put like be a big part of like the party in the next few years do this. And if this is going to be the strategy that they use in the midterms, this like middle of the road shit, oh my God, just like forget it. Okay, forget a blue wave. It's not going to happen if that's going to be the messaging.
Whose voices are becoming so powerful that the governor of Texas seeks
or if it does, it will be in spite of this and just like negative polarization, the fact that people are that pissed off at Donald Trump, because holy shit, this is so uninspiring. It is so boring.
Silence them. We see it in the bravery of Americans in Minnesota standing up.
Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I really, really appreciate it. As a Virginian, I'm glad she won. She's okay, but her intonation and facial expressions were way off. Dems picked someone to deliver a message about a dangerous fascist in the nicest way possible. Yes, I literally could not put that better myself. That is exactly how it feels. It sounds like it's something that if people read quotes from it or whatever, it's like, again, it's agreeable. It's true. It's based in epic for the most part. Okay, cool. But like, she just almost sounds like she's happy to be saying it.
For their communities, from peacefully protesting in sub-zero temperatures to carpooling children to school so that their immigrant parents are not ripped away from them in the parking lot. As a mother of 3 school-aged daughters, I am inspired by their bravery, but I am sickened that it is necessary. And Americans across the country are taking action. They are going to the ballot box to reject this chaos. With their votes, they are writing a new story, a more hopeful story. In November, I won my election by 15 points.
She's like, yeah, I did that shit, trying to hold back a smile.
And we won 13 new seats in our state legislature. Because voters decided they wanted something different. Our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and everyone in between.
That applause, lame as fuck, too. All big-handed claps. Only fact, I need to get on your level. I'm not hating to my fullest potential, okay? These are the types of, like, hairs I need to be splitting.
Because they knew as citizens they could demand more, that they could vote for what they believe matters, and that they didn't need to be constrained by a party or political affiliation. This is happening across the country. It's
clear that none of it's happening to her. I mean, she got that 15-point win, and not in small part because of how disastrous this admin has been. It is objectively the case that if you are somebody who is looking to run for office and you have half a brain and literally just, again, 2 brain cells to rub together and a somewhat, like talk about affordability, you can probably coast into office.
Country. New Jersey elected Mikey Sherrill as governor in a double-digit victory. Democrats flipped state legislative seats in places like Georgia, Iowa, Mississippi, and Texas. The list goes on and on. Ordinary Americans are stepping up to run in the spirit of our forefathers. They are running to demand more and to do more for their neighbors and communities. I know the story well. I first ran for office in 2018 alongside dozens of other Democrats who did the seemingly impossible, flipping 41 seats in Congress. In my case, I was the first Democrat elected in 50 years, swinging our district 17 points. Those who are stepping up now to run will win in November because Americans, you at home, know you can demand more, and that we are working to lower costs. We are working to keep our communities and our country safe, and we are working for you. In his farewell address, George Washington warned us about the possibility of, quote, cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men rising to power. But he also encouraged us, all Americans, to unite in a common cause, to move this nation forward. That is our charge once more, and that is what we are seeing across the country. It is deeply American and patriotic to do so, and it is how we ensure that the state of our union remains strong.
Whatever in chat. Hey, are you going to debate Andrew on her show? You probably DM'd me about this on Instagram. Sorry, I haven't checked. I literally just don't use that app or whatever. Yeah, I'll respond to you if you DM me on there.
Year, but for the next 250 years as well, because we, the people, have the power to make change, the power to stand up for what is right.
Also, this is another thing. It can't be ignored that her opponent was not someone that Republicans were even that enthusiastic about. Gee, wonder why. Black woman. Crazy that didn't do well with the GOP base. But yeah, this was who she was running against. As a black woman today, I'm embarrassed. That's all I can say. Like, there were so many things that were going in Spanberger's favor in this race. Again, I'm not trying to downplay or diminish it. It just, I think it like in some way explains why she was able to have such a lead over her opponent in this particular race. Like Trump, I'm pretty sure Trump endorsed this woman, but he didn't campaign in Virginia. Virginia was hit very, very hard with mass layoffs and Doge cuts because they have a lot of federal workers. Trump was like, the shutdown was happening. Like there were so many things that lined up for her to like capitalize off of in that particular race.
Demand.
So like anybody who's under the impression that like, oh, it's just because she's like a political fucking wizard, it's because she's a fucking master, it's because people yearn for you know, centrist uninspiring bullshit, yeah, like press X to doubt on that one.
More of our nation.
It's a better space to reach out. No, now that you're here, I'll reach out on Instagram. I just never check it. But
God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia, and may God bless the United States of America.
When I saw this article from The Guardian, that scared me. Abigail Spanberger, Democrats turn to centrist as party seeks return to relevance. Choice of Virginia governor to give Trump rebuttal suggests DNC believes moderate approach could bring midterm wins. Oh my God, for a second I thought it was a paywall. On Tuesday night, Abigail Spanberger will walk out onto the historic grounds of Colonial Williamsburg and deliver the Democratic response to Donald Trump's State of the Union address. I keep wanting to say address. With midterm elections approaching and Democrats desperately searching for a roadmap back to relevance, the party has turned to a moderate who once flipped whatever. If you're still in chat, I am not debating that man for 9 hours straight, by the way. With midterm elections approaching and Democrats desperately searching for a roadmap back to relevance, the party has turned to a moderate who once flipped a Republican-held congressional seat in the suburbs of Richmond and then parlayed that into a governorship by 15 points. Since taking the office from Republican Glenn Youngkin in January, Spanberger has moved with lightning speed that has caught conservatives flat-footed, much to the delight of those who still identify as liberal. She followed through on a campaign promise to end Virginia's law enforcement's cooperation agreements with ICE and backed a potential redrawing of the state's congressional maps ahead of the midterms. When the Trump admin pushed to remove the University of Virginia's president over diversity policies, she forced out the broad members tied to the effort. Now that Dems in Richmond hold the governorship, the state Senate, and the House of Delegates for the first time in years, Spanberger has not been shy about flexing or showing down. The attacks from the right have also been just as swift. Mark Levin, the Fox News host, posted on X that Spanberger was moving at high speed to permanently radicalize and change the state. Dude, I fucking wish. And that, quote, she campaigned as a moderate and lied through her teeth. No, she didn't. The Lepanto Institute, a conservative Catholic org, posted a doctored photo of her as the White Witch from the Chronicles of Narnia. Okay. What does this look like? Jesus Christ. Dude, like, who do they think she is? I saw another post from somebody at the Daily Wire that was like fucking like far leftist Abigail Spanberger. Like they're like completely lost on this. Like you're so cooked if you think that that's how she is. She's not. As the White Witch of the Chronicles of Narnia, a dig at the white outfit she wore to her inauguration to honor the suffrage movement. Laura Loomer, the far-right Islamophobic Donald Trump administration whisperer, posted that white liberal women are the most dangerous people in our society, alongside a video of Spanberger signing an executive order related to ICE. I have to say, like, it will always make me, like, I do find it enjoyable how much she triggers them. Like, people in my chat are triggered over the fact that she's like former CIA or whatever, but that like pales in comparison to how ass mad MAGA is over this shit. Harmeet Dillon, the Assistant Attorney General overseeing the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division, watched the same clip and called the governor a Bond villain. Dude. Gator highlights. Thank you so much for the $5. Look at her face at the end. She really thought, hell yeah, I nailed that. I fucking cooked. I hate this stupid party in a deep and profound way. I mean, to all the people in the room, I'm sure like she really did. She fucking did that shit, right? But yeah, to everybody else who doesn't already agree with you, it's like, dude, that's not inspiring whatsoever. Sorry. The accusations have landed, like, again, she's like impressive on paper, but that doesn't translate or doesn't mean that she has like the presence to be like a national figure, that she should be the ones like doing these sorts of responses. The accusations have landed on a politician whose entire career was built around the idea that she was emphatically not any of the left-wing things she's been accused of. It's like, wow, it's almost like it doesn't matter. They'll just say it. They will just call you a communist. Spanberger spent years as a CIA case officer. Let me repeat that. Spanberger spent years as a CIA case officer. They're trying to paint her like a radical. This is a woman who worked for the CIA, running foreign intelligence sources before running for Congress in 2018 in a competitive suburban Richmond district that required her to win over voters who had supported Trump. She was the Democrat who, after the 2020 elections, warned colleagues on a caucus call to never use the words socialist or socialism. Thankfully, I heed her warning. I don't use those words. I use the word communist because that's what I am. A moment progressive activists have yet to forget. She won her governorship last November by 15 points. Like, careful what you wish for, Abby. Okay, I'm following. I'm just, doing as you said. Okay, I will call. Okay. I'll call myself a communist. A moment progressive activists have yet to forget. She won her governorship last November by 15 points, the largest Democratic margin in a Virginia gubernatorial race in more than 6 decades. It also happened on the same night as Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani's mayoral victory in New York. She will be the second former CIA official in a row to be handed the job of delivering the Democratic response to a Trump address. I'm never going to break this, am I? To a joint session of Congress. Last year, that role went to the Michigan Senator Alyssa Slotkin, another CIA agent, another moderate who similarly built her political identity around national security credentials and bipartisan appeal. That the party has, was a strange way to start a sentence, sorry. That the party has now turned to the same profile twice in succession indicates where Democratic strategists think the electoral center of gravity lies. The DNC chair, Ken Martin, whomst is bad, while on the sidelines of the California Democratic Convention in San Francisco on Saturday, was direct about the reasoning behind her selection. Clearly, her message last year resonated with Virginians, he told The Guardian. Damn, that means you should address the entire fucking country. Her focus on affordability and kitchen table issues resulted in a very decisive win in a very purple, if not red, state. Spanberger's office did not respond to a request for comment. What's been quieter and just as telling is the response from the left. Spanberger's handling of ICE has been framed in her public statements around law enforcement competence and community trust rather than immigrant rights. Her selection highlights how the Democratic Party is seemingly divided over where it should go next. While a Gallup survey from January found that 45% of Democrats want their party to move towards moderation, up from 34% in 2021, an Embold Research/New Republic poll taken the same month found that 46% want a progressive as the party's 2028 nominee. An overwhelming majority say they want the party to fight harder against corporations and the wealthy. But will they do it? Probably not. Senator Bernie Sanders and AOC have drawn on that energy with their Fighting Oligarchy tour, attracting hundreds of thousands of people across the country between February and November of last year, and crowds of thousands in deep red states such as Utah, Montana, and Idaho. While Spanberger is set to deliver the establishment Democratic response to Trump, progressives may turn to the Pennsylvania Democrat Summer Lee, who is delivering the Working Families Party response and the State of the Swamp boycott event, where a number of high-profile political and entertainment figures will also deliver an alternate resistance tone message from DC. As for the governor, she will speak from Williamsburg, she said in a statement, because the city stands as a testament to the power of ordinary citizens to shape the future of our nation. Boring, empty platitude. She added, I look forward to joining Virginians in this historic place to lay out the next chapter of our story, a clear vision for a stronger, safer, and more affordable future for every American who calls our nation home. Okay, I want to see, actually, I wasn't going to, but now I'm too curious about Summer Lee's. I just want to see like a little bit. Let's see how long it is, okay? Summer Lee responds.
I'm Congresswoman Summer Lee, and I'm honored to deliver the Working Families Party response to the President's State of the Union. The Working Families Party is the political party for working people, not the bosses, not the big dollars. I'm proud to be a part of a movement that is built for and by the people. So let's start with a simple truth. What we are witnessing from our government is authoritarianism. Any response that doesn't acknowledge that truth is a disservice to Americans who deserve and need honesty right now. I listened to Donald Trump's speech tonight. While Trump and his friends profit off his presidency, he's gaslighting us. He wants to convince working families that we're better off.
Zero for every meal. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, you guys. We're taking a look at the responses to Donald Trump's State of the Union. Right now, we have just watched the highlights, basically the lowlights, literally just like an award ceremony of Donald Trump giving out a bunch of fucking medals. And now we just watched Spanberger's response. That was very boring. And now we're looking at Summer Lee's response, which is already more exciting in just the first 45 seconds than any part of Abigail Spanberger. So thank you so much, Lainey. I really, really appreciate the raid. Everybody should go follow her. I'm going to do a shout out in chat. And yeah, I hope everybody sticks around. And also, if you're watching, you should subscribe to me. Ad-free experience. Cute emotes, people.
Under his regime. But we know the truth. Our country is in crisis. For millions of Americans, affordability is out of reach. Trump has driven up the unemployment rate, cutting thousands of federal jobs across the country. Everything he does is making Americans less safe at home and abroad. He's bringing us to the brink of wars in the Middle East and South America. And at home, ICE agents are hunting down human beings and cities are under siege. The FBI is raiding election offices in Georgia. Students are being disappeared for protesting tyranny and genocide in Palestine. The environmental protections we earned after a generation of advocacy are being stripped away. Educators are facing attacks on public and higher education because diversity and truth threaten corporate power. Workers are facing union busting and retaliation. And the Republican-led Congress, it's abdicated its post as a co-equal branch and yielded itself to the oligarchs in the White House. Trump bragged about his tariffs, but they were never about creating jobs. They were a tool for Trump to bully countries or companies into paying fealty to him personally, and about making working people pay the price for his tax cuts for billionaires.
Like, it's bad economic policy. It just is completely nonsensical, and it literally just exists to see if he could get away with it.
The courts have blocked his illegal actions, but for too many small businesses and consumers, the damage is done. He played up his tax cuts, but forgot to mention that it's $1 trillion giveaway to the wealthiest and well-connected. He talked a big game about banning stock trading, but wants to exempt himself so he can keep on cashing in. The state of the union is dire. We can't afford to believe Trump's lies, and we have to pay attention to his actions. This is not a normal time, and our response to it can't be politics as usual. Trump's speech wasn't a list of accomplishments.
Why does it sound like she's yelling at me? Because she is yelling at you. Because at the very least, she has some fucking fight in her and energy, and actually seems to take this shit a lot more seriously.
More like an
And I say seems because this is an aesthetic thing. Like, Spanberger is a competent steward of administration. I don't even doubt that. Okay, she seems very experienced, very competent. She clearly knows what she's doing. She's capable of winning elections. She speaks clearly. And seems very intelligent. It's not that. It's that she has like no urgency in her voice whatsoever. And the things that she says are just like so measured at a time when we are facing down some of the like a constitutional crisis every single fucking day that rivals and blows like makes Watergate look cute in comparison. And yet you just would never know it. You would never know it based on her response.
Obituary for the country working people built and a celebration for the billionaires who want to strip it for parts. An obituary for our right to vote, for the ability to make rent or the chance to own a home, for good jobs with the right to organize and strike and stick up for each other. Trump's policies are hurting our communities. Working people feel it every single day. We certainly feel it where I come from in Western Pennsylvania, where I was born, raised, and now represent in Congress. I know what it's like to come from a working class background, to be burdened by student debt, and to witness our communities be neglected time and again. I ran for office because I wanted to make sure the marginalized and unheard voices of my district had representation. Special interests and dark money went hard against me, and still we won. In my district, Pennsylvania's 12th, people work way harder than their paychecks and bank accounts will ever reflect. It's a place where teachers and nurses like my sister show up even when they're exhausted. Where steel workers carry the pride of generations in their hands, and where restaurant cooks start before sunrise and don't sit down again until midnight. And where childcare workers do some of the hardest work in America and still struggle to pay the rent. And
I do like this narrativizing surrounding these particular job sectors because it like personal anecdotes do connect with voters, do connect with people. It's so much easier than trying to get people to wrap their mind around like a statistic or something that seems very, very impersonal, that's decontextualized, that's just sort of a number on a page, right? Where you can't really connect so much with like the scale of what it's referencing. But these sorts of narratives surrounding things that people are familiar with, like how hard childcare workers work every single day, or, you know, nurses and people that work in restaurants or whatever, that just lands so much better.
World-class hospitals, yet people can't access the care they need. Insurance companies drive families into bankruptcy. Parents work 2 jobs and still can't afford childcare. Patients ration medicine just to make it to the end of the month. No matter how hard we work, we continue to struggle.
DNC and RNC could not afford a sign language interpreter. What do you want to bet that was intentional because it looks too woke or something?
That's the real state of our union. This is not an accident. Trump is failing all of us, but he is not failing everybody. Trump promised to lower our costs. Instead, he gave $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1% while cutting your Medicaid and SNAP by $1.1 trillion. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania alone, 300,000 people are going to lose Medicaid within the next year. He promised us public safety, but we have an FBI director who's focused on flying on private jets to concerts and hockey games using our tax dollars. Trump promised accountability and transparency, but his DOJ is violating our subpoena, protecting pedophiles and burying documents that name him in the Epstein files. He said he'd make government more efficient, but now seniors can't get anybody on the phone to explain why their Social Security payments stopped. While Americans' bank accounts are being drained, Trump and his family have gained billions of dollars from foreign payments and corrupt oligarchs. And while our hearts break for children trapped in ICE detention, Palantir gets to walk away with a $1 billion contract. This is corporate greed and profiteering, and it's a moral failure. We live in the wealthiest country in the world, yet corporate profits grow and wages don't. The stock market may be helping CEOs.
Like, this is like so clearly like the tone that I think was a lot more appropriate to have struck with in response to Trump's State of the Union. I do want to see, I mean, like, everybody here gets the gist or whatever. Like, people here are far more likely to have watched this than to have watched Spanberger's, okay? So let's see. Okay, so she doesn't say it in the speech. She said it around there, around at the event or something like that she intends to do this.
That is the real state of our union, where families are being torn apart and traumatized, where corporations get more say in our democracy than the people we elect, where the government would rather protect powerful people in the Epstein files than the women and the girls who were sexually abused. We live in a country where we have one reality for everyday people and another for the rich and the well-connected and the well-protected. We have to change that. We have to meet the moment with bold policies that level the playing field and deliver justice no matter how much money you have to your name. That's why earlier today, I announced that I'll be introducing articles of impeachment against Pam Bondi. That is
like, dude, about time. Okay, and speaking of about time, not Candace, that's after this probably. PBD, Trump State of the Union reactions. It's all for this. Let's see what the our favorite boys have to say about Trump's big, beautiful speech. Okay? This was Trump's State of the Union reactions plus Supreme Court tariff troubles. PBD number 746. 281,000 views. They streamed this 11 hours ago.
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm
Been too long since I heard this.
sweet victory. I know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright. A handshake is better than anything.
So impeaching her is a solution to all those problems. Timmy Tadpole, first time in chat. You are fighting ghosts. Who the fuck said that that's the solution to all these problems? I will wait for a response.
Thing I ever signed right here. You are a one of one.
My son's right about
I don't think I've ever said this before. All right, so last night, State of the Union, a lot of follow-up, a lot of people reacting to it. Obviously, we know at this point it was the longest one ever. And Trump's given the longest speech before, but he broke Bill Clinton's longest State of the Union speech, $1:28. I think he went for 1:45, maybe 1:50. I don't know the exact time.
Okay, I mean, a great start going off the stats.
And some loved it, some hated it. And we'll have some of the reactions. Even CNN asked Nancy Pelosi afterwards, what did you think about the president calling out and mentioning your name? And she said, we've been trying to do this for a long time, but there's a lot of stuff that we can react to. And but today's business podcast.
Wait, what? What is that fucking answer? They asked her, what did you think about the President Trump saying, like, calling you out? And she said, we've been trying to do this for a long time. What? If I put State of the Union, what's he referring to? I don't even know what he's referring to.
Yeah, so we want to know what's going on with money. We want to know what's going on with, gold, inflation, debt, China.
Oh, the insider trading thing?
Now, finances, Anthropic, all of these stories, the Panama Canal. So we brought somebody who got their PhD, one of these people that's part of this community where they do things like this, right? They got he got his PhD from MIT previously. I think he was the chief economist at IMF.
PBD tipped over the edge a long time ago. He's far delusional right. Used to be nuanced moderate. Drop wax in chat. Can you drop me a link to any PBD podcast episode where you would say he was still in his what was it? Nuanced moderate era, okay? I'd love to see that.
International Monetary
All
Fund.
right, dude, get to it.
Opening discussion. I want to start off with State of the Union.
I don't trust this guy. I think all he cares about is money. I would trust PBD with my life, and he makes it very, very clear that that's basically all he cares about.
Kenneth, I'm going to come to you first because we did this last night, and we had a crowd here, and we reacted to it. But from your end, long speech, went through a lot of different things. I think he spent nearly 15 minutes just on recognizing the hockey team. What is your takeaway from last night's State of the Union speech?
I mean, I think the most striking thing is he's having fun. He enjoyed it. Whether other people did or not, some people love him, some people hate him, but he's really feeling it. I saw him give another speech in the World Economic Forum recently. Same thing. He's.
Why do you think he's having fun?
Well, I mean, why is he having fun?
Yeah, it's actually a question because there's so many things that are against him, right? Why do you think he's having fun?
Well, I think, he certainly has a very optimistic vision of himself. I mean, that's part of what drives him. I also say, having seen him, you can...
Who is this grandpa?
Love him or hate him, but he has charisma. I mean, there's no question.
Economist Kenneth Rogoff.
When you see him in person and such. No, why is he having fun? I mean, he's, again, there's a negative and a positive spin on this, but he had 4 years to think about what he wanted to do and what went wrong and feels like he's doing it. And I think obviously people say he's enriching himself and all that, but I think he believes, what he's doing is the right thing by and large.
What was your favorite part last night?
What a nothing statement. Everybody thinks that they're doing the right fucking thing.
Oh, I think the part that worked really well was where he was talking about, people who've had grief and very difficult things. And, I thought that was very touching. And
when he talked about people having grief and very difficult things, what was he referring to?
A lot of it. And, hard to see how you, couldn't feel good about that.
Do you think the part when he said, stand up if you're for the American people, and sit down if you're for illegal immigrants, you think that moment was a missed opportunity for Democrats? Or
having an optimistic vision of yourself is called being fucking delusional, old man. I mean, he really just said, like, Trump's up there manifesting, okay? He's mood boarding.
Do you think they collectively talked and said, guys, no matter what he says, we're not standing up?
Well, I think the Democrats have not coalesced around a vision yet. And that kind of showed, and he was able to emphasize that in some of the remarks he made.
Brandon, where are you at with it?
Yeah, I think the most impressive thing is his ability to act totally calm, confident, and portray as if he's having fun when there's an absolute storm going on inside his world, inside his head probably.
Straighterade, do you play RuneScape? I play Roller Coaster Tycoon. I play Neopets. I play Good Pizza, Great Pizza.
Like whether
I play Animal Crossing on Switch. I like Mario Kart.
When he was under all the legal pressure, that was probably when he looked the most stressed.
Who the fuck are these people? Where's Tom? Where's Adam?
He's got the tariff thing going on. He's got things going on with China, with Mexico, all over the world. But he's not.
What a disappointment! They're these like randos, man.
Showing it at all. So we were talking about before, like that skill set, being able to act totally composed and make it look like you're having fun and make it look easy when it's obviously incredibly difficult. There's something special and so likable about making something look easy when it's incredibly difficult.
Yeah, Tom, your thoughts? We obviously talked about it last night.
Thank God. Any other Tomcats in chat? Tom's here, you guys.
Right, but from seeing how the market is reacting, maybe start off with what Wall Street Journal said. Start off with that headline.
Well, yeah, Wall Street Journal had a very interesting headline, and it was Trump hails an economic turnaround many voters don't see. And so the Journal was getting credit for the economic turnaround. There's been a lot of things that happened.
Whoa, the outlet that's owned by Jeff Bezos, a fucking billionaire, you're telling me gave that weird fucking headline that slanted in Trump's favor? Like, no shit.
Price index, inflation. You look at the things that have happened, and there it is. There's the title right there. I think you're seeing on screen. But many voters don't see it. I believe that he was having fun, and I believe that this headline is correct. There has been an economic turnaround. There has been progress. But I think it's happened in most favored nations on pharmaceutical costs for people that are on Medicare. That is real, and it has happened. And you see what has happened on energy. Look at the price of a gallon of gas. That's real, and it's happened. But what hasn't happened...
Well, amazing analysis. Look at the price of gas. That's real, and that happened.
And you see what has happened on energy. Look at the price of a gallon of gas. That's real, and it's happened. But what hasn't happened is...
It is true. The price of gas does in fact exist. It's real. It is happening. Clear Watch, thank you so much for the bits. Tomcats roar. Yes. Yes, please.
Inflation drove up the price of groceries and the nominal expenses. So even though inflation has stopped driving those up radically further, it's still expensive for America. And so they're pointing out, you know, I wondered if beef prices and other large commodities had come down first, and
you know, those grocery prices could have gone down under Donald Trump, but he doesn't give a fuck about any of that. Look no further than More Perfect Union has a really great video of this, talking about an unredacted lawsuit that was launched against like Pepsi and Walmart, and finding that PepsiCo and all of these other major corporations have these contracts that are obviously like secret until now with Walmart, where because Walmart constitutes such a large portion of their business, they are pressured to give them the best deal possible. And other local and grocery chains were like, why can't we compete with Walmart? Like, how is it that they're able to sell Pepsi and like things like Honey Nut Cheerios, like they have to sell like the family size of Honey Nut Cheerios for like $6, but Walmart's able to do it for like $4.98. The reason why they're able to do it is because they have secured these very, very favorable contracts with these massive corporations, where they have basically set a price ceiling or price floor that only Walmart gets to operate off of, and everybody else has to get the shittier deal. And so this is literally making it impossible for the prices to actually be in line with what the market demand is, because the rate is set by Walmart.
And
the Trump administration was the one that dropped, like, this lawsuit was like ongoing and like had them drop it or something like that. Hold on.
And then pharmaceuticals, would the Americans feel different right now? Because the benefits of them would have happened in a different order. But I think that many voters don't see it, because every week you go to the grocery store, every week you go there, and then you've got, you know, what I call the perpetuation of perception, where you've got the mainstream media and the Democrats saying, oh, it sucks.
All right, I'm
running an experiment.
I have to show a little bit of this because it's like fucking crazy. This is, we uncovered the scheme keeping grocery prices high. And Trump does come up on this because he's obviously not fucking unrelated to why they are high. It's not even a long video. This was 2 weeks ago, has 2.2 million views.
Pointless. Testing whether Walmart really has the lowest prices. It's economics 101, right? Economies of scale, bulk purchasing.
The Walmart phenomenon, scale of production, speed of delivery, and all of these things that drive down price.
So I went around to different grocery stores in Western Wisconsin. And on the surface, I found what you'd expect. But I got a tip that something else might be going on. So I talked with an independent grocer.
Back in the 90s, I could go toe-to-toe with Walmart's everyday low price. Today, it's not even close.
That's when this went from a curiosity to an investigation. And I found a lawsuit that the federal government filed against one of the largest food companies in the world. It was supposed to stay secret.
As a result of redacted, Pepsi created a plan, redacted. The plan advised that Pepsi redacted. The plan included redacted, redacted, redacted.
Inside, evidence that goes against every single economics textbook. Markets are supposed to drive prices down through competition. But what if the biggest player found a way to neutralize the competition without actually lowering their own prices? The case got buried in the swamps of Washington, but the system is still running, and you're paying for it. So how does it work?
My name is R.F. Bowie. I am a fourth-generation grocer. We have been around since 1905.
Today, RF operates a chain of independent grocery stores across South Dakota. I met him at the Pine Ridge location, the only full-service grocery store on the Oglala Sioux Indian Reservation. Can you give me an example of an item where you pay more at wholesale than Walmart's able to charge on the shelf?
Pepsi, 12 packs, for instance. My cost is $9, and Walmart's retail is $7.97. Brutal.
We drove to
like,
the
how
nearest
do you beat
Walmart
that?
to check their
How are you supposed to get people in the door when that's the case?
Prices with what RF pays.
Like, just by shopping at Walmart for like a couple of weeks, people could save like over $20.
20 popular items: Heinz ketchup, Quaker oatmeal, Paper towels.
Wait, really, really quick. They have like the prices listed for people that
Heinz
are just listening. So Walmart's price for Heinz ketchup is $4.48. The independent grocer is $5.92.
Quaker oatmeal.
Walmart Quaker Oats, $4.57 versus the independent grocer, $6.86.
Paper towels.
Paper towels, Walmart's got $22.46. Independent grocers, $25.48.
I am fine going.
I think it's massive bulk buying. No, see, that's what you would think, right? Like intuitively, you would just think that's the case or whatever. It is specifically that Walmart has these companies like by the fucking balls because they constitute such a large market share
toe-to-toe
of their total business
with any grocer challenger. But right now I'm doing it with one arm tied behind my back.
The conventional wisdom is that Walmart's prices are lower because of scale and efficiency.
Well,
my dad owns a shop as a side business. He legit buys his oil from Walmart rather than the distributors. There's no possible way to undercut this.
To be honest, it's almost laughable to me.
Here's why RF is skeptical. Yes, Walmart is massive. They absolutely get volume discounts, but RF should too.
Most independents like myself buy from a wholesaler.
Wholesalers pool orders from hundreds of independent grocers and buy in bulk. And look, Walmart is so big that their volume discounts are still probably better. But should it be this much better?
The 18-ounce Cheerios that we talked about, Walmart sits on the shelf at $4.98, I believe. And our cost is $6.
We went to that Walmart today and it was actually lower. They have a markdown on it right now.
Oh, they do?
50-cent rollback. Independent grocers like RF have been trying to figure out why this is happening for years. It doesn't add up. They'd lose money on almost every sale if they matched Walmart's prices. Well, the answer is in these two documents that were recently unsealed after the government tried to bury them.
The evidence that's in there is explosive. I mean, it was beyond what I was expecting. It is a kind of conspiracy.
That's Stacey Mitchell, co-director.
I mean, if you think capitalism is a conspiracy, then yeah, it would seem that way, right?
Self-reliance. Her organization.
It's one of those things where you just know this shit is happening, but to see it all laid out in a legal brief is pretty shocking.
And fought to unseal those documents. And it wasn't supposed to happen. Just days before President Trump took office, under Lina Khan, the Federal Trade Commission filed a complaint
My queen
against PepsiCo and a major retailer. But when it was made public, here's what we got.
Pepsi believed that redacted. Pepsi characterized redacted. As a result of redacted, Pepsi created a plan, redacted. The plan advised that Pepsi redacted. The plan included redacted, for example, redacted.
The things I'd be willing to forgive from a Democratic candidate that unapologetically, loudly, and boldly goes out on the debate stage when trying to secure the Dem presidential nominee and says, I will be appointing Lina Khan as head of my FTC again.
Nothing, just black boxes. Now, redaction is normal in cases like this. At first, there's a process to decide what goes public. The FTC argues for transparency, a company argues for secrecy. A judge decides.
What typically happens in antitrust cases is that almost everything is unsealed.
But one day before Pepsi had to defend those redactions in open court, the Trump administration made a decision.
The Federal Trade Commission moving to drop a case against PepsiCo.
It was convenient timing.
Okay, so they dropped the case. That's how Trump, again, they could lower prices if they wanted to. They could look into these things. Trump actively chooses to not allow there to be regulation of these industries that could lead to things that would literally electorally benefit his party because he doesn't give a fuck because maybe he's not pursuing that third term after all, huh?
It's just going to apparently remain blacked out forever.
Enter Catherine Van Dyke, a former legal advisor to the FTC.
This complaint didn't come out of thin air. It was the result of a years-long investigation. There is a First Amendment right to access court documents.
Alongside Stacey's organization, Catherine petitioned the court to unseal the document.
Pepsi had to prove to the court that they should remain unavailable to the public.
They didn't. So here's what was under those black boxes.
Which is crazy.
According to the complaint, the big retailer, Walmart, Pepsi set up a sophisticated surveillance system.
Pepsi monitored the retail sales of all of Walmart's competitors across the United States. And it monitored those sales for two things.
The first, leakage,
which was simply customers going to a store other than Walmart to buy Pepsi.
The second, price gaps, the gap between Walmart's prices and competitors.
Pepsi's goal was to make sure that the price gap between Walmart and its competitors never went below a certain level. And
gathering all of this market data, as despotic and weird as it seems, I wouldn't see why this would be a legal issue. The issue is when you are setting these price floors that nobody else can undercut and start fucking with the market's ability, quote unquote, to regulate these things.
To ensure that Walmart always
like there should be more price fluctuations were it not for these sorts of contracts in place.
Price.
And when this system found one grocery chain beating Walmart's prices, Walmart didn't lower their prices to compete. Instead, Pepsi sprang into action.
Pepsi detects that Food Lion is actually selling its beverages for less than Walmart. And in their internal documents, they describe Food Lion as the, quote, worst offender for selling Pepsi products for less.
Food Lion is a regional supermarket chain with nearly 1,000 stores across the Southeast. According to the complaint, Pepsi developed a multi-year plan to force Food Lion to raise its prices. First, cut Food Lion's promotional money, the discounts that let them run sales. Second, raise Food Lion's wholesale cost.
This is Pepsi taking deliberate steps to force Food Lion to raise its prices.
Why would Pepsi do this? We can only guess. But Walmart is their biggest customer, by far.
Pepsi has told the SEC in its 10K that losing Walmart as a customer would have a materially adverse effect on Pepsi's business because it accounts for such a large percentage of Pepsi's sales.
That's true for most companies.
It's hard to imagine that Pepsi is the only major supplier that Walmart has this arrangement with.
Walmart does almost always have the lowest price because it is involved in these sorts of schemes. But in reality, all that's doing is setting a price floor. It's not lowering prices for consumers.
Which could help explain why prices aren't going down. They're just stuck at the price floor. It's a Walmart tax on the country.
The more special deals that Walmart gets, the more that other retailers have to pay. The shopper is going to those other stores say, I can't afford this. They move to Walmart. Walmart's power grows. This one company captures $1 out of every $4 that Americans spend on groceries.
$1 out of every $4.
And there are over 60 metro areas where Walmart captures half or more of all grocery spending.
I can't believe that is happening. I just can't. I know it, but it's just
again, like I can.
Hard to imagine that this is the country we're living in.
Now, if you're wondering, how can this be legal? It's not. There's a law designed to stop these kind of schemes. It's called the Robinson-Patman Act.
It makes it illegal from
1936.
For a retailer to go to a supplier and say, you're going to give us special favors, special prices.
Yeah, it says it shall be unlawful for any person engaged in commerce in the course of such commerce to be a party to or assist in any transaction of sale or contract to sell, which discriminates to his knowledge against competitors of the purchaser.
Prices, and you're going to charge our smaller competitors down the street higher prices.
So why is this happening? Because in the 1980s, the federal government stopped enforcing it.
There was this idea that allowing bigger retailers to use...
And you can see this, there's a graph and it says market shares held by, then the green bars represent the 4 largest grocery chains, and then this trend line going down over time represents independent grocery stores. And from 1977 and onward, all the way up to 2022, it says this is where the FTC stopped enforcing the Robinson-Patman Act, and this is where you see the market shares of those large grocery chains increase exponentially, and the market shares held by the independent ones decrease. They're inversely correlated.
Use their leverage over suppliers would result in lower prices for consumers. And today we're surrounded by evidence that that was a complete mistake.
And now we're living with the results. A grocery market where businesses that try to lower prices are being stopped by their biggest competitor. We reached out to Walmart. No response. We reached out to Pepsi. They did respond. Basically, this complaint had no merit, and the new FTC agrees with us. They voluntarily dismissed it. We then reached out to the FTC because Pepsi is kind of just restating what the FTC said. More perfect union, never heard back. But America did hear from the president.
Prices are coming down very substantially on groceries and things. They're already at a much lower level than they were with the last administration.
Here's grocery price inflation since this case was filed. The Trump administration killed a case that had a real mechanism for bringing prices down. Don't take my word for it. 6 Republican senators just sent a letter asking Trump's FTC to enforce the law his administration just refused to enforce.
When President Trump was sworn in, he used his power under the FTC Act to appoint Andrew Ferguson as chair. Then, a few months later, he fired the 2 Democratic commissioners without cause.
The FTC is supposed to have 5 commissioners. Trump hasn't replaced either Democratic commissioner or one Republican who left. So it's down to 2.
When we don't have a full body, this is what happens.
Back in South Dakota, RF and consumers are living with what happened.
You know, I eat, sleep, and breathe this business. Having to give up on your employees, your team, having to give up to your community, I often relate it back to going through a divorce.
Like a lot of independent grocers, RF recently closed stores, unable to compete on price.
I would like to think if the Robinson-Batman Act was being enforced, that those store closures would have probably been different.
Fucking insane. But at least there's more attention on it.
Sucks you're being hurt. It sucks you're being hurt. It sucks you're being hurt. And I think that doesn't help. But I thought he was having fun. I thought there was an economic turnaround. And I think the Wall Street Journal and
the important thing is that Donald Trump was having fun, right?
others were pointing out that the scorecard he went over was statistically real. They picked on some other things, but there is a huge list of things, and yes, driven by tariffs that were used as bargaining chips, that there is an economic turnaround. Remember, this is 13 months. Look at what has happened in 13 months. And I think when people look at the here and now and they feel bad, Pat, or they feel stress, they forget that what has happened in 13 months. We have a leader that's driving, and that leader was sitting at the podium last night with enthusiasm.
Rob, can you turn off your ringtone?
I was just, usually it's Tom that makes the errors with his phone. Usually PBD has to fucking like scold grandpa over here, but it's somebody else for once.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm with that.
Thanks,
I'm
Rob.
with that. And, yesterday CNN did a poll. And I'm not talking about the poll that we showed the plus minus on independence. I'm talking about the poll that they did on who's the leading front runner. Rob, did you see this with Harry Enten? Have you seen this yet with Harry Enten? He was showing who the leading front runner is for Democrats. This is the first time in nearly 40 years that a Democrat is not above 25%. There's not a lead dog.
Wow.
There's not a person they're looking at. There's not a single person that's above 25%.
Yeah, going into midterm year.
Going into the midterm year. He says this is something that we haven't seen in a very long time. Rob, I'll send the clip to you here in a minute. I thought I sent it to you, but I didn't send it to you. I'll send it to you in a minute to show it. But let's go to Nancy Pelosi's clip. Here's Nancy Pelosi being interviewed and being asked about Trump's comments.
This is that thing he was yapping about at the beginning. I couldn't even find it on Twitter.
Of what to do with insider trading, and here's how she reacted to it. Go for it.
What was your reaction to what you heard this evening?
I thought the speech was lazy. It's one thing to acknowledge patriotism and people getting well and everything when you have absolutely nothing to do with their courage or the rest, but you spend an hour and a half.
Rob, that's not the clip I sent you, Rob.
What is the state of the nation?
Oh my God, I independently arrived at Nancy Pelosi's fucking analysis. I mean, what more is there to say? There really was no substance in that.
Rob, I didn't send you that clip. Rob, I sent you this clip over here in the morning that says Nancy Pelosi was asked about banning stocks in Congress. It's in the group text with the group right there. That's the one I want you to play. Thank you. Go for it.
Moment, Madam Speaker, where he called you out specifically around, of course, congressional stock trading. What do you say back to him?
I say back to him, as that's what members said, look at your own self. The inference he wants to draw is there was something wrong with that, which there wasn't. And if there was, people get prosecuted for it. For a long time now, we've been trying to pass this law. It doesn't have, now it has more support than it had before. And
Elizabeth Warren stood up and applauded. Elizabeth Warren stood and applauded tonight when the president talked about it.
Well, that we all did. I did too. You said, did Nancy stand up? Yeah, I did too. A lot of people stood up.
I don't think she stood up at this point.
Okay, stood up.
Did
I think that will pass.
But there's bipartisan consensus in this fucking country that they're not going to do anything about this.
Depending on what the bill is. I mean, what we had, we thought we could pass. It was actually a tougher bill than Governor Spanberger had put forth. We thought it could pass, but it was clear that it wasn't going to make it to the House and the Senate. But in any event, he gives his shout out. I don't pay any attention to him. What I'm concerned about is our democracy, which he is destroying, even in the 250th year anniversary. But we saved the democracy at the kitchen table to talk about how we help working families with their costs, taking down the costs, not by giving tax breaks to the wealthiest people in the country, by making healthcare more expensive for them.
Oh, it's painful. This retirement cannot come soon enough. Because she's not running for re-election. She's retiring.
Talks about drugs in America. Well, he freed Hernandez, a guy who sent 400 tons of cocaine into the United States. And
she's very good at changing quickly away from the topic. But do you think...
He freed him. He had been convicted in a U.S. court. He freed him.
You can pause it right there, Rob. What do you think about what she's saying, how she's reacting to it?
Nervous. She looks uncomfortable.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, it's a clear as day paper trail to see that she...
I mean, that tells me, though, that they're not really that, familiar with how Pelosi does news spots these days, because she's come off that way in interviews for about 10 years.
Made legislation around...
That is that has so much to do with just being old.
Things like NVIDIA, Google, you name it. And then, directly either her husband invested in it right before it. I mean, it's not an accident that she has a better trading record than Warren Buffett and Ray Dalio.
I mean, the way she responded to it was like, yeah, I'm all for it. We should. It almost gave me the vibes of the answer when Hillary Clinton came out and said, we should release the files. We should release to see what's in the files. You know, that kind of an approach where, yeah, I want this thing to stop. But if you think about, there is a Twitter account, Kenneth, I don't know if you've seen this or not. There's a Twitter account called Pelosi. What is it called, Rob? Pelosi stock.
Well tracker.
Look at that, 1.4 million followers. Have you heard about this?
Operated by autopilot.
Have you heard about this?
I haven't heard about it, but I mean, she was clearly uncomfortable, and the nature of her answer was, well, there wasn't illegal when I did it. There wasn't any guidelines about it.
She's not lying.
And I think we should have guidelines so people like, me can't do this in the future. But she also made the point that, the president sort of, the pot calling the kettle black, because there's a lot of things you could point out with cryptocurrency.
This man lives on Twitter. Yeah, 100%.
There's no question about that as well. Yeah, there's no question.
Most of this show, like a good chunk of this podcast is just dedicated to Patrick Bet-David being like, hey, can you pull up that tweet where I fucking ratioed the Ayatollah?
About that, but
that
here
was,
Pelosi,
that was one in like the most recent episode I reviewed before this.
Tracker, and it's by autopilot, joint autopilot, where they allow you to invest exactly the way she's investing in trading. A matter of fact, Tom, real quick, you tested this last July.
It's like, if you're annoyed by this, wait till I tell you how much Donald Trump's net worth has increased since he's entered the office in the second term. They don't give a fuck.
Right? You mind sharing with the audience how it's done?
What autopilot does is it makes trades for a set amount of money that mirror exactly what's in Pelosi's thing.
No, I wish I knew.
Watch this. This is so interesting.
I did a test. So I opened a Robinhood account and I put $50,000 in it. Autopilot is a separate company. I gave Autopilot permission with that $50,000 to trade and to have an ownership mix exactly the way Nancy Pelosi's ownership is, according to all the forms she has to file. It then trades out every time there's a trade with Nancy Pelosi. Every time there's a trade, trades out. It was up from just the first quarter that I was doing it, like 17%. And then it was up 23%. And now it's beating the S&P. And there is $1 billion that was invested by people like that in individual accounts like a Robinhood or a Schwab account, and then they give Autopilot permission to, trade on Autopilot, and $1 billion people, not $1 billion people, $1 billion with all those people have been there, and those people have made money, and you should see the commentary on it that's like, hey, it was...
The fuck is that meme? PBD keeps guiding his decisions again. Oh, the energy flowchart thing or whatever. It's been a minute since he's pulled that up.
Great to make about 10 grand on this, but isn't this kind of ridiculous? Because this is what Nancy Pelosi has been doing, while all the rest of us are just watching our 401ks go 4% a year during COVID and things like that. But that's Autopilot.
Yeah, she's ended up being like consciousness.
Kennedy, where Joe Kennedy, he's the one who did a bunch of insider trading, then became...
This is stupid. Correct. Yes, that is why I watch it.
In the head of
That's why it's because I watch it. Yes, it's very stupid, but I watch it because 283,000 people think it's not.
And then outlawed insider trading. So, Congress is going to outlaw the thing that got them rich because they already benefited from it.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that a company takes that idea and matches people's investments and you can do that and say...
This is literally beyond parody. Again, diehard MAGA cultists and Trump supporters be hand-wringing and being concerned over insider trading that Pelosi's engaged in or any congressional reps, while they support a literal billionaire who has only used the office to line his pockets.
Hey, if she's doing it, I'm going to match what your portfolio is. They're using the information that they have, but this is a legal thing that this company is doing. Because wait a minute, if we're doing something illegal, we're just matching her investment. You see it on the 13, which form do you see it on, Tom? There's
a congressional insider.
You can literally see everyone's investments.
Correct. You have to fill out these forms and you have to attach your brokerage accounts to it to show that the blind trust that you're supposed to have is not going outside the lines.
Do they give it day by day? I mean, or you just know what she did last year?
Right.
No. You will suddenly see Autopilot make trades. This goes out. She traded out of PayPal weeks before PayPal had the earnings thing. So it protected profits that people had previously had and then recalibrated according to the ownership. She got out of PayPal before PayPal had issues here. So this is a Nostradamus Nancy.
But leave it to the capitalists and
he was so proud of himself for that one. Nostradamus Nancy.
Entrepreneurs to come up with an idea. Let me get to this one here, and then we can get into economy. So again, reacting to last night, while everything is going on, right? Kenneth said something about Democrats figuring themselves out right now as they're going through this next. I'm paraphrasing what you said earlier, but here's CNN talking about who is their leading candidate.
Does PBD even remember what the fuck he said?
I
can't.
Harry Ensign calls it a clown show. Go ahead, Rob.
They're all running, and this is just a downright clown car at this point on the Democratic side. I mean, just take
How much CNN is on PBD's feed? This is the second CNN clip.
a look here. Top choices for the 2028 Dem Pres nominee.
Oh my God, depressing. Of course, AOC, like the best of this bunch, at the lowest, unfortunately. Newsom, gruesome Newsom at 19%. Harris only behind 1 percentage point, even though she is objectively a fucking loser and someone who should be kept away from trying to throw her hat in the ring, like by all means necessary. Pete Buttigieg, who literally polls at 0% with some black voters, according to like multiple different polls. He has always struggled with black voters. And then AOC, 12%.
You have a leader, but it's not really a clear leader. It's within the margin of error. You have Newsom at 19%. Then you have former Vice President Kamala Harris at 18%. Quite a weak number for her, given that, of course, she was the nominee the last time around. Pete Buttigieg, who, of course, has run before at 13%.
That's why it's low. Because she did that and lost. She lost to a historically unpopular president.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez at 12%. This is just a total clown car. It is a total mess. There is no clear front runner at this particular point on the Democratic side. Who the heck knows who the nominee is going to be in 2 years?
It could be Ossoff.
It's been a long time since we've had a Democratic race like this.
Yeah, it has been a long time. This is very unusual for the Democratic side to not have a clear front runner at this point. National early poll leader at least 25%. Look at this. This year, we get the giant question mark. No one. In 2020, when there was no incumbent, it was Joe.
It's so funny. Like they still use this photo of Clinton for everything.
Biden, who was there, Hillary Clinton in both 08 and 16, and Al Gore in both 2000 and 2004.
Not Ossoff. I mean, right now I don't want Ossoff, but
At this point, we're at least at 25% of the early. You have to go all the way back from when I
and
went.
they didn't include Ro Khanna, and like I think Ro Khanna is also going to try to run.
Wasn't even in elementary school yet, not even in pre-K yet, to 1992. That was the last cycle in which there was no clear front runner.
1992.
You
said that weird. The way he said it's like 200 years ago.
Back before phones. Yesterday. So what about Newsom? What are the prediction markets saying his odds are?
Yeah, okay. So it seems to me that.
Yeah, so that's pretty wild when you see that. Does that kind of make sense, though? Do you think that kind of makes sense?
Yeah, I mean, there's a civil war in the Democratic Party was going on in the last election between the progressives and the center left. And the progressives have all the energy right now, Mamdani in New York, AOC. And it's very hard for someone who's more electable to come out in the Democratic Party. I mean, there's a war on in the Republican Party, too,
Well,
but
look, broken clock, you guys.
it's much more one-sided.
Although, like Mamdani, can never run because he wasn't born here.
But in the Democratic Party, I mean, it's sort of, I think the progressives are clearly on top. I think it's going to be a progressive candidate, somebody pretty left-leaning. But
Waiting for him to go like Newsom.
Who knows?
But by the way, that's actually a very good point, Tom, the way Kenneth is saying it, because if you see right now who are the superstars of the left today, two names. Who are the superstars? Mamdani and AOC. And you keep seeing them collaborating. Even the video they made yesterday about how
I mean, to the right, they're not exactly superstars so much as they are a boogeyman. Because again, Mamdani was not born in the United States. So even though he has a lot of energy behind him, the highest office that he could ever really hold, realistically, in the next few years, if he decides to do something after being mayor, it would be governor. Probably it would be like the next thing that he tries to do. But he could never be president. And I don't even know. Actually, don't know if you can join the VP, like a presidential ticket as a VP if you weren't born here.
Spanish illegal immigrants, you can get childcare free in New York, and here's how to get it. Yeah. I don't know if you saw that clip or not.
Gratis.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting is young, good-looking, charming, charismatic, and they at least have ideas they're presenting. Of course, they're socialist ideas. Of course, there may be bad ideas. Of course, history says...
I would love to say that the reason why Mamdani is popular is because he's a socialist, when in reality, he is popular because he's young, he's charismatic, he's energetic, he is not captured by corporate interests. He clearly loves and cares about New York City. He connects with voters. He speaks in ways that are approachable and understandable, digestible. He does not seem out of touch or elitist. He's... I think it's those qualities more than anything that and then he also, promises to deliver materially to people. Yes. But first and foremost, it's all those other things.
These ideas don't work.
And it's like Democrats are allergic to being able to channel that sort of energy.
But they're pitching ideas. There's two different communities. One is sitting there saying, he's evil, he's evil, he's evil. The other one is saying, let's raise taxes on the rich and let's give free benefits to illegal immigrants. Believe
16 inches, I hear. Yeah, he plows 16 inches, right?
it or not, these guys are getting more momentum than these guys. Because there is no ideas here. It's just calling them out. And it's interesting if we go then. By the way, here's a crazy question for you guys.
Crazy.
You know, Kenneth, you were around back in 1992.
I wasn't a young man already in 1992.
I was around.
Kenneth, you were around in 1902.
So the way he said it, but for you, when you watch something like this, you know, and you see the momentum that they're creating, nobody thought if I told you 2 years ago or 3 years ago, a full-on socialist, one step away from a communist, speaks like a communist. He speaks as if he's read the Communist Manifesto 6, 7, 8 times, and he's a Muslim, and in New York City, in the capital of capitalism, in the headquarters of capitalism, right, financial capital of the world that took over London, that a socialist, Muslim, progressive guy's going to become the mayor, people would have said, you're out of your mind.
I mean, I agree with everything that he's saying, but there's something to behold about PBD, who is himself an Iranian expat and refugee, Christian, and he has come to the United States. And only here in the USA could you go from being a refugee to a naturalized U.S. citizen and a multimillionaire because you ran a pyramid scheme that's not outlawed here in the United States. The American dream, baby. So you would think that survivorship bias would anchor him at least to the position that, like, oh yeah, this is popular because, like, I mean, Mamdani has like the wrong politics, but it's basically my story, and in some significant ways there's overlap there. But no, he can comprehend that, like, he was able to do all of these things in the United States, but he can't comprehend like anybody else being able to do it, which is so funny to me.
So if that's the case, do you think it's that crazy to say?
He's truly the worst of the Iranian diaspora, loud and wrong. I mean, what is it? Iranians are basically the Cubans. Iranian expats are like the Cubans in the Middle East, okay? They hate their fucking country. They do not like and again, a lot of Iranians are critical of the Ayatollah and the Iranian regime, okay? But they are outspoken, they tend to love Israel, they love the United States, they hate, they will support any and all interventions to dismantle and topple. He longs and yearns for the Shah, literally a monarchy over what they have now.
You can do that in New York. If you can do that in New York City, maybe you can do that at the national
level. I think PBD smells like really intense cologne. I've met the guy.
level with somebody like an AOC.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying to people all over the world who are sort of worried about the reelection of a Trump-like figure, they're so scared about that. I say, wait till you see the election of a Mamdani-like person, in the United States, what that's going to bring. I mean, the incredible swing, the uncertainty, the fact that you could, our country's so far apart and you could swing from one to the other. But yeah, no, Mamdani is absolutely good looking, charming, knows how to use social media, no question about it. And I do have my sort of, okay, they're very left leaning, but, good friends in New York who kind of like him because basically they said the last two guys were idiots. And so at least he doesn't seem like an idiot, which, he clearly, seems thoughtful, even if not literate economically. So, we'll see.
Even his haters can't deny he's got riz, man.
But I don't know how he's going to do in New York because, I mean, it's not doing that. He inherited all.
What's weird is why doesn't the left hate the Iranian government? The Islamic government crushed the left in the country after the revolution. Snapper, do you think anybody here is really a fan of the fucking Ayatollah or standing them? What people are opposed to here, to the extent that you feel that there is some sort of both sidesism going on between the Iranian regime and the United States or any other nation, any other country in the Middle East, it is because people are very, very skeptical of all of the Iran hawks and people that just want to fucking bomb them.
All this spending, all these fiscal problems.
And it's not because they fucking simp for the Ayatollah. It has everything to do with a very, very healthy dose of skepticism towards Iranian intervention.
And if he raises taxes on the wealthy like he wants to, he's just going to chase them out and it's going to lose money. It's going to make him feel good, but it's going to lose money.
Who's going to pay the biggest price? You're somebody that you've been in the space of studying what works, what doesn't work. This is your world, right? PhD, MIT in economics, chief economist at IMF. Your world is to study what works, what doesn't work, right? When you look at what's going on with New York and the idea of raising wealth taxes, New York and California both are thinking about it. How much common sense does one need to realize they're going to leave? The billionaires are going to leave. How much common sense does it take to realize that?
I tell you, I have good friends. They're very smart in New York. I sit down, I have dinner with, and I say that, and they say, I don't know anyone who's leaving. And somebody else at the dinner will say, well, wait a second, the statistics say a lot of people are leaving. And
why did they get this guy on? It's just like not the right guy for the PBD audience. This is hilarious. What a letdown, man. I really wanted Vinny to be like screaming his fucking head off at like Pelosi. That's what I was there for. And I was like, I'm thoroughly been deprived of this. Okay. All right. Let's see. On to the main event. Candy. Our girl Candace. Okay, but before I do that, if you're watching and you're enjoying the content, please go ahead and follow me if you haven't done so already. If you're watching on YouTube, like the stream, really helps push it out to other people. Subscribe to me. That way you can see when I go live. If you want to catch up on my past VODs, which are timestamped, always, for the most part, they're housed over at my YouTube channel. If you want to follow me anywhere else, I'm at Straighterade _ everything. But if you want to support me, and this is the most important part of what I'm about to say to you, you can follow the donation links in my Twitch chat or YouTube description box, where you will find my Streamlabs tip link, which is the best and most ideal way to support me because I only take like 2% versus YouTube that takes fucking 30%. And Twitch that takes like half because I'm only an affiliate, but I'm working my way to partner very, very slowly. You can also sub to me on Twitch, use your Amazon Prime thing or whatever to do it for free or something. Give subs throughout the chat. Give people the lovely, lovely gift of an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. And yeah, let's do Candace, who is literally live streaming this shit to 215,000 people live concurrently. Let's see. Bride of Charlie. Oh, but first we have to look at like what made me interested in this, which is, of course, Ben Shapiro.
Sick and evil.
Who uploaded a video. Candace Owens is evil. You may as well have titled it unironically evil. This was a day ago and has 609,000 views. He is upset that this woman that he propped up and who again has demonstrated bigotry towards literally every demographic under the sun, except even towards black people, right? Except maybe like Christians. Wow, shocker. She is also an anti-Semite.
Evil Candace Owens has now released a trailer for her new series attacking Erika Kirk, the widow of Charlie Kirk.
God forbid anybody criticize or attack Erika Kirk, right? Very normal individual who we all love.
Prepare for President Trump's State of the Union address, and we're going to analyze the top global box office hit Wuthering Heights and explore what its perversity actually means for our civilization. But first, everyone knows what the legacy media is going to look like tonight. It'll be somewhat depressing, somewhat dramatic. Caitlin Collins will be a little outraged, but President Trump is going to be making his State of the Union, and you can hang out with us instead. We have our very own State of the Union watch party. It kicks off 8 p.m. Eastern with a live pre-show hosted by Cabot Phillips. We'll get you ready for President Donald Trump's big night, which you can watch right here. And then once the speech is over, we're just getting student friendly, and it's really troubling, twisted human being.
Okay, here we go.
Because everywhere else. Now, I need to take a breath here, because what I'm about to discuss is significantly more serious and truly troubling. Candace Owens, as you may have heard me refer at the top of the show, is an evil, twisted human being. Now, the reason I say that today is because Candace has spent the last
This is just, we're not watching this whole thing. We're just going to watch a little bit of it. This is just an hour of Ben Shapiro making Candace seem really fucking cool. That's all you're going to be doing by sawing out at her over this.
several months, attacking the widow of Charlie Kirk, Erika Kirk. It took her just a few days after Charlie's sick murder in order to start casting aspersions at Turning Point USA, people who work there all the way up to the highest levels, up to and including Erika Kirk. She was doing that very, very quickly, and she's been doing it for months. I mean, truly for months. Yesterday, she came out with something that she had announced she was doing, which is a series. This is a trailer for a series, a teaser trailer that is titled Bride of Charlie, which is supposedly now an expose on the evil, nefarious.
Again, he's like, what, the Daily Wire didn't fund all of Candace Owens' like conspiracy fueled different like docu-series or whatever. I'm pretty sure she started the Macron shit while she was still at the Daily Wire, and that was funded in part by them, as well as the what was the George Floyd thing or whatever. She's like one of the progenitors of the whole like Derek Chauvin's fucking innocent, and like George Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose. Like, I think this came later or whatever. She said Harvey Weinstein is innocent. She takes Justin Baldoni's side in Blake Lively versus Justin Baldoni, and then this shit, which is just great.
Predatory nature of Erika Kirk, the widow of Charlie Kirk, who again was shot in the neck, not by some sort of vast conspiracy involving French intelligence and Egyptian airplanes, but by a trans-loving gay man who was a furry. That That is the actual story. And because Candace Owens is either going through the throes of mental illness or because she is a sick human being or both, she has decided that she is going to turn her fire on the widow. Don't believe me? I know. Listen, there are a lot of people who listen to Candace. She has a huge audience. This is what she does. This is who she is. She is a conspiratorial, evil person.
Yes, she was always this. Even when she worked at your network, when you fucking hired her and she was there for years, she was always like this. This is nothing new, Ben. You're just mad that who she's fucking aiming the schizophrenia gun at, okay? And you're mad that it's hitting some of your friends, right?
Because that's who would do something like this. A conspiratorial, evil person. Now, the only reason that I'm playing this trailer is so you understand the extent of the evil that Candace Owens is perpetrating here. Because
we're about to show a highlight reel. We're about to show Candace probably being incredibly base to most people, because who the fuck likes Erika Kirk? She's a fucking freak.
Do not wish to promote her propagandistic horror that she is now pushing on a grieving widow with small children. The entire purpose of this is so you understand what Candace Owens is and what she is doing. I have to show you this thing so you understand that I'm not exaggerating, that I'm not making it up, that the thing that I'm saying is a thing Candace is doing. Because otherwise it would be kind of unbelievable. I get this all the time with regard to Candace. I get it with regard to other personalities too. But what happened to her? Does she really mean this stuff? Does she mean the kind of stuff that she says? Take her at her word. Here is what she is doing. Here is the trailer for her hot garbage fire of nonsense conspiracy mongering defecation. Here's the trailer she just released.
Defecation,
for
okay.
her series of attacks. It's going to be an entire series of attacks on Erika Kirk. Again, she's been retailing and implying and basically saying out loud a lot of this stuff on her show for months. 4 months. People cannot claim that they were ignorant that this was happening. They know it was happening, and they let it go. We'll get to them in a moment. But here is the trailer that she released yesterday.
President Trump says that Kirk has died after he was shot from a nearby building.
After being shot at Utah Valley University.
The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead.
The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
Oh my God, the fact that... Dude, Candace using that clip where she sounds like a fucking moron because she uses the word cry in a sentence twice.
I didn't even get to give him a kiss.
She just knows her mind.
That young man. I forgive him.
Take your time.
Erika Kirk has been named the new CEO of Turning Point USA.
My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead.
It's weird to say excited. Describes her husband's funeral as the event of the century. Merch, hats.
We have 50,000 plus hat orders.
Nobody knows why she's out there in a glittering pantsuit in a recreated tent that her husband tragically was murdered in.
Why would you show this? Why would you think that you're going to get people to side with you? You're just like, again, who the fuck cares about this woman? Drop it. It's insane. Dude, only clicked on this video to see the comments. Since we're talking about evil, any thoughts on your good friend Benjamin? I guess like Netanyahu. Remember when Shapiro said the Epstein files didn't exist? Charlie Kirk never liked you, so stop acting like you ever cared about him. I forget that there are some people who truly like find this to be like a righteous crusade on Charlie's behalf, even though he would obviously be annoyed that Candace Owens is going after his wife. Ben, tell us ratio of likes and dislikes on this video, please. No, the elites are quite real vampires, but your crickets on that. Damn, Ben, what are you so afraid of? This is amazing.
And throwing merch out.
See, Hassan showed Candace's chat was botted today. No, I don't watch him, but how did he know?
Everyone reads differently, so if someone's acting weird, don't read into that.
Zionists, the Prime Minister of Israel, all lied through their teeth about Charlie Kirk.
Her operation...
I mean, it was absolutely bizarre that Benjamin Netanyahu went out of his way to be like, and we did not kill Charlie Kirk. Yeah, that's definitely not going to be a conspiracy supercharger.
Was in Constanta, the epicenter of Romania's trafficking scandal.
Weird conversations to have with a 15-year-old. I'm going to touch your butt.
$8.6 million to their own shell company. What is going on?
Oh yeah, apparently I saw things that like she talked to like a minor or something like that. Weird shit.
My aunt used to tell me, never do something that you don't want on the front page of a newspaper.
Yeah, this is literally just like free promo. I don't know why you did this.
So,
stupid.
That's what Candace Owens has been spending her days doing, and millions of people, of course, have been watching her as she's been doing this. Apparently, she has been calling Erika Kirk a lesbian pedophile, grooming a 15-year-old. She is suggesting, of course, she has been suggesting for a while, that TPUSA was complicit, if not in the murder of Charlie Kirk, then in the cover-up of the murder of Charlie Kirk. This is the stuff that Candace Owens has been doing. Because Candace Owens is a true vampire when it comes to conservatism and the conservative movement. She finds prominent people, and then she grifts off of them, and then she does more grifting off of them, and then she grifts them until she's done grifting them, then she moves on to the next thing she can grift off of.
You know a thing about that, right?
Truly sick, truly evil. You lack for words. There is a biblical injunction, for those of us who actually care about the Bible, there's a biblical injunction in Exodus 22 that you ought not to oppress any widow or orphan. Now, the reason that I focus in on this is because aside from the fact that Candace drives huge numbers through slandering people, truly slandering them. And yes, Erika Kirk absolutely should sue the living hell out of Candace Owens for this sort of stuff.
Granny the Hun, thank you so much for the $25 donation via Ko-fi. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Keep it up. Thank you so much for the donation.
The reason I bring this up is because there's been a wide and vast silence by people who should have spoken out about this months and months and months ago. In fact, some of us were calling this out from the stage of TPUSA in December. Here's what I had to say about Candace doing exactly this thing. This is back in December. Okay, it is now nearly the end of February, and the same people who I suggested were silent then are silent now.
So, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk...
Okay, now we're just cutting to Ben Shapiro himself. Oh, you guys, ad in 3 minutes, okay? If you want to avoid these ads, the only way you can do that, unfortunately, is subscribing to me. Get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes, or if somebody is generous enough to gift subs throughout this chat to other people and be a lucky recipient of such generosity, you can also use your Twitch Prime sub to me.
Casting aspersions at TPUSA and the people who work here, who worked with Charlie every single day, his best friends, to cast aspersions at Mikey McCoy and Andrew Colvin and Blake Neff and Tyler Boyer, and yes, at Erika Kirk, and to imply or outright claim complicity in a cover-up over Charlie's murder, to spew absolutely baseless trash, implicating everyone from French intelligence to Mossad to members of TPUSA in Charlie's murder or a cover-up in that murder, then we, as people with a microphone, have a moral obligation to call that out by name. Erika Kirk and TPUSA never should have been put in the position to have to defend themselves against such specious and evil attacks, particularly in a time of mourning. And the people who refuse to condemn Candace's truly vicious attacks, and some of them are speaking here, are guilty of cowardice. Yes, cowardice. The fact that they have said nothing while Candace has been vomiting all sorts of hideous and conspiratorial nonsense into the public square for years is just as cowardly.
When the signs are there for years on end, and people say nothing, and people continue to say nothing today, that's cowardice, obviously. Where are Charlie's friends? Where are Charlie's closest friends?
Again, like does he at any point mention the fact that he used to fucking employ this woman?
Where are all the people who proclaimed solidarity with Charlie and with Erika today? What are they doing? And for all the people who are watching Candace stitch together a bunch of specious...
If you want to help Erika Kirk through this, the best thing you can do is shut the fuck up and draw no attention to it. Because drawing any attention to it unambiguously helps Candace Owens, because Erika Kirk is a fucking freak. She is weird. She's off-putting. Even to the fucking right, they're not huge fans. Who decided to push this woman to the front of the public consciousness in light of Charlie Kirk's death? I'm sure I don't know. Okay, I don't know why it had to be her, but I mean, Charlie Kirk seemed to want that, so I guess it's Charlie Kirk is the kind of short and simple answer. But if there were other, there has to have been a board at TPUSA that also pushed for her. Did she need to be this public? No, she could have done this shit from behind the scenes, and there could have been somebody else who kind of assumed the mantle of Charlie Kirk. Why it had to be her, I don't know. So, but she's like an op, dude. People on the right think she's fucking weird.
Nonsense, because they like the gossip of it, because they enjoy the tawdry Maury Povich silliness of it, because they're watching.
I think he's just into her. I don't think it's that, honestly.
Car crash at the side of the road.
Also, Ben seems like a brunette guy, not a blonde guy.
Please have some more respect for your own brain than that. Please have some more respect for yourself than that. Truly. Because what she's doing is evil. And when you watch her show, she gets paid to do that evil.
Okay.
That is how she is making her money.
Right.
She is making money off the murder of Charlie Kirk by literally implicating his widow and everyone else at TPUSA in that murder, and then trying to dig up pseudo dirt on the wife of the person who was murdered. I don't know what to call that other than evil trash, but you are too smart for this. I mean, the fact is...
True, never liked Erika, and I'm right-leaning. I mean, I'm right-leaning too. I'm a conservative streamer, okay? And all of my conservative viewers, they fucking hate Erika Kirk.
That while Candace Owens is obviously good at broadcasting, she's very good on camera, she happens not to be a particularly smart human being. She just isn't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to break it to everybody. She is not some sort of magical genius guiding you through the mysteries of life, unpacking for you all of the secrets of how the world really works.
I wonder if this is like waking up any of his native audience to the fact that, oh, Ben Shapiro is literally not persuasive to anybody else outside of his like echo chamber. Like, if they can for a minute imagine how he must come off to people that like are on the left or liberal or like just don't align with him already, like, oh, I always wondered, how could people not like Ben Shapiro? He's always spitting facts. How do you not like this guy? That's how you don't like this guy, because he sounds like this to everybody else, and that's really, really off-putting.
Works. She is a grifter who is making money off of you by telling you lies that are unbelievably stupid. But
Exodus is the second book. I'm surprised he didn't mention it in the Torah. Torah. I don't know how you say it. Usually the term Bible is reserved for texts in the New Testament, especially if you're a practicing Jew. He clearly knows who his audience is. I was literally thinking that as he was reading this, like, actually, and it's like, dude, you think Candace Owens, again, a raging anti-Semite, is interested in being lectured on Christian exegesis and like biblical interpretation from anybody who's not a Christian, least of all a Jewish person, least of all you, Ben Shapiro? Like, why are you going to do that? If you think that you're going to be able to like fling Bible verses at her, it's like, it's not going to fucking work.
Evocative. In fact, that could be.
Raul2295R, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 1. I really, really appreciate it.
Name of her autobiography, Stupid But Evocative, by Candace Owens, except she would pronounce it evocative. Coming up, we'll get to chaos in New York first.
Okay, that's a deep cut. There's like an account on Twitter that I'm obsessed with that is like, all it does is like go through Candace Owens, like finds clips of Candace Owens like pronouncing words in like bizarre ways.
Let's be honest, most of us have no idea what phytonutrients are. That's exactly why our sponsor, Balance of Nature,
Okay, after screaming about Candace Owens, we show for phytonutrients and then ExpressVPN. Do we get back to this? And then, no, he gets into the actual news. Okay, but I was trying to wait till the ad break ends to get started on this. So this was streamed 8 hours ago. Or it says 3 hours ago. Was it 3 hours ago? Let's see. When was this streamed? No, 8 hours ago. Has 2 million views. This is episode 1. Bride of Charlie, A Wrinkle in Time. She's going to have a fucking field day with this, man. Let's see if she fucking cooks in this. So a little preview, a little teaser. Okay, let's go through the chapters in this. There's the intro. Elizabeth Lane's statement on Erika Kirk and thoughts. Don't know who Elizabeth is. Wrinkles and upbringing, wrinkles in family history, the wrinkle in time school. I don't know why Candace Owens decided to go with this wrinkle in time theme, but okay, I'm here for it, maybe. Then comments, and then you can donate. Oh, this is for like her sponsor. Just so funny that they're sponsors for this shit. Like there's like corporate backing for this venture.
Okay, you guys, there is a very strange thing happening right now where a young woman with absolutely zero professional qualifications has been inserted at the top of a charity organization that pulled in over $250 million last year. And the media is telling you that you have no right to know or to ask anything about her. The argument being made is that her husband was murdered. Therefore, she has a right to assume the position. And despite the fact that Turning Point USA is a literal charity, and therefore does not even have to pay tax on that $250 million plus or pay tax on the alleged future billions that it's due to rake in thanks to a deal with a man named Pierre. These talking heads are claiming that the public simply wanting to ensure the person who is running that organization is, I don't know, at a bare minimum, moderately honest about who she says she is. No, that inquiry makes you a monster. So I guess your job is to head to work 9 to 5, receive a flurry of unsolicited emails and text messages reminding you that Charlie Kirk, the innocent man that you watched be executed in broad daylight live, you're to be reminded that that was her Charlie. My Charlie needs your help. Here's how you can give us your 401k and house. The emails have been landing into your inbox at an alarming rate, saying things like that. There's virtually nothing that the feds are telling.
I mean, like, this doesn't even get into the fact, if I search GiveSendGo, Erika Kirk, she didn't organize this, but she's a recipient of this. Is it, if I put Charlie Kirk, maybe Charlie Kirk family. Oh my God. Yeah, support the Kirk family. This is the official support page for the Kirk family. If you would like to donate more than $100,000, please email donate@charliekirk.com. The world is devastated by the death of the founder and CEO of Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk. He was a devoted husband, father, friend, and a mentor who touched the lives of millions of people in countless ways. But Charlie left much more than a memory, legacy, and mission behind. His wife, Erika, and his 2 beautiful children remain with us. As we carry forward Charlie's work, as we carry the flame, one might say, we also carry the responsibility of supporting, loving, and praying for his family. Charlie stood for family above all else, so we ask that you join us in honoring Charlie by standing with Erika and the Kirk family today. Please consider giving whatever you can to provide for his family's future. Keep in mind, this is still up. They have raised $2.5 million for this family that already has a net worth of like literally multi-million dollars. Like Charlie Kirk has like 2 houses, one mansion in like fucking Arizona and another like his like land elsewhere. Campaign funds will be received by Erika Kirk. So just on this alone, they have raised $2.5 million. Okay. And it still gets money. Anonymous, $50. Somebody put their hard-earned money every single day. Some other fucking rube donates to this. Every single time I've ever looked it up on stream, there is always a fucking donation that has like just happened in the last like 24 hours. Thank you for your inspirational dedication and determination. Danielle, $50, 13 hours ago. I'm like, this also could be money laundering. Who fucking knows? Okay, who fucking knows, right? May God bless you and your children. $19, anonymous, 3 days ago, no message. Shannon Fidanza, $20. Somebody named themselves Charlie Kirk, $20. Keep aiming up, anonymous, $10. Anonymous, $200. Thank you, Erika, for sharing your and Charlie's faith and life journey with other Christians in the world. And it goes on and on and on. $100. Like $20 here, $100 there. It's just fucking insanity to give your money to this fucking multimillionaire.
Telling us about his murder, that makes any objective sense. But if you're feeling weird about any of that, you're reminded constantly that she is a grieving widow. She's a grieving widow. That sentence, in my opinion, is this year's Trust the Science. She's a grieving widow. The mainstream media, of course, Zionists implied, are effectively telling you to roll up your sleeves and get the vaccine again, dopes. Tyler Robinson did it. Erika Kirk is grieving. Please allow her to do so in the privacy of the billion-dollar charity that she took over.
Zionists want you to get the vaccine.
Remember when they did the 6 feet social distancing thing? They cast that spell. Let your granddad die alone in the hospital. If you desire to see your grandma this Thanksgiving, it's because you're a demon from the gates of hell.
Okay, we're 2 minutes in doing COVID denial. Cool.
Resist your human instincts. Obey the government. It's the same kind of messaging, the same kind of emotional manipulation, but it's a new year. Still have questions or concerns about who Erika Kirk is and why she seems to have lied many times on record? Well, you're Satan, and I'm sorry that you are. And also, I would like to remind you that you are destroying Charlie's legacy. Now, it is very important that I remind you, we haven't even said anything yet. A 2-minute trailer resulted in one of the most aggressive preemptive PR strikes that I have ever seen. They posted photos of my manager's infant daughter, my makeup artist, my family members. They left a voicemail for my producer. Okay. Well, this was initially supposed to be just 3 episodes.
Is it wrong that I am enjoying this civil war between genuinely evil people? I'm trying to be a better person, but this just fills me with an ugly joy. I mean, what would be morally wrong about that? Maybe that demonstrates my own moral bankruptcy, but I fail to see how this is like wrong to enjoy.
But now I'm thinking about a season 2 and a season 3. Because if you haven't quite figured me out yet or thought through how we got here, I don't like it when innocent people are targeted and attacked and on rare occasions shot in the neck in broad daylight. No one blinked when entire investigative series and books were written about Hillary Clinton, Michelle.
Yes, it's bad. Explain to me how these hens fucking, pecking each other's eyes out is actually bad.
Obama, Meghan Markle, because they're public figures. I've effectively endured 10 years in politics with nonstop exposés and investigations into my background, but we're told Erika is somehow untouchable. Let me tell you something. The truth does not require a multi-million-dollar PR campaign. It also does not fear inspection. So welcome to Bride of Charlie.
Amazing.
We have nothing to hide.
An investigative series.
Where should we begin in the story? I think maybe with just a blanket statement, something is not right with Erika Kirk. And despite a most aggressive influence campaign, which at one point even included a signed letter from the Secretary of Treasury assuring us that Turning Point is above board, an amazing organization.
I think this is like the best project for her because really, like, Erika Kirk is like, yeah, it's going to like harm her or whatever, but like the more the public saw of Erika Kirk, she was on that same trajectory, for one. For two, this is like unironically based off of like how much she's going to like lean into like Zionist, which is a dog whistle for Jews from her. Like Jewish people will be hurt more by this series than Erika Kirk ever could be or will be, because again, she's just a psycho freak. So this is like not the worst thing. Like I almost kind of like love this for Candace. Okay.
And despite, in addition to that, a flurry of homosexual men making over dramatic videos about sheer evil.
It's bad for you, but it doesn't matter morally. Or okay, that I agree. Okay, this is what I have. Like, it is true slop consumption.
Full. No, not mass murdering children. Sheer evil, investigating someone at the helm of a billion-dollar company. Despite all that.
And there's also like Erika Kirk has just a lot of weird shit. Like she has like said lately, like, oh, Charlie was like one of my first boyfriends, and I didn't like the pageant life. Like, I didn't really like doing any of these things, but there's just this entire corpus of clips and videos and interviews and all of these different things and ventures that she was part of to try to like get her name out there. And I'm not just talking about the pageantry stuff. Like she was in music videos, apparently. There are photos of her with like a ex-fiance and like past boyfriends. She claims she didn't used to drink. There's like a video clip showing that she may have been drinking at different points. Like, this mythologizing that she engaged in around herself is like totally coming to bite her in the ass, because she was clearly somebody who was interested in having a media career or social climbing to some extent, or both.
The public remains unconvinced that she is simply a grieving widow, because she isn't simply a grieving widow. She's also the CEO and chairman of an organization. In fact, during our preparation for this series, an investigative journalist named Elizabeth Lane went
then like flirting with a 15-year-old. Something like that. Hold on.
Viral on X, because what she authored about Erika was brilliant. It just was objectively brilliant. It gave voice to what millions of people worldwide were feeling, but didn't exactly know how to express. And I'm going to read you her words in their entirety because I think it's very important. Okay. Elizabeth Lane wrote, "I'm going to be blunt. I have reached the point where I find Erika Kirk to be deeply disturbing, not because of rumors or gossip, but because of consistent, observable patterns of behavior. To be clear, everything I say in this post is my opinion. I am not claiming this as a fact. I am saying this is what I think Erika Kirk is. I come from the world of acting and modeling. I have spent years around social climbers, opportunists, image curators, and people who treat relationships like ladders. That is why I left that world. Most of these people are shallow and harmless. A few are dangerous. Erika falls into the latter category not because she is just ambitious, but because of how calculated and performative her ambition appears to be. I believe she may be a psychopath. What stands out immediately is the reaction that she provokes in other people, which is very common with psychopaths. Across the board, including people who support her publicly, the private reaction is the same. It's, I can't watch her. It's not a criticism, it's just a physical discomfort. True. People turn off interviews because the presentation feels artificial to the point of being unbearable. Let me explain. That kind of response does not happen accidentally and does not happen often. Research in psychology shows that humans
There's a psychological and biological reason why you are innately repulsed when it comes to Erika Kirk. I mean, maybe. Like, it's like a disgust response. Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. Only Candace could make an analogy between Charlie Kirk getting murked and COVID-19, our conspiracy queen. I mean, that's why she's the best, man. She's like the fucking LeBron James of conspiracy theories. Like, you really must doff your cap when you see this level of mental illness on display and channeled into a fun little side project for her.
Highly sensitive to emotional incongruence, mismatches between a facial expression, tone, and content. When the effect appears simulated rather than genuine, the brain registers it as a threat. This activates discomfort and avoidance, even if the person cannot consciously explain why. So many of us felt this way, but we could not explain why we could not watch her. Studies on psychopathy, particularly those building on the work of psychologists like Robert Hare, describe traits such as a rehearsed emotional display and shallow affect. These traits can create what observers experience as an uncanny interpersonal dynamic. The discomfort arises and people want to shut it off because most people rarely encounter extreme affective mimicry in everyday life. So the brain struggles to categorize what it is detecting. Erika is attractive enough, and she had every tool in her possession to sell this organically, except for one thing, emotion. The entire story of what happened could have helped her sell this fully. She really would have been the last person on earth to be a suspect, if not for the FBI's terrible mistakes, Turning Point USA's lies, and her very fake performance. Plenty of attractive, ambitious women move through media spaces without triggering that response, even though we know what they are. This is about something else, an extreme disconnect between presentation that she puts out and the perceived authenticity. Erika is not the archetype of a model actress seeking money and fame and then settling into a quiet life with a wealthy, good-looking husband. She is the wolf type, who wants to be in the place of that husband.
Type?
She is not born for a supporting role. She's a decision maker.
This seems like a cousin to the like alpha, beta bullshit.
Appears to pursue proximity to power, moving fluidly between television, nonprofits, branding opportunities, and ideological spaces that maximize her exposure. Her previous partners are guys that women like her would date, muscular, jacked, good-looking, even though they are not people with huge potential. They are all somewhat established. They are good stepping stones until the right person shows up. Now looking at her previous partners, I would say that Charlie probably was not her type visually, but he was exactly what she was looking for in a man. Potential to be a great
Charlie was not her type visually.
Power. What Erika was looking for is the same thing Hillary Clinton was looking for.
So like now we're like, again, it's still a dig at Erika Kirk, as they're obviously insinuating that she just married for money or whatever, but like, are people really going to like defend that? No, probably not.
When she met
Charlie
Bill.
Kirk was like Charlie Kirk was nobody's type visually, to be fair.
She recognized that Bill Clinton was her ticket to power, the power that she could control, and she was right. She realized that she could create a great brand out of him and herself, and they still are a brand, the Clintons. No one in this world can say that those two love each other. They are a brand that works. That's why she's sticking around despite Epstein and Lewinsky. Also, if you think Bill is the decision maker there, you must have never been in close proximity to the Clintons. She moves the game. She is the decision maker. Erika saw a brand with Charlie. She also saw that Charlie could one day become president of the United States if he wanted to. Charlie had the ear of the most powerful segment of any society, students. He was going to be a very important player in politics, and she was not missing that ride.
He was. Oh wait, when they got together, I was like, he was already important.
What is striking is how completely her public identity reshapes itself after that relationship begins. The aesthetic, the tone, the values, the presentation all change. Overnight, the persona shifts into the role that best suits Charlie's world. Devoted Christian, modest, a supportive housewife. That kind of rapid adaptation is quite impressive for a usual person, but not for a psychopath because they do it all the time. In my head, the story goes like this. For a moment, it works. She becomes the wife of a rising political figure with access to donors, institutions, and national platforms. At that point, the ceiling isn't social media influence. It's empire building, foundations, global reach, a legacy, a brand, the Kirks. It's obvious that Charlie listens to her, whether it's about donors or the trajectory of Turning Point USA. The most influential figure in any mentally healthy man's life is going to be his wife. She's going to be the biggest influence, and that is just how it is. That is why you need to pick your partner wisely. And everything was going well until Charlie began making decisions based on conscience rather than expansion and money. He turns down money. He refuses to play dirty politics. I am assuming someone like Erika, who married into this because she had a vision for this.
Like, what is this? He turns down money or whatever? Charlie Kirk, since he turned fucking 18 and co-founded Turning Point USA with a literal, multi-millionaire. Okay, it was like a Coke AstroTurf venture that all he did was the bidding of capitalists. So, what is this? He turned down money shit.
This brand would not be very happy about that. The life she appears to have signed up for, the power couple, expanding influence, historical relevance, was collapsing into something else entirely. Domesticity, housewife, kids, and now Charlie refusing to accept the money that can make him a global power. A supporting role instead of center stage is not her thing. Her husband died a few days ago, and she walks onto the stage as if she was born there. It comes naturally to her. She knows it and she wants it. Just days after her husband's death, she was already laying out ambitious plans for the company over Zoom. It's obvious she was always deeply involved in the business and knew exactly where to pick up when her turn came. What people struggle to watch, what makes the screen unbearable, is not grief. It's the absence of emotional continuity.
This is this wall of text is actually kind of boring, and I wish Candace would get to her fucking schizoanalysis already.
Performances can be learned. Trust me, as a former actress, I can speak to that.
Yeah, this is an AI script someone proofread and edited for real.
But emotion cannot be improvised or mimicked if you've never experienced it. That's why I think we are dealing with a psychopath who has never really experienced these emotions and does not know how to play them. And audiences feel it instantly. It's fake. Again, this is just my opinion.
Love that disclaimer.
It's a good place to start.
Me after saying something totally insane and unhinged or whatever. Just my opinion, you guys.
It is a good place to start because there are a lot of things that Elizabeth said there that I think...
Any disagreeers in chat? It's just my opinion, just my thoughts.
I am going to be able to prove adapting her personality to suit the people that she meets.
No, the AI, that Twitter post was absolutely edited or probably fucking generated by AI.
the lies that she tells. I've done a lot of work here speaking to ex-boyfriends, speaking to old classmates. I really wanted to get a sense of who Erika was. And also, in a word, yes, I concur. There is something about her. I don't know any single personality in the media or politics that has had the same effect that Erika has had on people worldwide. She's a rare bird, okay?
She has disturbed many of us, yeah.
She has actually managed to unify the left and the right on a single perspective. Think about that, how amazing that is. Say what you will about Hillary Clinton, but she had a true following on the left, right? It was a bloody match back in 2016. Now, beyond Erika, what Elizabeth is diving into here is psychology, right? She's guessing and she's speaking about psychology, a social science that was created, to be very clear, by German mystical Jews, right? They believed in mystical Judaism. They were practicing the occult. Now, if you are a regular viewer of this show, you know that I have sort of obsessed myself with this history over the past 2 years, the books that we read in book club, all about the very dark history of
Candace Owens book club,
modern psychology and its direct relationship to child abuse, trauma-based mind control.
Come on, you don't think Candace vetted that? I'm sure she did.
That's what the book, The Assault on Truth, lays out. This person wasn't just an author that was guessing when he wrote this book. He was in control of the Sigmund Freud archives and lost his entire career just trying to ring the alarm on what these scientists knew. He explains that they abuse children with the goal of transforming them into future psychopaths that can be controlled. That is the science that was brought here to America via Operation Paperclip. What began as Project...
Oh my God, why are we talking about Operation Paperclip in this?
Project Monarch in Germany ultimately became MK Ultra in America. The Manson murders, the 60s.
Okay, like MK Ultra was a thing. Project Monarch is still like conspiracy shit.
All of that was our government, CIA gone wild after the assassination of JFK for drugging and experimenting upon citizens with the explicit goal of controlling.
I feel like I can feel Tom Cruise leaning into the screen, dude. Like, oh my God, if Candace Owens became a Scientologist, the content, dude, that would be like peak. I need her to do that.
Minds, social engineering, making people get into a formation. These are indisputable and historical facts. This brought forth the dawn of serial killers in America, too many of them with curious ties to the military. Yeah, MK Ultra was a military grade program. Truthfully, behind every unthinkable crime is a deranged psychologist and a prescription cabinet. If you think that MK Ultra ever stopped, I hope that the Epstein files and the stunning defense of the Epstein files from our quote unquote elites helped to shatter that illusion for you. We discussed MK Ultra during the Kamala Chronicles. Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, is suing me for merely mentioning MK Ultra on Tim Dillon's show. How bizarre. Why is the president of France, who himself is a victim of minor sex abuse, so concerned about that conversation being opened up? Independent study into Sigmund Freud and what he and his colleagues were doing in Vienna is crucial for you to understand what is going on in this world and the way that the world works, okay? Now, pivoting back to Erika and her story, I will tell you my personal opinion.
Yeah, I don't think that's why they were suing her. Yeah, okay, spoiler, that's not why.
My experience with her. What alarms me about Erika isn't so much the fact that she lies, which we will prove to you over and over again, but it's also the fact that I don't know that she's aware that she's lying. It's almost as though she doesn't remember. Like the version that she's telling us today or yesterday was just recently downloaded into her mind, and she therefore thinks it's true, like a faulty memory or something. I'm saying that I'm not sure if she's...
Wait, what?
Or yesterday doesn't remember that she's aware that she's lying. It's almost as though she doesn't remember. Like the version that...
No, like, okay, this is already like undercutting the narrative, okay? Like you're already leaning too much into the like she is at once like weak and also like a manipulative like psychopath. Okay, like I guess you're trying to introduce doubt that all of this is like Machiavellian, and she's like, maybe she's a pathological liar. Maybe she doesn't realize what she's doing, but she absolutely does realize what she's doing. She's more media trained than ever, and every single lie that she has promulgated throughout ever since Charlie has died has not been just an accident or whatever.
She's telling us today or yesterday was just recently downloaded into her mind, and she therefore thinks it's true, like a faulty memory or something. I'm saying that I'm not sure if she's fully aware that she's lying, because it's like some of the lies are so stupid. She's just sort of going. I want you to also know, by the way, of course, we reached out ahead of this episode. We reached out to her specifically with just 4 questions pertaining to past statements that she's made.
Yeah, great. What do you think? Wow. What do we think? Do we think Erika Kirk commented on this?
Do not appear to align with the reality of what we have discovered. Okay. For example, here's just one example. We are told that Erika France was raised by a strong, independent, entrepreneurial, single mother.
And that's her maiden name, like France or something like that?
Who taught her how to be a good Christian, a devout Catholic mother. Lori Franzwey, right? As an aside, that this Catholic mom, who am I to judge Catholics, but
I swear during the town hall, Erika Kirk talked shit about her mom and said that the reason why she did pageants is because she was pressured to by her mother.
She's been married 4 times that I can see. We'll talk about that more down the line. More importantly, though, you will recall that Erika sat down for an in-person interview with the New York Times days after Charlie was publicly assassinated.
Let me guess. This is when she's going to bring up that she specifically requested to see Charlie Kirk after he had been shot, even though the police and the coroner were saying, you probably don't want to see this. And she said that he had a Mona Lisa smile on his face. Definitely normal.
Fascinated. And she confirmed to them that the least traumatizing part about Charlie's assassination was the prospect of her now having to raise her children alone. She wasn't traumatized by that idea because she had...
Wait, did she actually say that? New York Times, Erika Kirk, not traumatized children. I don't know what else, but... For Erika Kirk, a husband's life cut short by violence he seemed to foresee. In an interview, the wife of the conservative activist Charlie Kirk said she had implored him to wear a bulletproof vest, but she sees divine work in his death. This was September 21st, 2025. During the past 11 days of heartache and anger, Erika Kirk has found herself returning, as if by gravitational pull, to a single moment. It is the recollection of how, on what turned out to be the last night of Charlie Kirk, her husband, he was too excited to sleep. His adrenal glands were just going off, she recalled. Okay. During an hour-and-a-half interview on Thursday, 8 days after Mr. Kirk, 31, same age as Jesus, by the way, when he was killed, crucified. One of the nation's preeminent conservative influencers and the founder of the youth activist group Turning Point USA was gunned down while debating students at Utah Valley University. That's a nice way to put farming TikTok clips. He got up and I could hear him eating something in the kitchen. He'd been waiting all summer to begin touring. The visits to college campuses, she said, were like an Olympic event for him. He trained for them. He had whiteboard sessions for hours, mock debates. He was just so excited. Okay. Allowing myself to feel this deeply, she said, without medication, without alcohol. The Lord is giving me discernment. Okay. If I put raise, maybe. Children. Why am I on caps lock? I put kids. Kid. Where would she have confirmed this? I want to see what they did to my husband. Let's see. Pronounced dead. The bullet. Oh, this is what it was. Mr. Kirk's chartered plane traveled back to Scottsdale to ferry his wife to Provo. He was pronounced dead as she was airborne. I'm looking at the clouds in the mountains, Ms. Kirk recalled of those surreal hours. It was such a gorgeous day, and I was thinking this is exactly what he last saw. The sheriff met her in the hospital. He offered her the option of seeing the body, but she said advised against it. The bullet, he explained, had ravaged Mr. Kirk's neck. With all due respect, Ms. Kirk remembered saying, I want to see what they did to my husband. She was braced for the worst, but what she saw surprised her. His eyes were semi-open, Ms. Kirk said, and he had this knowing Mona Lisa-like half smile, like he died happy, like Jesus rescued him, the bullet came, he blinked, and he was in heaven. Yeah, I don't think Charlie Kirk is in heaven. She had not been able to kiss him goodbye when he left the house earlier that morning. She did so then. Weird. Dating a Miss Arizona, blah, blah, blah. What do you say? 5 years of marriage. Christian union felt organic rather than imposed. They watch sports. Blood on a ledger. I'm just trying to see, do they mention his kids? I don't see anything about the kids. Candace Owens. Candace Owens, get something wrong? No way. I just don't know that, where is this? This claim that, Like, there were weird claims made in that, but that wasn't one of them.
Seen after Charlie was publicly assassinated, and she confirmed to
y'all are vicious. His smile was famous for a different reason.
Them that the least traumatizing part about Charlie's assassination was the prospect of her now having to raise her children alone. She wasn't traumatized by that idea because she had seen the example set for her by her mother growing up. As People magazine later echoed, quote, Erika Kirk has learned a lot from her mother, Lori Franzwey. After welcoming her daughter in November of 1988, Franzwey divorced Erika's father, Kent Franzwey, and raised her as a single mother in Scottsdale, Arizona. Lori spent nearly 2 decades working for General Electric before founding multiple companies in the network security industry, according to her LinkedIn. So you can see they're seeding the public with the idea that you can raise kids and be a single mom and also be a CEO and boss babe it. Okay. The only problem is that it's just not true. Erika was not raised by a single mother, like at all. Erika's father, Kent Franzwey, by the way, he's Kenneth Franzwey, but he goes by Kent, was always in her life. So much so that for entire years of her childhood, Kent was actually a stay-at-home dad. So almost the exact opposite thing was true at one point. Now, you don't have to take my word for it. You can actually take Erika's. Take a listen.
Hold on. I do not want to knock the stay-at-home dads. I do not. There are some who had to temporarily have to switch that role. That happened to my parents a long time ago. Granted, again, they got a divorce, so that probably falls into your bucket. But
I am an anthropologist.
But my dad was a stay-at-home dad for a few years, and I got to say, it was really sweet and really special. I was 4, but that was...
Of course, it's not an indictment of the morality.
No, but if you're saying from the get-go, I want to be...
We have to go back 2 seconds, like it's fucking distracting me.
Was true at one point. Now, you don't have to take my word for it. You can actually take Erika's. Take a listen.
Hold on.
Hi, I found the quote before Erika Kirk did say it. Okay, she sold out. Please link it in chat because I'm like trying to find it on the site and I can't find it.
I do not want to knock the stay-at-home dads. I do not. There are some who had to temporarily have to switch that role. That happened to my parents a long time ago. Granted, again, they got a divorce, so that probably falls into your bucket. But
I am an anthropologist.
But my dad was a stay-at-home dad for a few years, and
no, the fuck you weren't, dude.
Gotta say, it was really sweet and really special. I was...
You didn't even have a college degree.
But that was...
Of course, it's not an indictment of the morality.
No, but if you're saying from the get-go, I want to be a stay-at-home...
It is a imbalance. It's an imbalance of nature.
So, stay at home.
It's okay when my dad did it briefly, but it's different if you want to do it. You have to do it begrudgingly.
Home dad for a couple of years. She remembers it, so I would assume it started at 4 for a couple of years. People don't typically remember being 1 and 2, and now he wasn't in her life. Now, to be clear, Erika was 10 years old when her parents divorced in 1998. So her father was very much a part of her early childhood, and he did not stop being involved in her teenage years either. I've spoken with classmates, past boyfriends, and people are generally bewildered as to why Erika is now publicly representing as though she does not have a relationship with Kent, the man that she claims is her father, at least. Or also something she fails to mention is that even if
this is like a Candace Owens classic, nobody's family is who they say they are, or people are just like constantly lying about familial relations, because she did the same thing with the Macrons. Like, she swore the Macrons, like, their moms and their dads and their brothers and sisters, like, weren't actually who they were.
Even if you removed Kent, Erika
or if they were related.
Raised with her stepfather in her home, a man named Larry Ginta. In her high school yearbook, actually, Kent is included, her father, biological father, in a collage, and so are his parents.
She looks sweet here.
Her grandparents, Carl and Elaine. So we can reasonably assume that her father was in her life. We can also assume from that photo that Erika was exceedingly close to her stepfather too. You can bring that back up and I'll show that. But he's featured there too. You've got Larry in the photo because he has been a fixture in her life since before her parents.
Only did 1 semester, I'm pretty sure. I don't even think he finished that, though. He could have gotten a whole ass undergrad in sociology and he still wouldn't be an anthropologist. I know he wasn't saying it seriously or whatever. Just the idea that he would even like joke about that is like already offensive.
Parents' divorce was ever finalized because both he and his son are also in the collage. I confirmed with classmates Larry and Lori were together since Erika's elementary school days. In other words, Erika grew up in a situation that is now termed as a bonus dad. Both her biological father and her stepfather figure were present and all living in and around the Scottsdale area. So why this little public misrepresentation I would be super offended if I was a stay-at-home dad. And then suddenly you've got...
This public misrepresentation is because, one, again, these people love the self-mythologizing, but two, they want to tell these anecdotes to get a point across, but they don't necessarily... Sometimes they will misrepresent or distort certain facts because they don't want to reveal too much personal info or send people digging or whatever. And to land the point, they don't actually need to disclose all the most accurate information or whatever. So the lies that she's going to pull here when she said this, she said that, they're going to be less significant than the lies that she's told lately about her past, because those are far more calculated, and she had to have known that the spotlight was going to be on her.
So what's saying, it was all alone. My mom did it all by herself. Now you will see throughout this investigation that there are a lot of little wrinkles like this in Erika's story. The question is, what broader purpose do they serve? Because I thought about that, and I remember reading in Xavier Poussard's book, Becoming Brigitte, that it is actually an intentional strategy.
Oh my God, what the fuck is this? Candace Owens presents an investigation by, I don't know who this, some fucking hack journalist probably.
Of deception. A strategy used by the media in creating and curating a legend about, in this case, he was talking about Brigitte, how the press would intentionally make minor edits or overlook certain dates, small adjustments made over a long period of time, a date wrong here, an age miscalculation there, just ever so slightly. Because minor tweaks over a long period of time aren't noticeable.
I'm going to be really disappointed if Candace Owens reheats her old fucking nachos and just kind of runs the same Macron playbook, but on Erika, and gives it that. I want there to be a better methodology. That's boring.
Even though...
okay, her parents were divorced or whatever. Why should I give a fuck? Tell me about the shit where she fucking tried to be on a fucking reality TV show. Or where she talked to a minor weird. That's what I want to see.
A big lie. This is exactly what I have found to be immediately frustrating about examining Erika's life. Minor tweaks that almost look like they could be mistakes. And you go, but really? Do people make these kinds of mistakes? Let's start with her birthday. Okay, give you another example here. Erika Francevey, we are told, was born on November 20th, 1988 in Cincinnati, Ohio. Great. There's a newspaper relic announcing her birth 2 weeks later on December 6th. It tells us that she was born at...
She talked about that stuff last episode, I think. The minor thing, probably.
Good Samaritan Hospital. Fantastic. To Kenton Lori Francevey. Check. Amazing. By the way, it's just something to know about Good Samaritan Hospital. A little fun fact. That actually used to be the U.S. Marines Hospital. One that once upon a time caused a little bit of a scandal for unethically experimenting on the brains of patients. Anyway, the story goes that the U.S. Marine Hospital just up and decided to gift the hospital to the Catholic Sisters of Charity out of the goodness of their Marine hearts or something.
Everything is nefarious.
Because
amazing.
Our military is known for that, just being really, really kind and giving up hospitals. Point is, we learned from this newspaper clipping that Erika was born on November 20th, and she maintains that birthday today. But oddly, that would be news to her parents. Kent and Lori, for whatever reason, think that Erika was born 2 days later on November 22nd. We know this because of their divorce filings, which took place in 1998. On that divorce initial filing, Lori, who filed, lists Erika as having been born on November 22nd, multiple times. Now, in case you're thinking, well, maybe this was a mistake, you should know that the filing done by her mother, Lori, only has 4 statements of fact. It's effectively a one-pager. One of the facts is that Kent and Lori were married.
If I go to Erika Kirk's Wikipedia, does she lie about her age or something like that? Because I already searched Erika Kirk 15-year-old. That's what's coming up. Hold on. There's a horrible picture of her. Erika Lane Francevey, 37, November 20th, 1988. What did it say?
Married on November 20th.
Oh, wait, the whole point is shotgun wedding or something? She was born and conceived out of wedlock? Is that the issue?
1995 in Marblehead, Massachusetts. So they decided to get married on what would have been Erika's 7th birthday. Okay, that's strange. I mean, at least the birthday she says she has, but this document is saying, no, she's born 2 days later. So I guess it wasn't her 7th birthday. Attached to this document, which was filed on July 20th, 1998, is another document.
They got married on a birthday when she was 7, right?
That I can only assume was scanned in with an intention to further confuse people. It's a separation agreement, which is not notarized. It's not dated. So it's almost not relevant. And it completely edits the date of the marriage between Kent.
Watch her tie to Epstein Island. Have you pre-watched this? Inject it into my veins if she does.
And Lori from November 20th, 1995 down to November 7th, 1982. a casual 13 years and 13 days wiped out. Okay. Like I said, you can just.
I'm waiting for the Epstein tie-in. We need like a bingo card. She will tie in 9/11 to this. I'm calling it now. At some point. There is no way that she does not tie 9/11 or some other like October 7th or some like global tragedy into this.
You just ignore that because I think that document was just put in there to confuse people. Take it from me. I'm a notary, one in the state of New York, although my license is expired. You can't just skip over a notary portion of a document and just be fine with that. In fact, we decided to dig through Ohio law.
It goes deeper. And yeah, November 22nd was the day JFK was assassinated.
And other publicly available divorce documents to see what they look like. And they are.
I'm just asking questions.
Legitimate. And here's a side by side. So you can see on the right is what is scanned into their file with totally different dates. And on the left, you can see that that's what it should look like. You get it notarized. Okay. But it's going to get even more absurd when we examine the divorce decree. So for the uninitiated, the first document is just the filing. I, Lori, am pursuing a divorce, and here are the facts. And now what comes after that is the decree or the final judgment. Okay. Now, I do want to note that this was the fastest divorce in the history of divorce because she filed on July 20th, 1998. And then we have a decree on November 10th of the same year. So this is like 3 months later. Once again, the marriage date is listed, the initial marriage date between Kent and Lori, as November 20th, 1995 in Marblehead, Massachusetts. But oddly, you can see that somebody just went in and tried to edit that date by hand.
Is the scandal that faceless bureaucrats in these fucking agencies make mistakes, they make typos, they make errors, and people are too fucking lazy to get them corrected?
Afterward, adjusting the wedding date down this time to 1985, not 1982.
This is supposed to be in furtherance of what exactly? Like some massive cover up as to when they got married or when she was born or what are we getting at here? What?
I mean, I guess that no one would catch that. I guess the unnotarized 1982 that we saw in the initial filing was too difficult. It would have been too obvious. So this time they're attempting to do it by hand and edit the date of marriage back.
The government you could discover tomorrow, dear chatter, anybody who's watching, that your social security number, there's an error on a critical document of yours where it needs to be correct. And guess what? You're probably going to put off correcting that at the local county, whatever the fuck, that is supposed to manage that until you absolutely have no choice but to get it corrected because you need a passport renewal or something like that. People put off correcting the mistakes on these sorts of documents all the time.
Just 10 years, not 13 years. This is not subtle. It is not normal, and it bothers me greatly. Take it from someone who is chronically being sued. That is not...
The mistake is that they were never married. She isn't their kid, and she's her aunt's daughter. You're spoiling, because there's no way. I'm sure Candace guessed at that. Don't spoil. Okay, I want to see where she goes with this.
How modifications work on court documents. You can't just use a pen and write something on a divorce decree. You just can't do that. People have to initial, you got to date, you got to see who saw it. This is crazy to me. My suspicion, and again, this is just a general suspicion, is that this was done after the fact. Maybe someone had a friend down at the county clerk who was responsible for scanning those docs into the system. And they just kind of did that. Because that's not real life. That's just not real life. And once again, that has another casually added separation agreement, which is still not notarized, with an entirely different date of marriage. And the crazy part is that the separation agreement, in that separation agreement, Kent Franzwey is waiving his rights to an attorney with no notary present. He just agrees that Lori's lawyer can represent him on everything. So what are we discern from this? We are at 4.
I know, it's muted. I was saying, wow, a man not giving a fuck about family court proceedings, truly unheard of, you guys.
Different plausible marriage dates between Kent and Lori Franzwey across 2 documents. I should also add that I could not find a single trace of their alleged marriage in Marblehead, Massachusetts. Doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, but I couldn't find her across any date.
Candace is offended as a former notary in the state of New York or whatever she said.
And Marblehead, I would like to note, is certainly an interesting town to pick because it's the recognized birthplace of the Marine Corps. We're going to keep hearing the Marines coming up throughout this entire story. We're just laying the groundwork here. Now, I should note, to be responsible here, that there are divorce-related documents that are available in Ohio online that we simply are not allowed to have access to. People have privacy. That makes sense. So it's entirely plausible that they went in and fixed these glaring errors that for some reason we're supposed to believe a judge signed off on this many wacky different dates. But the point here is just to demonstrate to you how even the most mundane facts about Erika's life are frustrating to verify. And that's just an appetizer, my friend.
She's like, okay, straight fire right there. The way that she ties that all together. So you're just like, why am I supposed to give a fuck about these like unexceptional, boring admin errors like of her parents' divorce decrees and all of this shit? Because everything is difficult to verify when it comes to Erika Kirk and her family and all of their secrets. Like, if you're going to frame it like that or whatever, just like instantly ties it together with a bow. Okay. This is like it's like a master class on how to get people to care about irrelevant bullshit that literally any time spent thinking about it is too much.
And because then we received a very interesting email.
Dude, she is an artist, man. And she is notary mogging the fuck out of all of us.
From Sweden.
Like, this is like single-handedly making me feel embarrassed that I'm not already a notary in the state of Florida.
My Sweden fans, what's up? What's up, Sweden? And it led me to even more questions about Erika's paternity. We are going to be right back after a break. All right, you guys, some good news. Thanks to you, last year, Preborn helped rescue over 80,000 babies. And today...
So cool that she can get sponsors. Wait, what? Oh, it says get kickoff for a second. I thought it said get Kirk off. I was like, did this bitch really like change her fucking like promo code to something related to like the Kirks?
With the rent today.
Plus 84 points advantage who paid on time and who had no delinquencies or collections added to their credit profile.
Okay. A demonic presence in Candace Owens' video appears.
Candace. Again, that's pdsdebt.com/Candace.
Has Candace really just become a loco? Always has been. Her entire shtick is to just be political astrology. She's like female Alex Jones.
Okay, so we obviously cannot go so far as to suggest that.
She's basically like a targeted individual. She's somebody who, if the internet didn't exist, she would be like yelling at traffic. But it does exist. So she yells into the camera for money.
Lori, Loretta, Abbas, Stanley, Wallstad, Franzwey was openly committing fraud. We can't say that. What we can confirm to you, however, is that if she was doing that, breaking the law and committing fraud is something that Lori's family is kind of historically known for. They kind of arrived into this country doing just that. You see, Lori Franzwey, like I said,
is Irish.
Was born Loretta Abbas. She was named after her Syrian grandmother, Loretta Abbas. I want to sear into your mind right now that the Abbas family history is steep in gambling and casinos. All about gambling and casinos specifically. As we go along in the series, the history and the present of gambling casinos is going to become increasingly relevant. So let's bring in the OG Loretta Abbas, Erika's great-grandmother who died in 1990, who was just constantly being arrested for running illegal slot machines. Okay, she came over from Syria and she got to work bringing filth and fraud in Pennsylvania. You check out this article from 1941 where she testifies that she ran numbers. It says Loretta Abbas of Washington, Thomas Roberts, whatever, testified that they engaged in the numbers business and had been arrested on numerous occasions. They explained their role in the numbers lottery without giving any direct testimony against the defendants. Okay, here's another one. We could keep going, but here's another article from 1944 where she pleads guilty to a lottery charge. It was before the court. She wasn't lying. She's always arrested on a lottery charge.
Who did this homework for her? Why does she know this? How did she find this? The fact that this is news at some point.
Police had a search warrant, and when they entered her house, they found a quantity of number slips. She was sentenced to pay the costs and $200 or...
Again, this will tie into Epstein. This will tie into like 9/11. We have to lay the groundwork.
Jail.
You have
like
to know
I said,
this stuff, apparently.
This was a family thing. Her husband was Mason Abbas, and he was magnificently fraudulent. I'm talking high-speed chases down the highway, lottery tickets blowing in the wind. Check out this article from...
Great Granny planned the assassination from the start. It's like all falling into place right now.
1935, and it tells us that he was overtaken in his automobile after...
Yeah, can a girl eat? Can a girl make a living without the fucking news, like the goddamn news? Okay, doing like a profile on it. Jeez, it was just like $200.
A chase of several miles after he had failed to obey the officer's order to stop. Yes, Mason Abbas was arrested yesterday by County Detective Frank Krebs. Before an alderman, he was
held... This is so funny. It's like generational humiliation for the Kirks.
For court in default of $1,000 bond on a charge
but not really, not the Kirks, I guess, like for the Franzweys or whatever their fucking her maiden name is.
Conducting a lottery and was fined $10 and costs for refusing to stop when ordered to do so by a uniformed officer. During the race along the National Pike, which ended in West Alexander, Abbas is alleged to have thrown a package of 100 lottery tickets from his car. Officers recovered the tickets and are holding them as evidence. Yes, lottery, gambling, slot machines. Again, sear that into your mind. Not just on Erika's maternal side of the family, not just the Abbas side, but also the Swedish side, the Fransve side. The Swedish side of the family, I will be clear, there's a notable difference. It seems like they've been involved legally. Carl Kenneth Fransve is Erika's paternal grandfather. Okay, he participated extensively in horse racing. More crucially, though, he was an executive at the American Banknote Company in Illinois. This is the company that was responsible for...
Watch her tie it to George Floyd. That's going to be bleak. Okay, if she does that, I really, really hope she does not.
Printing lottery tickets. It's a big contract, a big deal. Here he is in a newspaper in 1974 doing just that. It reads, printing began this week on the first Illinois state lottery tickets.
This is
Up to
so
10,000
mentally ill.
agents. It tells us at the bottom there that Kent Fransve of the American Banknote Company, the printer, examines the first tickets of the initial press run. Let's stick with Grandpa Carl Kenneth Fransve for a little bit because he is, by all accounts...
Attention must be paid to Erika Kirk's grandfather.
Obviously Swedish. Erika herself
ignore?
is therefore Syrian Lebanese on her mother's side and Swedish on her father's side. So
Very sus. Swedish, Syrian, Lebanese.
Something which struck me as immediately odd about Erika is just how deeply she identifies as Swedish, despite her public insistence that she was
you can't trust the Swedes, true.
Raised by a quote unquote single
uncontroversial
mother. Think about that just from a social perspective.
Right.
Erika was indeed raised by a single mother. Wouldn't you expect her to identify more deeply with those Lebanese Syrian roots? Right.
Like her mind to just start I'm going to start at introducing my sentence with, think about this from a social perspective. It just instantly makes it sound like so much more important and profound.
You might even understand it if she resented her Swedish roots. Like, my dad didn't do anything, and so I'm not even doing anything with the Swedes. I don't even like being Swedish. To the contrary, Erika feels so deeply attached to her Scandinavian roots.
Erika likes being Swedish.
That in 2019, she moved to begin the process of obtaining her dual citizenship. She posted this herself, where she is, dual citizenship commenced. Okay. Maybe you're thinking logically, well, she loves her grandpa. I had a fantastic grandpa. I get that.
This is so much more interesting than being like, oh my God, you claim to be a right-winger, yet you are a dual citizen of Sweden. Checkmate.
I should mention she comes from a very long line of the Swedish freemason.
Just back to based, ethnic discrimination and racism.
She definitively was close to her grandfather. We know this because she posts about him many, many times over the years, referring to him affectionately as her morfar. Saw this over and over again. You just see posts of him and how much she loves him. She even mentioned her grandmother there. That's his wife, Elaine. And she says
Okay, this is from her account or whatever, Instagram posts.
Is my angel in heaven, but I usually call her Mormor. So that's her morfar and her mormor. Show you another post, just her grandfather, where she's going to...
These ominous names.
Talk about reflecting upon losing him. And
it's hilarious, though, that she didn't just call them grandma and grandpa. This is such a... Yeah, white people be this is my pop-pop when it comes to their grandpa and stuff.
In 2016, she's posting this, and she, again, is going to address him as her morfar. This appears to be another wrinkle. You see, I received a flurry of emails from our fans in Sweden about this particular post, and they did not like this post. And what they told me about it, they didn't like about it, made me reconsider things. Now, I'm paraphrasing, but they said, Candace, Erika is referring to her grandfather as her morfar. I was like, okay. So I looked it up. It means grandfather in Swedish. She doesn't, but it's cute. Okay.
Did you read the smug blog about slop ingestion? Thoughts, pure slop. I'm also a silent contributor to that article. So yes, I have read it.
Maybe she's not fluent.
But it is itself slop.
But she's cute. And then they explained it to me a little further. They said, no, Candace, the Swedish language is quite literal here. Morfar quite literally translates into mother's father, morfar. And farfar quite literally translates into father's father. We have different words for these things. These have entirely different meanings. You would never call your father's mother your morfar. You would never call, that's what she's doing. She's calling him her morfar. That is Erika's farfar. If Kent is her father, Her father's father is her farfar. She said, the woman emailed this, she said, no Swedish grandfather.
That's actually insane.
Father would ever allow you to refer to him as morfar if he was not actually your morfar. Okay. If he was your
She literally just sounds like she's speaking gibberish because you just clip this and like without any context, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Farfar, he'd say, very cute. I'm your farfar. Let's get that straight. This would be something akin to being someone's grandfather and allowing them to call you uncle. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. Words have meaning. So why is her very Swedish grandfather so Swedish, this line of Freemasons Swedish, allow
the timestamp is like around 39 minutes.
Allowing Erika to call him my mother's father. Lori's father? No, that's not Lori's father. What's going on here? This is an incredibly interesting wrinkle. Which brings us to a point where we
telling every girl to call me Farfar from now on.
We should introduce you to the family tree so you can just kind of see what's going on here, because this Farfar scandal troubles me deeply. Is Erika lying?
This is so unserious. I can't.
Is she making a mistake at all, or is she accidentally actually trying to tell us the truth? Let's take a look at some other interesting tidbits. On March 21st of 2019, Erika visits with Charlie. She's in Jerusalem with Charlie, what is known as Zion's Gate in Jerusalem.
Oh my God. Yes. Okay, we're going to tie it back into the Mossad and FC, and here it comes.
Posts a picture with a pretty curious cap.
Some poor fucking intern had to create this. Are you kidding me? Dude, I envy that fucking intern who made this. I'm sure somebody actually got paid handsomely to do this fucking bullshit. I fucking wish. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Okay, Raul 2295R, thank you so much for gifting 50 tier 1 subs to my community in this darkest hour of this Candace Owens viewing. I really, really appreciate it. And I'm sure all of my my viewers, morfars and farfars out there really, really appreciate the generosity. Thank you so much.
Caption, it reads in part, meet Darla, a Romanian Jew that now calls Israel home. She was
just reciting the plot to Midsummer. Yeah, this is the director's cut of Midsummer, actually.
By my family's dedication sign for restoring the Zion Gate.
This is pure Swedish money. Exactly.
In Jerusalem. Oh. What? Why is Erika describing the Zion's Gate?
Yeah, she actually does put Alex Jones to shame, because this is like a level of sophistication that, like, again, you simply must doff your cap to this. Like, like Alex Jones right now is like looking like trashy tabloid or whatever. Candace Owens has like refined this, okay, to a true art, what we are witnessing here. Like the family tree, the graphics, like this is not just like sleuthing on Instagram and stuff like that. Like, we have gotten deep familial lore. She is going for permanent generational humiliation of Erika Kirk's family. That is like true commitment to the bit.
Her family's dedication. Speaking of which,
Dale 2000, why did I get gifted sub to here? Because you're watching, obviously.
Why does her one-time roommate, Nicole Rothstein, allege that...
As you should be. I know that you're a conservative, and I am up-and-coming conservative streamer, so you fit right into this community, obviously.
Half of their family, referring to her and Erika's family, is Jewish. Doesn't make sense. She also claimed that after Charlie's assassination, that Erika, she was online going back and forth with people, that Erika was her best friend and her cousin. Nicole Rothstein said this. Now, I want to be clear, the Rothstein family, the Zion's Gate is their dedication. Nicole wouldn't be lying if she posted that it was her family's dedication, but Erika? Also, how did Erika and Nicole Rothstein get so close? Remember, Erika presents that she was raised by a single mother on the Lebanese side. If Erika is telling the truth about her paternity, then Nicole Rothstein, I want you to understand who this would be to her. Nicole Rothstein, it's going to sound ridiculous, but this is the reality, if Erika's telling the truth. Nicole Rothstein would be Erika's father's, sister's, husband's, previous wife's daughter's daughter. In other words, zero blood relation, not even kind of related, kind of crazy. You would even call each other cousins. People do that. It's cool. It's my cousin. It's my cousin. Okay, cool. Erika goes a little further, though. Erika also posted a lovely tribute to Alan Rothstein, Nicole's father, online. She calls him uncle. Uncle? Whoa.
Okay, this is from Mrs. Erika Kirk. There's something powerful, and this was posted June 14, 2017. There's something powerful about God's strategic planning when it comes to the people he has surrounding you. How blessed am I to have individuals like you, Uncle Alan, in my life that are filled with spirit. Constantly seeing life in bloom, I've watched you face adversity and triumph, and in doing so, pass a gift of courage and send a message, and a message of understanding to those around you, that if you live boldly and fearlessly, the impossible is possible. I love you.
Erika's telling the truth about who her parents are.
Okay, like the people do this all the time though. People will call like people that are like not actually like their theos and theas like uncle and aunt and stuff like that. That's common.
Erika, that would be her father's sister's husband's previous wife's daughter's husband. Suffice it to say, again, absolutely zero blood relation, and yet Erika is extraordinarily close to him as well. Now, we can show you on the family chart just how removed this is. It's insane. Okay, we actually couldn't even fit it. It's so far removed. So you got...
Why hasn't Charlie Kirk's parents defended Erika Kirk? They didn't even attend his like memorial. Why would they? They've like stayed under the public spotlight, and that wasn't like an oversight. I'm sure they were invited and they declined to do it. Apparently his sister's also like a Bernie supporter. And look, I don't think that like just because they obviously didn't agree politically that they don't care about the death of their son, their brother, whatever, but they just seem to have no interest in like being in the fucking limelight that I guess being related to Charlie Kirk affords you.
Her aunt, Carla, is married to a guy named Jack, but Jack was also previously married to somebody else, which you see there.
How come you don't say I love you to the grifters? Do you mean to the gifters, or what do you mean?
Named Edna. And this is Edna and Jack's line. This has nothing to do with Erika
the gifters. Oh, because I think it's parasocial.
Franzweh. Again, how did she get so close to these people? Why is she...
So I don't do it. But I will thank them.
Referring to them as her family and declaring that Zion's Gate, which is actually their family's dedication, which has nothing to do with her aunt Carla. Why is she saying that that's her family's dedication? That makes no sense. I'm struck by this. We could imagine how it could make sense. Now, again, we're imagining here. We're trying to make sense of the things that Erika is saying. I could imagine a very easy way it could actually make sense. Her closeness to the Rothsteins, her dedication to Jerusalem, if and only if we take Erika literally when she says Morfar. Let's assume that Grandpa Carl is indeed her mother's...
Indeed, let's assume.
...father. That would mean, well, obviously, Lori's wouldn't be her mother.
If she weaves this into being related to Epstein, I'm going to flip this table over and jump out the goddamn window. I'm going to do that if she doesn't, okay? I will be unimpressed if she doesn't find a way to connect this back to the largest like global conspiracy at the moment.
It would also mean that Kent, just by nature of him being a man,
I can't forget about Morfar,
is not her father. We're looking for her mother's father. So we have to start looking at Kent's sibling.
What do people have to say to this? This is like so granular and like I just don't understand. Okay. We are all, these are like completely serious. We are all alive witnessing the future of independent journalism and media for the people. Yes, 779 likes. I want to piss off Candace so that she would investigate my family roots because I want to know where I come from. 2.8k likes. Amazing. Candace is the definition of throw me to the wolves and I shall come back leading the pack. She truly is. Again, 14,000 likes. People saying F Candace are also watching. Laugh, crying emojis. Erika, stop. Candace, Bride of Charlie investigative series coming out February 25th. 13k likes. My dude Brigitte Macron is tap dancing in the French palace saying, thank you, Erika Kirk. You really took a target off my back, dude. Literally just like, this is just like mental illness.
That are females, that would give us only 3 options. We can bring this back up. One of Kent's sisters would be my first pick. Again, we're in conspiracy land here, but I'd go with Carla because she's married to Jack Solomon, and that is Jack Solomon's dedication. Carla wasn't even married to Jack until 2002. She just jumped in and was like, this is my whole family and my family's dedication. No. But if Carla, her mother's father, if her mother was Carla, actually it would all make sense. Solomon is the very man who financed the restoration of Zion's Gate in Jerusalem. If Jack Solomon was her father, then Nicole Rothstein would indeed be her blood relative cousin. But again, that's purely speculation. We don't have to go into speculation. Let's give you the facts more about Jack Solomon. What is factual is that
I want more facts on Farfar and Morfar, personally.
Solomon eventually marries Carla Franzweh in 2002. And there are also some other really interesting facts about Jack. Jack and Erika's mommy aunt, I don't know, Carla, live in Utah. He graduated from what is today known as Utah Valley University. He's very involved in the university. It was formerly known as Utah Valley State College when he graduated from there. He also created on their campus the Center for Jewish Studies. I mean, at the very least, you'd think with all of the money that he poured into that university, he might be
about to get bleak.
Able to call someone to get us more footage of Tyler Robinson. Or Carla. How about Carla? She's married to the man. She could have maybe, in my imagination, made it to the hospital when Charlie was shot and killed. I mean, why did none of them make it to the hospital? They're all so nearby. She still lives in Utah. This happened in their backyard. Their family has a lot of power at UVU. Why not Auntie Carla rather than Stacey Sheridan accompanying you onto Air Force 2 as your husband's body is escorted to Arizona?
Why did Erika Kirk's aunt not, one, how do we know that she didn't? But two, why did she not, in light of this tragedy or whatever, like go to the hospital? Like, it's not clear. It's not Charlie Kirk's family or anything like that. We're talking about like extended family. So why would they?
Jack Solomon was also a professor at BYU in political
like this, and like under normal circumstances, those are the types of people that attend like funerals or whatever as like extended family members. But it's not clear why they would go to the hospital.
Science. He's the former.
You're not even going to be. You wouldn't even be let in. Let's pretend Charlie Kirk had lived. You would not even be allowed in just because you're what? Oh, I'm his wife's aunt. What? They're not gonna let you in.
Director of the university's Jerusalem Center. He also served on the Center for Jewish Studies on the board at UVU. Zion's Gate, like I said, is his dedication. And if you're wondering how Jack got so rich, it's because back in 1968, Jack and his business partner, a man named Norman Vance, began a company called Advanced Patent Technology. That company would go on to manufacture slot machines. You got it. Slot machines. Everybody's, it's just amazing. It's like,
it was on the tip of my tongue, slot machines. Candace Owens should do an audiobook for Horton Hears a Who.
Everyone is involved in gambling. Per his bio, in 1974, Jack gathered more than $5 million to purchase.
It's like the implication that we're getting here is like, oh, these Jews are always up to usury or whatever, and like gambling's a cousin to that or something.
United Coin, the manufacturer of slot machines.
In my imagination, in my mind, every other sentence. I mean, yeah. You have to pad this out, right?
The holder of a profitable Southern Nevada slot machine routes. In 1979, they announced plans for the Colorado Bell Hotel and Casino in Laughlin, Nevada, the first of a series of hotels to be built in the Las Vegas
She's going too far
area. They had a lot of power in that area. Where were they? I don't know. It's an interesting connection.
I don't get it. Is Erika's grandfather far? A Freemason or practicing Judaism? I mean, to Candace Owens, it's probably like one and the same, right?
I am marking that for all the YouTubers who are interested in investigation. The gambling thing keeps coming up. And I guess, as me and Charlie used to say, the rest is future.
There are no YouTubers doing investigation. There's YouTubers that are schizo posting and LARPing as journalists and pretending like they're doing something. They're actually like doing original reporting or whatever and like uploading this slop. And then there's actual journalists.
Right back after a quick break. All right. You know I'm going to tell you about Nimi Skincare because it is the only skin.
I mean, like the fact that skincare companies are like getting product placement here, it's women watching this shit, man. Triple lock protection.
Below. All right, now for some fun, because remember when they were freaking out about me discussing time travel? Me discussing specifically Project.
She's saying her grandfather was Sam Rothstein from the Scorsese movie Casino. Also, I mean, why not? Why not add that in there?
Looking Glass, the CIA.
That is literally equally as likely as anything else that could come out of this woman's mouth.
That actually happened. They allegedly stole Sumerian technology to peer into the future. Well, you have to imagine my surprise when I began looking into Erika's early years. For some reason, I was under the impression, maybe you were too, that Erika moved to Arizona after her parents' divorce. So that would put her in Arizona after 1998. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt here because it's a minor wrinkle, but her parents didn't divorce until she was 10. But it's totally possible, like when you're a kid and your parents are separating many times before they get divorced, that you associate a divorce with a separation. Anyway, here's the true timeline. Erika was in Cincinnati, Ohio for daycare in 1992. She attended a place called Walnut Corner Children's Center in Cincinnati, Ohio, located inside of a massive corporate building.
Okay.
Oddly, the filing for that daycare doesn't have a floor number, but I can show you this photo of her at daycare. LOL, by the way, to her being dressed as a...
What am I supposed to do with this? Like, we're at the point that, like, this is the daycare that Erika Kirk attended.
Little B, and accidentally throwing up some Freemason hand signs. That's just like a nice...
Oh my God, Candace. Her mind, again, like a beautiful mind, dude. She actually thinks that there's something like significant that you could get from this. This is like literally like Erika Kirk is like the kid in The Omen, okay? The next thing she's going to claim is that Erika Kirk can float upside down and is invisible in mirrors, as per Candace Owens is like reporting that she's uncovered.
Nice floor number, but I can show you
One
this
more
photo
time,
of
it's
her
amazing.
At daycare. LOL, by the way, to her being dressed as a little bee and accidentally throwing up some Freemason hand signs. That's just like a nice ad. She looks adorable. Thereafter, she moves to Arizona and she attends a school that they have virtually tried to wipe from public existence. Now, it's very difficult to explain this unless you're in the weeds, but there is...
Who is they?
Another school by the same
The
name.
Erika Kirk defenders, like the Jews, like who's doing this again?
That goes on for a little bit longer. But this particular school came to fruition when a man named John T. Goley incorporated Educational Alternatives up in Minnesota. It was called Educational Alternatives Incorporated. Now, John T. Goley was a big guy. He had formerly helped launch Roundup Monsanto, just a little bit of government poisoning you, giving you a bunch of cancer. This time, though, he was pioneering charter schools in America. He teamed up with the Walton family, the Bush family. Yeah, everybody involved in this school that Erika's going to attend.
Is Erika going to end up being JonBenet Ramsey? Candace would probably sooner allege that she is like implicated in the murder of JonBenet Ramsey.
And it's interesting. I don't know. Don't you want to go to school where the Bushes, the Waltons, and Monsanto is getting together a school? I don't know. Want to send your kids? Anyways, John T. Goley, and Jeb Bush went on to Good Morning America to announce the project. The schools would come to be known as Tesseract schools, named after the children's book.
Tesseract schools? Oh my God. Marvel crossover? Is that going to be like the next angle that we pursue, Candace?
A Wrinkle in Time. Story about time travel.
There we go. Wrinkle in Time. Right.
The protagonists of that book fly through space and time using a Tesseract to rescue their family from evil forces. It's a battle between good and evil using time travel.
Yeah, Farfar is Thanos.
And it's about to get even more fun. Because when these...
Erika Kirk is Thanos, perhaps. Erika Kirk, or like Erika Kirk, her Farfar is Thanos, and then Erika Kirk is Gamora, right? And has concealed from us that her father was Thanos and was responsible for the snap.
Powerful families decided to start the Tesseract School in Arizona. They began with a small school in Paradise Valley first. It is that specific school that Erika attended that is virtually impossible to come by many documents regarding. They needed a space for the school, and they decided they were going to rent the building that was owned by a Jewish school. Forgive my terrible Hebrew, but the school, I kid you not, was called Gan Yaladim Looking Glass School. It's like, I just love this so much. So Tesseract was put into a looking...
She made no such disclaimers when it came to her Swedish. Okay, she's very confident in her Swedish, but in the like Hebrew and Yiddish or whatever, Candace makes the appropriate disclaimers.
Glass. I just think it's fantastic. I just imagine they thought I was like dropping some clues. I was like, why are they all freaking out about this episode about Project Looking Glass? They probably thought I had already known that she went to this Looking Glass school, this little elite Looking Glass school down in Arizona. By the way, Tesseract.
Erika Kirk is actually Alice from Alice Through the Looking Glass. Erika Kirk is actually Alice in Wonderland.
School itself is exceedingly Jewish in terms of the administration. It was run by Jewish executive directors. The teachers are all Jewish. Obviously, you know me. I'm nosy. I tracked down the yearbooks. I mean, I was working really
Project Looking Glass
hard while I was off. And I can show you that Erika was at school. I don't have every year yet, but I do have some years, 1995 to...
Exceedingly Jewish, man. Dude, I need like a sound drop of that. I also need a sound drop of her going, it's just too French.
1996 in first grade, 1996 to 1997 in second grade, and 1990.
This is like the first time we've had really like any respect for anybody else's like privacy, finally.
7 to 1998, which is her in third grade. I gotta tell you, I
loved A Wrinkle in Time when I was little. It's one of those kids' books that is really interesting and well written and inspires children into reading. And now it is being used to be like some sort of analog to Erika Kirk, nay Franzwe's life. That's what it's being used for now instead of being taught in like a 5th grade curriculum. I never actually read that book, so
glad that I found this Tesseract. I didn't get to time travel with it. I don't think I did. Did you think they saw me in the Looking Glass? How panicked were they when I said Looking Glass? No, she's talking about Project Looking Glass. That's crazy. Meanwhile, they're down in Arizona, like naming their schools Project Looking Glass, like Looking Glass Tesseract. put him in the school. I just love that. It was like an accidental troll. But what is very exciting about finding her at this school is that it unlocked a lot of important things that needed to be known about Erika's life and her connection.
Yeah, we really needed to know about Morfar and Farfar. We really needed to know about the fact that somebody in Erika Kirk's family bought slot machines at one point. It was necessary information and critical to understanding and the psychology of Erika Kirk to know what elementary school she went to or what daycare she went to, fucking Walnut Corner Square or whatever. Incredibly important to document that there were discrepancies on her parents, allegedly, her alleged parents, right? Marriage certificate that her father didn't care about having dude, it's just, what do you do with this info dump?
I mean, wow. Speaking to people who went to that school.
Oh, also, grandma charged for stealing $200 or something.
The one in Paradise Valley, to be very clear. There's other Tesseracts.
The time she dressed as a bee was a real salient point. Well, the real salient point was when she was throwing up the signs, right?
It got shut down. The one I'm talking about got shut down in the year.
How much have I missed? Unfortunately, Common Good, you have come in at the end, 54 minutes in out of 1 hour and 4 minutes.
2000. And then other schools, because they had other schools, kept going. They changed ownership. But this one was there for a very small amount of time. I'm looking at the yearbooks, and there are some interesting players involved in this school that kind of went down for fraud, just robbing the piggy bank. It's like a recurring theme. We're going to stop here, though, for today, because that's a lot. I've given you a lot today to digest. And
dude, I'm on the edge of my seat. I don't even know how I'm going to wait till the next fucking episode. And this one, we will be watching every single one, okay?
Probably get to comments.
Literally, Comedy, the second you come in, it's ending.
It's just a lot, guys. There's a lot going on.
It has to be a multi-part series. There's just so much to this, okay? You think you can explain all the Morfar and Farfar lore that quickly?
With that Tesseract school.
This requires hundreds of hours, potentially, of investigative work.
We back after.
And the thing is that, all of these people, given the just sheer audience size that she commands, okay, this is literally, a small country. She will be fed more information. She'll come into more information by virtue of doing this series that she wouldn't have otherwise. This is why she can do them on the fly week to week or whatever. And she doesn't have to do these long, documented or spend a bunch of time researching, because people literally do it for her. They send her tips.
A short break.
Actual information tips and stuff or whatever. It's just going to be the case that so many people watch her that some of these people had to have known Erika Kirk, and they will be able to send in stuff or claim that because they know her or whatever, they have some anecdote or story to share.
All right, you guys, between groceries, travel, and higher prices,
the lore here puts the MCU and Star Wars to shame. I mean, and Wrinkle in Time, BTFO'd.
Easy to feel.
Yet another ad. Jesus fucking Christ.
He's saying that for this. Again, that's tnusa.com/Candace. The more far scandal. I see you guys in the chat. Why is it so fun to say? Also, why aren't we doing that? It's so we should be saying that. We want to say that now. I want to adopt that. I want to say that's my far. That's my more far. That just makes sense. I hate having to explain that's my mother's fault. It's why can't we just call my far? That's my far. That's my more far. Anyways, you guys are killing it over there in Sweden. That was fantastic. And I loved that tidbit. That was a journey. I'm what? You can't just say that. You can't just call him. You can't call your more far if he's your far. I get it. I'm Swedish now. Dude. I'm into the culture. Okay. But by the way, do you think they have a looking glass? I'm just wondering, why were they spazzing out about it? And I look at this. Why are the Jewish people naming?
I'm waiting for her to start just burst out laughing. Okay, but she's dead serious with all this shit.
Their school's looking glass. I'm just wondering. It's just creative and fun to call a school of a looking glass. I'm just saying. Just asking questions. I'm just asking questions while it's still legal. And it's not going to be legal for long. Okay, Jenny writes in the comment section, you are loved and supported by many. Christ is king. Thank you. I keep going because it's important that we get to...
Jesus, what Christ? Are you Christian? Did I just say Jesus fucking Christ or something? No, I'm not Christian. I was raised Catholic, though.
Bottom of what is going on in this world. It is so crazy what they are trying to do. It's day in and day out. It's a psychological...
But if you're going to have an issue with me taking the Lord's name in vain, this is probably not the stream for you.
Operation on the masses. You're awful, you're terrible, you're demonic. I mean, it was exceptional yesterday. I haven't even said anything. We dropped a trailer. Why are we not allowed to know anything about Erika's life? Who got harmed learning that Erika went to a Tesseract school? Who was harmed in the making by learning these facts? It's just true. I didn't accuse her of killing Charlie Kirk. I'm telling you who this person is because she's at the helm of this company. It might be relevant to know whether or not she's telling us the truth about her background at all.
If it wasn't necessary, Wait. You wouldn't be doing a live stream on Candace Owens. Are you insinuating Candace Owens the stupid? I think you meant like Candace Owens is stupid. I think she's crazy. I think she's just like an insane person. She's just like mentally ill.
And thus far,
but I mean, she's smart in some domains. Like the woman clearly knows how to get clicks and money, so props to her for that.
As we get further into the story, you will see that she's not, or she's misremembering. I don't know. I'm not going to assign any maliciousness into her very many mistakes about her background. Stars 333 writes, I missed you, girl. It's been a long week without you. Got my Standis cup full and ready for
the glasses are for looks, right? No, I wish the glasses were for looks. I would love to not have to wear my glasses 24/7. The glasses are very real, and I've needed glasses since I was like in kinder. And people always wonder, like, why does she keep them so low or whatever? And it's like, because I probably need new glasses, and I've had the same fucking glasses for like multiple years, and my dog like chewed the end of them, and I'm too scared to like mess with it at all, or like try to like, he kind of like warped it here on the back or whatever, so like they slipped on my face, but I don't want to break them because they're just plastic, and I also don't trust anybody but the person who made them for me to like bend them and mess with them, so they will like always like constantly slip down my face, and I just don't bother pushing them back up.
For this banger of a series, go Max. Thank you so much. Blue Appetite.
Oh, at least you know you're taking the Lord's name in vain and blaspheming. Yes, I do.
Right, we all want a friend like Candace.
I do know what I'm doing.
Ish hits the fan. Charlie deserves a truth.
Are you nearsighted or farsighted?
To be found out, and we all know you're doing everything in your power to get there. Go Max, Candace. The thing about the Zionists, they always are forecasting something. Why are you freaking out about an investigative series if your whole premise is she's just an innocent grieving widow? Don't you appreciate how stupid you look? You're basically saying she's not a grieving widow. Obviously she's not, because if you investigate her, you're going to find something. Like, are you guys just not smart? Like, you should be like, oh, interesting. Well, she's great. So what are you going to investigate? No, they're like, pray for Erika. Someone's looking into her background. Pray. Oh,
Candace was like actually so smart to like not mention Ben Shapiro like at all, even though he literally put out a video saying she's evil and like crazy.
People need your prayers.
Because she just like, she would be boosting him.
Her children need your prayers. They were doing that. Pray for her children. Why? Because she's at the office the whole time? Like, what was that? What was that freak out panic? When have we ever done anything to the children at all? Ever said anything? Of course, we want the children to be great. You should not be praying for the children because an investigative series is coming out about their mother who has chosen to be the CEO in her husband's stead. That's a decision that was made. Okay. So here we are. You want to be in the realm of politics. You want to be here. You want to be telling people who to vote for.
Dude, she's just like monologuing. I thought she was going to read, this is comments, but she's like not really reading any comments. She's kind of just like vamping.
The president of the United States in 2028. As you come out to Sparklers, okay, well then put on your big girl pants. You don't get to play the role of a grieving widow when people want to know who you are, especially when you're telling lies. How about that? Can we just go back to a little bit of common sense? No, they have money. They got crazy money.
Your glasses are visibly corrective. It would be a real commitment to the bit using real lenses. I mean, people literally think that it's fake and that I do this for just like aesthetics or whatever, even though I would love nothing more than to never wear these glasses ever again. I would love to have LASIK or like the smile procedure to correct them. I've wanted that ever since I've had glasses. I absolutely hate wearing glasses. I cannot wear contacts because I need astigmatic ones and they just irritate the fuck out of my eyes. They're very real, unfortunately. I've also had people like say that I use it. One time I like needed to wear sunglasses because I had an eye injury, and people were like, she's wearing the sunglasses to conceal the fact that she's looking off at ChatGPT on the side.
They got casino money, I guess. Let me stop. I should probably get off air. Crypto writes, go Sweden. Yes, I loved all of the Swedish flags in the chat. That was fun. KPKP writes, my kids ran around the house screaming. We are listening to Candace. I just reflected at how happy I am.
My kids ran around the house screaming.
To hear that on so many levels. Thank you, Candace, from my humble family to yours. We love you and your crew. Thank you so much. I love you guys too. And I love hearing that. The kids are watching the show. I hope I always keep it family friendly. Look, I brought up a children's book today, Wrinkle in Time. I'm family friendly. There we go. Colleen Dolan.
Fun for the whole family. The Candace Owens live streams. Yep.
Says, tell me they were allegedly involved without telling me. Trump inviting Erika to the State of the Union. Everything is fake and gay. Well, that was offered to us as an excuse as to why.
Okay, real. Everything's fake and gay.
She could not answer. The first we gave her 10, then we reduced it to 4 questions for today's episode. And they were not like exactly cumbersome questions. It was basic questions. Why, if you grew up with a single mom, did you pursue your Swedish citizenship? Is your mother actually married to Larry? is it a real marriage or she just used his last name? Like, just trying to be a little bit more precise, but we will just have to take her in terms of what she said. And we offered those other questions. Hopefully she will have them in time for tomorrow, those answers. Fergie writes, in my 10 to 11 years of experience in this fight, those who tell you that you are spreading misinformation and then they tell you that you hate are the exact ones that you should be following and that are over the target. Those
what do you have to do to get her to read your comment? Because where's I thought there was like a live chat. Oh wait, maybe I'm not going down far enough. Maybe I'm not going down far enough. Get it? I guess there's no way to do like a live chat replay. You pay for a super chat. I know, but she must be getting spammed super chats like this entire time. Like, how does she pick them? Are there people sending in like $500 like super chats?
That you are spreading this information and then tell you that
some of this is pre-taped and premiered, but like, where is she getting the live audience? Because there's people commenting on like the Swedish stuff. They're obviously, someone's watching it live.
Should hate them are the exact ones to follow, and they're telling you that you're over the target. Brittany Watson writes, yes, our investigative journalist, crime-fighting superhero is back. Kudos to you, Candace. You have the whole world watching, praying for you and your team's safety. Christ is king. Yeah, crazy. I've never...
Yeah, okay. Who do we think is going to target Candace Owens for this devastating expose on Far, Far, and More Far, and Erika Kirk, nay France Faye?
Never seen it in politics. I'm not being funny. I've never...
Is all this stuff legit? Am I missing out not watching these? I mean, it's episode 1, and so far, it's, it's a work in progress, okay? Just let her cook. It's kind of like how, the first episode of even a fantastic series is not always the best. I know many people, I personally disagree with this, but many people do not really like the first few episodes of Breaking Bad. They find them kind of boring. It's the same thing. You have to just give it a chance, okay? Let her lay the groundwork, okay? Let this woman cook. Let our queen cook. It'll all make sense. And it'll be totally worth it. There's going to be a huge payoff at the season finale.
Ever seen it in politics. As ugly as it's been, have I ever seen people posting infant children because they're upset over a trailer? That's crazy, okay? I can't stand Ben Shapiro, but I would never, ever, ever direct any person to post his kids, his family, to go after his team like they're working for him. Like, it's a job. Oh my God, he wants to do content on kids. I'm going to blame them. It's so beyond anything I've ever seen. And fine, like, I'm happy because it's just that's gonna be gas in the tank. I promise you that. We'll go all year. We'll just be like, this is a never-ending series. This is the song that never ends. It just goes on and on, my friend. Where my 90s kids at?
This is from Lamb Chop. She's literally, why are we doing this?
Where my 90s kids at? That's us. We know what that is. We know what that's about. If you don't know what that's about, I'm sorry you weren't a 90s kid. You're on the outside of that one. Anyway, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
It's literally like a kid's can I play? Is like Lamb Chop gonna be fucking okay, Lamb Chop song that never ends.
This is the song.
Okay. I don't want it to be at 1.15. And I hope this doesn't get copyright struck.
That doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because this is the song that doesn't end.
Lost media.
It goes on and on, my friend. That's enough, guys. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because this is
I've been thought about this show in 30 years.
How do I turn you off?
I watched it when I was a kid, but like I had a cassette.
Okay. I get the joke.
But I remember watching this so much that the cassette like almost broke.
I can't believe you guys. Okay, I've had it. That's it. What are you doing? What is this? Hey! No. This is the last time, right? This is it. This is it. This is not fun. Okay, if you guys
Are there any like non-Americans in chat? Did you consume this media?
far away. Go.
This is what they're doing to Charlie.
Keep on going. This is the song that... Charlie, horse! No, stop.
Oh my God.
Charlie, stop.
Abuse.
I want you to go away.
Charlie? It's named Charlie, the connection. Do you think that Candace intentionally was referencing this and that the hole goes that much deeper, you guys?
Away. And don't slam
The rabbit hole, the lamb chop hole. Was that like Candace, like, dude, is Candace actually like a secret genius? Is this like 10D chess subliminal messaging? Did she just like, dude, I can't put it past her. I would not put it past her. I remember this show. I know people remember it, but like did people that weren't in the US like watch this? Plans within plans. I mean, yeah. Okay. As a treat, close off the night. I want to watch this whole thing, I think. But, oh my God. Raul 2295R, thank you so much for the 50 tier 1 subs gifted to my channel and my chat. Thank you so much for your fucking generosity. From the start to the beginning, okay? You have been incredibly kind and generous. And everybody who is on the receiving end, you should drop like your favorite emote in chat or something like that. Thank you so much to our resident Farfar. Which one? I don't even remember which one is the masculine or feminine. Okay, but I'm sure most of isn't Sweden like super progressive? Probably their languages, and I'm sure that even their language like transcends gender norms. Hell of a night. I cannot wait for episode 2. Oh, wait. Actually, really, before we even do like a little bit of Tucker, I want to see Candace talk about like Erika Kirk and this 15-year-old or what. Like, I can't find any other information on it. So naturally, I have to go straight to the source. Candace Owens. Live, these text messages. Maybe this is like the last one.
Okay, you guys, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the internet digs up an odd relationship Erika had with a then 15-year-old girl, which is why less people are talking about this, named Jillian.
And I'm running late today. Just so much that I wanted to...
Okay, cool. It's like the first thing that she gets into. Amazing. Okay. We close off on this, actually.
Cover...
This is like kind of a long segment, so...
our last show before we go off air next week, preparing for our limited Erika Kirk series. Now, we had received a large influx of emails because Baron Coleman had a bit of a viral episode regarding a seemingly weird relationship that Erika had with a then 15-year-old girl named Jillian. Erika was 25 years old at the time, and they developed a relationship that some people believe amounted to a type of grooming. Now, Baron Coleman was very clear. He gave specific instructions to his viewers not to reach out to Jillian, who is now an adult, about the situation. And I, for some reason, was unable to follow these simple instructions. I reached out to her immediately. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Oh my God.
But I had a great chat with her about her dynamic with Erika. So welcome back to Candace.
She finally updated the photo. She had been using like a really old headshot.
Okay, shout out to Nimi Skincare for sponsoring today's episode.
Is Candace really, really crazy, or is she just all about the vibes? Isn't that sort of one and the same?
Okay, so today, obviously, like I said, is our last episode before we take a week off air, pulling things together for our Erika Kirk biographical series. Working title, Fatal Attraction? I'm kidding. Maybe I'm kidding. We don't know. Speaking of a fatal attraction, something that has been doing the rounds on social media, thanks to, first and foremost, a YouTuber by the name of Nicey. So full credit to Nicey. And then, of course, Baron Coleman picked it up. I love it. We're all just pooling information. And here we are. Is regarding
this. She has grace. I mean, she does. She's a multimillionaire, so of course she has access to the best. But like, the thing is that the lighting in the studio is really unfortunate because she has this like green tint to her almost. It washes her out. It's not flattering at all.
Relationship that Erika had over, it looks like social media. A lot of it played out over social media. And I'm just going to actually cut to Nicey here, who's going to unpack it for you. And to give you a little bit of background, it's 2013. And therefore, Erika has just completed her year as Miss Arizona. And she's 25 years old at the time, Erika is. And now you're going to learn how she met Jillian. Take a listen.
Back in 2013, Erika was 25 years old, and she was in a relationship with a basketball player named Joshua Harrelson. So at the time, he was living in Michigan, and Erika moved out there to be with him. On the evening of September 15th, 2013, Joshua Harrelson and Erika met a 15-year-old...
Dude, like, before, like, look at her.
Him. On the evening of September 15th, 2013, Joshua Harrelson and Erika...
Like, this is before all of the filler, all the Botox, before she became, like, Kirkified and, like... who she is today. She was actually kind of a baddie.
Erika met a 15-year-old girl named Jillian Falcon. And I know this because Jillian tweeted about it. At 3:53 p.m., Jillian tweeted that she was out for sushi with her friend, and 2 hours later she tweeted, just met Miss Arizona and Josh Harrelson, heart eyes emoji. Now, I'm not sure if Jillian coincidentally bumped into Erika and Joshua or if they were introduced.
Another dox extravaganza. I mean, these are necessary details to provide.
I do know is that Jillian had a friend, and the friend's grandparents were renting a home to Erika in Michigan. So I'm not entirely sure.
Out for sushi, huh? I mean, literally, you joke, but the minds of the people watching this are like absolutely people that fell for and loved QAnon shit. So I'm sure they do think that that's like coded language for something else.
If all of these people just bumped into each other coincidentally at the sushi restaurant, or if they were formally introduced. But nonetheless, they met, and Erika struck up what I view as a very odd relationship with the 15-year-old girl named Jillian.
So I can help clarify. I can build on that. Like I said, I spoke with Jillian, and that information, part of that information is very accurate. It was about payment for rent.
Why do you keep doing your eyebrows like that? They make you look angry. You answered your own question.
And that is how Jillian...
Just more accurately reflects where I'm at these days.
...meets Erika Kirk. She... opens the door. She's presumably living with or visiting her boyfriend at the time, and she sees Erika Kirk and she thinks, oh my gosh, this girl, 25-year-old girl, is so beautiful. And Erika is extremely kind to her, and they start speaking. And somehow, and Jillian does not recall how this transpired, somehow during this rent arrangement, Erika and her exchange numbers. Okay. So what happens next is they begin messaging each other, a texting relationship, and across social media, making comments on one another's posts. And in the beginning, it seems fine enough, I guess. The conversation is polite, maybe something that you might expect to see between someone who has some level of notoriety or fame and one of their fans over social media. But then it picks up, just as Nicey indicates. It picks up, and I am going to allow you to listen to her explain what then transpires. And I would also, again, like to reinforce the fact that this girl,
Jillian in her own words,
is 15 years old and Erika is 25. It's worth mentioning that at this point in her biography, Erika is also working with sex trafficking charities. This is that year where she says that she got involved with a sex trafficking charity over in China. I'll have more for you on that next week, but...
Did that ever come? What?
Involved with a sex...
Candace, you cannot just tease something like this. What?
Sex trafficking charity over in China. I'll have more...
This is a minor detail, apparently.
...for you on that next week, but take it away, Nicey.
On February 13th, 2014, Jillian replied to one of Erika's tweets by saying, @ErikaFrancvi, gorgeous as always. A few hours later, she then tweeted, why did @ErikaFrancvi just send me this? Laughing emojis. And there is a photo which says, this Valentine's Day, I am going to touch your butt. Jillian posted this tweet on March 6th.
Wait, what? Okay, so she never actually text, put those words into text. It's just like cringe, like BuzzFeed, like impact font type memes. She just sent this, or it's like a meme of Nemo with it.
As this Valentine's,
like, don't get me wrong, it's like cringy millennial humor or whatever, but she made it sound like she had like typed it out to her and like sent it to her.
Day, I am going to touch your butt. Jillian posted this tweet on March 6, 2014. So Erika says, let me call you. Hold on, sweetheart. Give me a sex. Wow. And then Jillian...
Why did this girl like tweet all of this shit out, man? Let me call you. Hold on, sweetheart. Give me a sex. Wow. And then she put okay, laughing, crying emoji. Then she put sex too, but not from you, lol. And then she put holy fuck, you always make me laugh. Okay. Instantly got weird. Never mind.
Jillian says, okay, and puts laughing emojis. Erika then says, sex too, but not from you, lol. Holy laughing emoji. You always make me laugh. I don't bat for the other team just yet. On March 13th, 2014, Jillian shared another screenshot of her text messages with Erika. Erika says, I forgot to tell you, hydrate tonight. No alcohol, and don't eat a lot of salty foods. You don't want to look bloated. Jillian then responds, thank you. Erika says, no alcohol. Really, Erika? Age recognition, you twat waffle. Apparently, I haven't had my coffee yet. What the hell, Erika? Laughing emoji. Well, on that bite, ...
Okay, this is like the first thing that they've shown that has actually been like, if this is legit, actually kind of strange.
Note, damn you, Siri. Come on, hashtag the struggle. What are you trying to say, laughing emoji? Spit it out, you twat waffle. On the morning of March 26, 2014, Jillian tweeted, I just want to be somebody's woman crush Wednesday. Is that too much to ask? That evening, she then tweets, thank you at Erika Francvi for making my whole week.
Kind of weird to send to. I mean, it's already weird that as an adult, you're like texting a 15-year-old. Sorry, yeah, I'm going to be that hot take. Hot take, I don't think you really, whether you're a man or a woman, you have any business like messaging minors privately or whatever once you're like over the age of majority and you have no reason to be doing that.
And she shares this photo, and the photo is of a gnome.
She put, thank you at Erika Francvi for making my whole week. And then it's, yeah, I want to be inside your lady garden. Gnome saying.
And it says, I want to be inside your lady garden. No, I'm saying on April 3rd, 2014, Jillian tweeted this picture and said, I miss this goon. A few minutes later, she tweeted, did Erika just text me hashtag no new friends? Oh my fucking God, I can't. A few days later, on April 5th, 2014, Jillian posted this tweet, getting this in the mail from Erika Francvi. And in the photo is a red box of chocolate covered strawberries.
Like kind of a killer recipe for twat waffles. You'll have to ask him.
And other chocolate desserts. And the card in the photo says this, happy sweet 16, beautiful girl. Keep strong in faith and know that you're loved. But most of all, never forget that you are perfect and amazing just the way you are. I am so proud of you. Today is the first day of another 365-day journey around the sun. Enjoy the trip, boo. Love you, E. On June 7th, 2014, Jillian shared this tweet. This has to be the most heartfelt compliment.
How did this girl go from like meeting her as like a fangirl, like, OMG, I just met like Miss Arizona, to them being like having a friendship
I've ever gotten, and she attached a screenshot of her conversation with Erika. So Jillian says, thank you. Erika says, you have the most stunning features. Jillian says, best compliment ever. Erika says, your eyes, your lips, your skin, you're absolutely beautiful. Jillian responds,
oh my God. And I'm sure to these people, this literally is just like feeding into the like gay panic shit. But what is this? This is genuinely kind of weird.
With the crying emoji, you're making me cry. In February of 2014, Jillian went on a family trip to Puerto Rico, and Erika was liking and commenting on her Instagram posts. So Jillian posted this photo of the beach, and Erika says, unreal gorgeous. And then Jillian responds, this is by far my favorite picture I took. My mom wants to get it blown up at Erika Francvi. Erika responds, I could see why, boo. Jillian responds, so perfect at Erika Francvi. Erika then responds, ... yes, I know you are.
I'm just going to follow that with a little bit of silence. I just want us to all contemplate it.
It is pretty weird. Is this type of shit normal for models? I mean, it's just like whatever about being model. It's like not normal for anybody to be doing this. No.
Let's actually contemplate it for the people
Erika
who are
Epstein.
Going to try to explain it. The Erika splainers who are going to be like, that's not weird. No. What? Never been a 25-year-old sending chocolate covered strawberries to a 15-year-old? That's not weird.
At least, I mean, the thing is like, I can't really disaggregate their concern from it being divorced from the fact that like, they will obviously clock this as having like, more to do with like being gay or like lesbianism, okay, or something like that. When in reality, I guess that like, it's somewhat of a good sign that just because Erika Kirk is like a woman and the minor that she was talking to was a girl is not something that mitigates it for people. Like, it is still strange to be doing that.
You guys are haters. Oh, come on. You've never, as a 25-year-old, decided to message a 15-year-old about their lips and their skin and how perfect they are. You never decided to message them when they posted a photo of them with a person that's their age and said, no new friends. Almost like territorial, like, or that's obviously all just a joke or something like that. By the way, just in general, going back to how they met, I'm trying to rationalize in my head, under what scenario, if a 15-year-old, if you opened the door and a 15-year-old was there, would you exchange numbers with them? Like, I'm trying to rationalize it. Maybe if they were with their parent and they were like, the parents were like, he was looking for a job. Like, I don't know if you need like a babysitter. You guys want to go to dinner for a couple of hours, sort of a thing, maybe. but I'd probably take the parents' number. Yeah, I would definitely take the parents' number. I actually can't rationalize that. So I'm throwing that out because sometimes people in the chat can be more creative than me and they can say, oh no, it's totally adorable to exchange numbers with a 15-year-old and then kind of have this relationship with them.
I wonder if Erika has or will address this. If she has 2 brain cells to rub together, she will do neither of those things.
Where you're commenting.
She's not addressed any of the other shit that's like far less salacious that she could and like put it to rest. And she's smart not to because she's just like would be fanning the flames, Streisand affecting it. Like there's be no point.
And making lesbian jokes.
Yeah, or she would deny it, or like she would say, oh, like it's my cousin, or like I had some familial relation that makes it less weird. It was like a big sister thing. I don't know.
Swing for the next team yet. Is that appropriate to say to a 15-year-old when you're 25? Come on, where are my Erika explainers in the chat? I want to hear it. It's a time to be alive. Everyone's explaining Jeffrey Epstein and all of his friends. Go ahead, go for it. I think it's fine. Go ahead. I want to hear it. There's so much that disturbs me about that. But again, when I first was going, everything is wrong here. That's my natural intuition. I didn't want to then extrapolate and jump to conclusions until I spoke with Jillian. On the off chance that maybe it is my personal senses, having learned everything about Erika's background, maybe my personal senses about Erika might be clouding my judgment. Maybe there was a perfectly reasonable explanation for that sort of relationship. Maybe she really is just such an amazing person by the time she's 25 years old. Such a strong and faithful.
Her vicious, starting to see why she's looking forward to having her kids all to herself. I never looked into that. Fuck. Hold on.
Christian.
That person said they were going to link it to me and they didn't.
15-year-old to feel sexy or something. And I also want to note that this particular 15-year-old at this time, what we know based off of Jillian's tweets, is that she doesn't have a father in her life. Okay. She tweeted this in June of 2014. I haven't seen my dad over 2 years. Okay. The reason why I want to point that out is because Charlie Kirk and I did a lot on the road discussing father absence and how these teenagers and children are.
What, she's going to say that she was like Erika Kirk preyed upon this girl because she came from like a fatherless home or something.
Instantly more vulnerable to tons of things, getting involved in the wrong networks, criminal activity. You need a father in the home. So I just find it interesting that it's a good fact to know about this girl at this time. Maybe her father's in her life since. I don't know. I didn't ask her. But I told you I called her. I instantly reached out because sometimes I just can't follow instructions the right way. And I asked her about how she felt about it 10 years removed from a situation. And she responded exactly how you might expect. She said at the time, as a 15-year-old, she was blown away by this amazingly beautiful, older, semi-famous person that was giving her all of this attention. And for clarity, I am completely empathetic to that position and experience as a younger girl, obviously. I correlated to how I felt. I think I've told you guys in the past about Christina Aguilera when she first dropped.
Okay.
And then I was obsessed with her when I was 13, 14 years old. My mom put me on punishment.
Candace Owens, like gay phase or what?
So obsessed with Christina Aguilera. Christina Aguilera, at that point in my life, maybe if my mom had not punished me for idolatry, but at that point in my life, I'm racing home to watch TRL because I got to make sure she's number one. If Christina Aguilera had then given me tons of attention, I'd be like, oh, I can't even believe this. Christina Aguilera is giving me attention. She probably could have manipulated me into a lot of things because my brain would not have been developed. This is normal tween to early teen emotions and passion. And it's precisely, if you track my work, what has always been my biggest gripe with Taylor Swift, even though I like her music, it's because I find that she harnesses the power of that tween emotion to get business deals done. Yet she's 36. Anyway, I digress. That's the point of that. We know that they're reactive, they're emotional, and her fans will kill somebody if they have to, right? But hindsight is 20/20, as we always say. And Jillian today is now 27 years old, and she fully appreciates how absolutely weird this was and how absolutely weird it is. And she's going back and she is wondering, what exactly was this all about? What exactly was Erika harnessing her teenage emotion for? Why is she continually telling?
Well, punished for idolatry for Christina Aguilera. Fucking what? I mean, are you really that surprised?
Her that she's beautiful, that she has perfect lips. Why is this 25-year-old
maybe like highly religious families or whatever like would curb that sort of behavior,
who's not even from Michigan, interested in this dialogue with her? And something she points out is, I was with my friend when I met her, but she never had this relationship with Cheyenne. Cheyenne is mentioned elsewhere in that video. Why was it particularly Jillian that she was interested in? And curiously, get this, she tells me that she and Erika actually never hung out in person beyond that first meeting. So this was purely meant to be an electronic, a platonic relationship where
I mean, like, the most I could find with respect to Erika Kirk saying that she was like excited to raise her kids alone or like wasn't traumatized about that. Erika Kirk prayed for pregnancy when Charlie was killed. Erika Kirk said she prayed she was pregnant at the time her late husband, conservative leader Charlie Kirk, was assassinated in September. Erika Kirk, who succeeded her husband as Turning Point USA CEO, made the revelation in an interview with Megyn Kelly that aired Monday. We wanted to have 4, she told the Megyn Kelly show, and I was praying to God that I was pregnant when he got murdered. She added, I was like, oh goodness, that was going to be the ultimate blessing out of this catastrophe. The Kirks have 2 young children. Erika Kirk said she and Charlie were planning to add to their family when he was assassinated on September 10th at Utah Valley University. So now when I see young couples, I tell them, please don't put it off. She told Kelly, especially if you're a young woman, don't put it off. You can always have a career. You can always, go back to work. You can never go back to just having children, and they grow so fast and so quickly. Dude, you wanted to have like a kid at the age of like 36, literally like a geriatric pregnancy. Why? Charlie Kirk's life was cut short, blah, blah, blah. Death penalty, memorial. Okay. And she said it was in the Times, and there was nothing in the Times about that.
Erica said stuff even like this to her on Instagram. Jillian, that dime piece beside the car, though, she's referring to Jillian, just so we're clear. She's referring to Jillian beside a car as a dime piece. Again, if this was 2 15-year-olds speaking to each other, I'd be like, that's totally fine.
Taylor Swift grooming children. I mean, the real woke position is that Taylor Swift grooms adults into buying all of her fucking merch and shit. The Swifties or whatever.
I actually tend to agree with Nice's assessment elsewhere in the video.
She wanted to have kids that would grow up without a father. I mean, you could twist it into that angle. That is an angle you could pursue very easily. But Candace said that very specifically that she was like, she told the New York Times that a thing that she wasn't traumatized about was the idea of like raising her kids alone.
Put in your mind, this is a 25-year-old man referring to a 15-year-old girl. What would happen? What would you be thinking? And again, Erika did not actually hang out with her beyond that. So what exactly was her stated goal? Well, I can at least tell you what that last weird text exchange was about. The one where Erika tells her not to drink and to suck her stomach in tonight, wherever they're going tonight. People assumed that they had gone somewhere together, but no, that exchange is actually in reference to Erika then having sent this 15-year-old to have photos taken. Insane. She sent this 15-year-old to have photos taken. She's helping her because she's just so beautiful, get into maybe some modeling. That's at least how she presented it to her. So after telling her how beautiful and perfect her lips were, she then sets her up with a photographer, a friend of Erika's. Erika, she says, arranged the entire thing. This person she had only met once, then after maybe love bombing her, you describe it, then sends her to meet up with this male photographer. And Jillian said that this photographer was kind of creepy. She's trying to remember his name. She says she remembers it began with an R, and he was kind of shorter, chubbier. And yeah, I'd say, yeah, Jillian, that's pretty creepy. Any photographer who is taking photos of a 15-year-old without their parents' consent is a creep. Find me this. I am looking to find and discover who this person was.
Okay.
And I would also similarly say that any person who is arranging for photographs to be taken of a 15-year-old girl without explicit permission from that person's mother is a total creep. So Erika having done this is completely and utterly creepy. It's creepy. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I will not allow people to say that it makes sense in some context. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. I asked, did she speak to your mother? She said, no, she never spoke to my mother. This was happening on the phone. Her mom's probably thinking she's just on Instagram.
Why didn't Candace bring this woman on live? That's what I'm confused about.
Speaking to whoever, and she's not even considering that this is happening. So what does all of this sound like?
Oh man, she set up a model to your beauty with the photographer in the pageant. That's like the least like creepy part of this or whatever. Like the messages themselves are weird.
It sounds to me like every parent's worst nightmare. Your kid has a phone, they get social media accounts, they're making friends over the internet, and the next thing you know, you find out that there's a man at night, if Erika's message is to be believed, who's taking photos of them. So I'll ask the question, the obvious question here. How much smoke before we are allowed to confirm that it seems there may be a fire? Because everything in Erika Kirk's story, which we will more thoroughly present to you in the weeks to come, has proximity to child trafficking scandals and proximity to charities and involvement with charities that had trafficking scandals and abuse scandals, sometimes literal proximity, by the way. Like, I think I've mentioned this, Turning Point USA's headquarters, incredibly, maybe I haven't mentioned it, they're almost directly across the street from the #1 human and child sex trafficking location in Arizona, a place called Arizona Mills. If you're in Arizona, everyone goes, oh yeah, I know what that is. Everybody knows about Arizona Mills. Who picked this location for a student activist organization? Who is the real estate agent on that deal? I feel like when a good real estate agent comes around, you're like, oh, is this a good spot? And they say, you know what, you don't want to be
It's
close.
like so insane how much like fan fiction she can produce from just like scant pieces of information and like just the barest bones facts. Like, again, there's more than enough ample like ammunition there with just like the weird ass text, but then it always has to be tied back into this like grand like plot.
Close to Arizona Mills. It's not a great spot for a student activist organization.
I feel like any child modeling stuff is a breeding ground for creepy people, so Candace isn't really saying anything revelatory. Yeah, I know. I don't even disagree. I mean, like, I don't even think that like it should be legal for like kids to act and shit.
Was Erika the real estate agent? And actually, I do know who handpicked it. I was around for that. It was Tyler Boyer. He's like a proud fifth generation, I think he says, Arizonan. He grew up in its backyard,
Arizonan,
Chandler, Gilbert area. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that he was familiar with the reputation of Arizona Mills. Tracy Martin, Erika's best friend, she's also has been involved in charity work for trafficking victims via Dream City Church, which we mentioned to you. And that actually makes sense because Dream City Church runs Phoenix Dream Center. The Phoenix Dream Center, according to their website, is a center that provides residential rehabilitation, shelter, and care for victims of human trafficking. Wow, everyone is so amazing. So amazing. They just can't get enough of trying to help these trafficking victims. It says that they provide affordable housing for men and women that are in transition after having been trafficked. They give them food, they give them clothing. Nothing to see there because it's a charity. You can't question a charity. Turning Point USA is a charity. You can't question a charity. Stacey Sheridan, who has been playing the role of Erika Kirk's mother, we recently discovered, worked under Jeffrey Epstein's
What does that mean? Playing the role of Erika Kirk's mother?
Friend Kenneth Starr.
Who is Stacey Sheridan? Is this somebody who's like some defense? Oh, wait. A TPUSA employee? Stacey Sheridan, who worked for Turning Point USA, spoke at Charlie Kirk's memorial service on Sunday, recalling how when her husband had cancer, Kirk, quote, called me consistently to ask how he could help us. At one point, he had critical medication and an oxygen machine sent to my doorstep without my knowledge. She said, I still to this day have no idea how he made that happen, but that was Charlie. Well, here's how he made it happen. He spent his life making sure that there would never be anything approaching or approximating socialized healthcare or medicine in this country, and that the private insurance market would be preserved, right? And your husband would, need to get access to people like him, or like beg other wealthy people for money, or, their generosity to be able to take care of themselves and shit. That's how. So, like, this is on a fandom website. Senior Advancement Director for TPUSA, Assistant Vice Chancellor at Pepperdine University before helping Gary Sinise launch a charitable foundation working for the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and joining Charlie Kirk's TPUSA team. So I don't know what she means by like her stand-in mom or whatever, but...
At Pepperdine University. By the way, I can't find a trace of her actually at Pepperdine University, aside from her resume where she says she worked there for 8 years, but in Ken the Starr's office. But the point is that for almost a decade, she worked for Ken Starr at the exact same time that he was working with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. But Stacey Sheridan is not Erika's real mom. Lori is Erika's real mother. We had mentioned to you this desert spirit tech company that she was running. Lori was running on a Native American reservation. And boy, were we hit with a lot of emails about, you guessed it, high instances of children and girls being trafficked off of that specific reservation where the office is not located because somebody went and they said this address does not exist. But all of that, by the way, we'll get into in the weeks to come. In the short term, we can confirm that this just must be all one unfortunate coincidence, right? All of it. You are a monster, by the way, for even noticing this. For even noticing this theme. You are a monster for wondering if Charlie also began to notice this theme in the end, because what exactly happened?
Are you neutral on this, or do you think Candace Owens is lying against Erika? I mean, like, I think she is confabulating things. I think that she makes sloppy assertions that are not substantiated by what she provides, but there is a very thready factual basis for some of the things that she says. Like, again, these texts exist, it's usually just like the inferences and extrapolations that she draws from them that usually just go fucking haywire.
Before he died.
But that's like true of any good conspiracy theories. Like there are kernels of truth to it. It's not just like entirely fabricated.
Why was Erika being so weird about providing a sensible alibi for her whereabouts on September 8th? Why did nobody see her? When somebody else believes they did see her at Fort Huachuca. Speaking of September 8th, by the way, it's also an important date to flag. I think it's a little weird, but it's a fact that Erika chose that date in particular to break her years-long Twitter silence. Did you know this? Erika had not authored a tweet since 2023. Right? She had retweeted a couple of things. Who knows if somebody did it for her? But she herself had not authored a tweet. Suddenly, 48 hours before Charlie's death on September 8th at 10:49 a.m. Arizona time, she decides to break that silence with this tweet.
God, that was some
Ephesians 2:8. For by grace
awful
you
fucking timing.
Have been saved through faith, and this is not your own doing. It is the gift of God, not a result of work, so that no one may boast. Okay? And suddenly she then was on a roll. She then tweeted again on September 9th, 9:44 a.m. local time. She tweeted, "Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the man that takes refuge in him." And then again, on the day that Charlie is assassinated at 9:45 a.m. Arizona time, which is an hour and a half, okay, an hour and a half before he's killed, Erika tweets, "God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble." People ran like, wow, I can't believe this. This godly woman happened to have tweeted this right before her husband got assassinated. Like I said, you're a monster for noticing. If you're thinking that like, no, she just really did suddenly want to break her Twitter silence. And she's very, as we can see, she is committed to the Lord. Every sentence that comes out is about God. So how could you question it, right? Anyway, before we go off air for next week, I want to be thorough and again put out an APB for certain information. So
what's an APB?
A couple of things before we get into what we're looking for at more tips at CandaceOwens.com. The reason Jillian is speaking to me is because she's asking people to stop messaging her. She doesn't want all these people messaging her. She's like, I'm already in communication with you. We're trying to figure things out. We're trying to figure out who this photographer was that took photographs of her. We're on it. We're on the case. So you guys no longer have to slide in her DMs.
Erika does have that JD Vance bread of Chucky face of day drinker. I mean, like, she 100% has like cortisol face. Like, hold on. This is fucking off-putting, man. This was when I was like, okay, like something is like off with this lady.
But we serve a just God. And I rest easy in knowing that he's sovereign, but he's just. And so let the Lord handle that. But we serve a just God. And I rest easy in knowing that
it's just so weird, man.
He's sovereign, but he's just. And so let the Lord handle that.
I think it's like a combination, I've said this before, of like her media training from her pageantry, but when she's not like a young, chipper, like 23-year-old doing this shit anymore. She's like a 37-year-old woman doing it. She looks a lot different. Just cortisol face. She's had her like masseter Botox. I don't know. She's had fucking fillers. She has pillow face. And just the eyes. Like, she just looks insane. Truly.
Hunt her down. I am fully on this and we'll have more information for you, I suspect, in the coming week. And now, pertaining to what we're looking at.
Candace Owens is jealous of Erika Kirk for stepping into Charlie's shoes instead of her, considering they were close. There was like weird beef there. I mean, like, it was revealed. I don't even know who revealed. I wouldn't even be surprised if it was Candace Owens herself who revealed it. That like she and Charlie had like a bit of a rift before he died or whatever. Like she was removed from like TPUSA, like a project or something like that. And I'm sure she like blames Erika Kirk. Maybe she was involved. I can't remember, but like, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I just like I feel it's just very simple to me that like it starts and ends with, her primarily being interested in money and clicks, but also she probably did not like how people were like grieving Charlie Kirk, which is to say like when she posted, photos of him after he died, like on her Instagram, like on her social medias of the two of them hanging out, it was like the only thing that like really it was the thing that had like most humanized him to me, because they actually looked like they were friends. Okay. And so she was going after people that she felt were like cynically like covering his death or capitalizing off of it, but now she has become that same. She is literally cynically profiting off of his death as well. So, and going after his wife, which I'm sure he would not have fucking appreciated. She would have never done this shit had he never been killed.
For
even though Erika Kirk has always been this weird, is what it seems.
Please email more.
Not always been this weird, but has been this weird for many, many years.
Tips at CandaceOwens.com. Again, guys, we're a very small team, so I appreciate the emails about have you seen this? Have you watched that? I would just please don't send those. Like, just tag us on TikTok, tag us in something that you want us to see. Do not clutter our inbox with please watch this or random things. We really want to use this to get information.
We need to be productive with our time here, people.
Or answers to questions that we're asking on this show. And here are the questions that we are still looking for answers to. 1, who was it that Erika knew that was at the Batman, Colorado mass shooting? That theater, remember, that happened when the Batman movie came out in Colorado. Erika tweeted and said that she knew
Erika
somebody.
Kirk connected to the fucking, the like Aurora, Colorado shooting. Epic.
That was in that theater. Does anybody know who that is? Has anybody heard any more? Is there an interview out there where she discusses that further? I would like to know more about that information. Secondly, does anybody know or remember Erika Francve from Ohio? In doing her biography, it's almost as though she suddenly just appears in her high school years in Arizona. The backstory is that she's from Ohio until she gets into high school. Who attended middle school with Erika in Ohio? If that's you, we want to hear from you. More tips at CandaceOwens.com. Did you attend elementary school with Erika? If that's you, we would like to hear from you. You guys in Cincinnati, Ohio, please check your yearbooks. Maybe you didn't know that it was her because it's a long time ago. Please email us. Also, does anybody
remember? Email, did they ever? Because holy shit, she had the fucking receipts, man. She had the lore.
Remember her at Loyola Marymount. This is also the same.
Erika's involved in it. Yeah. Egyptian planes, the Freemasons, Looking Glass, time travel, Wrinkle in Time, the Aurora shooting, Epstein, 9/11.
What Stacey Sheridan went to.
You name it, Erika Kirk was there, or somebody in the Francve family.
And people who went in that same year as her say, I don't remember her. We have not had a single person that has come out and said they remember her, despite the fact that she is mentioned in a program. I'm looking for somebody who says, yeah, I took a class with her. She was a full adult by then. You would remember this. Oh, I went out with her for something. I don't know. If you attended school with her at Loyola Marymount, we would like to hear from you. And again, we will ask for more information just to dot our I's and to cross our T's, even though I think we have the information we need. If you have any information pertaining to Erika Kirk's whereabouts on September 8th, when she broke her Twitter silence, the 9th, or on the 10th, when Charlie was assassinated, because the story goes, Turning Point employees were told that she got the news when she was with her mom, and then she drove herself back home. Thus far, nobody where they live remembers seeing Erika, but she apparently met Stacey Sheridan and a couple other people, and then they went to the airport together. So it's a pretty big...
What? Oh, yeah. Okay. So we don't know Erika Kirk's whereabouts at the exact time that Charlie Kirk was shot and, likely pronounced dead. So who's to say that it wasn't Erika?
Assassination, the entire world would have been looking out for her.
Yeah, I basically always turn this light, unfortunately.
In that moment, especially people who knew who Charlie Kirk was, these neighbors said they knew him, they knew his wife, they knew his kids. And thus far, nobody remembers seeing Erika Kirk on the 10th. Maybe you work at the airport and you saw her board. That would make sense. Yes, I happened to work at the terminal and I saw them all run in looking frantic in Scottsdale. I would like to try to confirm that story on September 10th. Anyway, we will pause there and we will be right back after the break.
So true, Candace. And on that note, if you're watching on Twitch and you're not following me already, please go ahead and do so. Same goes for YouTube. Subscribe to me if you haven't already. Like the stream, it pushes it out to other people. Comment helps with engagement. If you want to go through my past VODs, they're all housed on YouTube. They are timestamped for your, easy viewing. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. The Streamlabs tip link is the best way to support me because they take the least amount of money. But you can also send YouTube super chats or super stickers. I will read them out and thank you. If you are watching on Twitch, you can sub to me, give subs throughout the chat so other people can enjoy the experience of no ads as well as cute emotes. And yeah, that's going to do it for tonight, you guys. I'm very excited about this series. I think I'm going to do Tucker Carlson tomorrow. Maybe Live and Learn, Drama, Tea, who fucking knows? We will see. Okay. Thank you guys for spending your night with me. I will see you guys later. Bye.